Welcome, welcome, welcome. And in a world where Scump is king, the big plays are always crazy, and Atlanta FaZe are looking so damn unbeatable, I'd like to welcome all of you beautiful people at home and also in attendance to the CDL Kickoff Classic. Let's go ahead and get things started, but this year things are looking a little bit different. No, Lottie didn't get a 10. My name is Velly. I'm going to be running the ship as a desk host. And with me on the desk, we have none other than Slack, Nameless, and my girl, Alley Cat. Alley, this is your first year on the big desk. How are you feeling right now?
It's so unreal. I see the crowd, I hear my voice echoing around the stadium, the bass in my chest on this desk with this talented roster, man. It's an unreal feeling.
It's great. And Slack, man, seeing you on the desk is beautiful. We got a champion in here, a legend. How are you feeling?
It's a little weird, I can't lie to you, Velly, being up here on the desk, but I'm really excited for LAN to be back, for the fans to be back, and most importantly, to bring my expertise to the desk.
And this guy doesn't even need an intro. We saw him at the Esports Awards. We're going to try to get him an award this year. Nameless, Dog, CDL kicks off starting today. What are your thoughts?
Well, first, thank you for that. Welcome everybody to the desk and everybody in the venue. We are going to have an incredible event. It feels like Vanguard has been out for so long, but finally we get to see these teams face off. They've been grinding. It's going to be epic, Velly.
Woo, I can't wait. But speaking of epic, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see what matchups we're going to see throughout the entirety of the weekend. And just a reminder for those of you at home, this is the bracket for the next 3 days, and all 12 teams we playing in pretty much a little single elimination thing. You guys know the deal. But right now, Allie, taking a look at these matchups, which one are you most excited for?
New York Subliners versus Boston Breach for sure. After the announcement video and the fact that New York Subliners, we're going to hear this all weekend, they are supposedly built to be the FaZe killers, so that's a match you definitely don't want to miss.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule to see which matches are going down as well. We're going to kick things off, and this is going to be a good one. Florida Mutineers facing off against a new look Los Angeles Guerrillas, and I'm Slack, man. If there was a match of the day to you, which one are you most excited for?
I can't lie to you, Velly. I'm really excited for this first match. We got 2 new formed rosters and a new face in LAG, and I'm excited to see these 4 veterans go at it, especially on LAN.
Right, and Nameless, what you guys do here in the CDL? You have this little pick'ems thing where people can compete with each other and see how their predictions are. Tell them all about it.
Yeah, you know, last year we had the pick'ems. You can go online and try to pick the perfect bracket, and Lando was the best out of the talent group. Like, this guy literally got every single match right but one. So go to pick'em.callofdutyleague.com to put your pick'ems in, try to get those points, and sometimes there's even prizes. So you want to get ahead of it and start now at the kickoff.
Yes, and talking about the kickoff, let's kick things off talking about what's been happening in the offseason so far, because there's been so many changes. Let's talk about Roster Mania. And also Slack, Atlanta FaZe, they're one of 3 teams that didn't make a change, and rightfully so, right? They were the best.
They were the best, man. I'm super excited to watch this team again on LAN, and you know, you got the likes of Simp and aBeZy, arguably the best 2 SMG players in the entire game. I can't wait to see their quarterback Arcitys and what he can do and kind of just guide this team and teach them the game, and then obviously Cellium, one of the greatest flexes. I can't wait to watch him.
Yeah, and then like you said, the quarterback and Arcitys, right? It just seems like the perfect roster, and people are hesitant to use the term dynasty when you talk about teams in Call of Duty. And you think about what this team has done over the last few years. The only teams that have done things similar to this are that Complexity team, that OpTic dynasty. Like, FaZe has truly been that elite. And Simp, the guy on your screen right now, this guy has been dominating the game, the best player in the world for 3 years straight. They deserve their flowers right now, and I think they're going to pick up right where they left off, honestly.
Allie, if there was a new viewer at home that were watching right now, and you had to describe to them or tell them how good Atlanta FaZe were, what would you say?
I would say that every other team this season has tried to stack their roster in a similar way that FaZe is set up, with the with Arcitys looking over them, a good veteran, with the crazy subs of aBeZy and Simp. I mean, look at the stats overall. They are first across the board, and every team's just looking at them like that's the team to beat.
And speaking of dynasties, Nameless, man, this team, and I'm talking about NYSL, they're looking to be the FaZe killers this year, man, because they made some big changes in order to make that happen.
Yeah, I might be the only one who's calling them that, right? And the reason I know teams are saying that they haven't been playing that great in scrims, but you look at this roster and you think about Clay and Crim, what they've done in Call of Duty. They're really the last team to continuously contend with them and beat them at the World Championship. So thinking about this roster, HyDra and Neptune, the 2 SMGs to go toe-to-toe with the likes of Simp and aBeZy, that is the formula you need to take on FaZe. So I think with time, this New York team can be that squad, but you know, just wait it out. It might be a rough start.
And you know what? If they wait it out and things work out well, it's going to be very good for them, because look at these 2 on your screen. Slack, man, Clay and Crim back together again. This is hot.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch them, man. Obviously, all the fans know they've had a lot of success together. They've had 6 combined world championships across all the titles that they've played, and they won champs together in 2020. And you know, I'm excited to see them build the new rookies and see what they can do whenever they're bringing up HyDra and Neptune, and I can't wait to watch them.
Yes, and speaking about Atlanta FaZe and FaZe killers and whatnot, Allie, there was actually one team that was almost there. who are they?
That's going to be Toronto Ultra, of course. And when we talk about Toronto, it's funny that nobody actually says they are FaZe killers. They're the second best in the league, right? And now coming into this year off of that really hot momentum, I mean, their teamwork is lights out. And going into this kickoff, man, I'm expecting big things, Nameless.
Yeah, and we really got to start to talk about Cammy as an absolute superstar in our league. You know, I think back to that raid clip where he just terminated everybody from up top laundry. Like, Cammy is different, man. And in this game, with a more pronounced flex role, he's going to be able to do whatever he wants on the map. So he's a lights out player that I can't wait to see.
Yes, and one thing that I can't wait to see as well, there's been roster wipes all around, and one of the teams are the LA Guerrillas, and let's be completely honest, they didn't have a good year this year, so aLLeY, when it comes to them, this team just looks phenomenal.
Well, you know what? LIG did what they needed to do. They completely wiped their roster, start new. Now, the only thing that's sitting in my mind is that they went with a full veteran roster. They are cross-board. You got Huke and Gunless, you know, two big Slayer players. But again, FaZe has kind of set up this meta of having two younger guns in front, so we'll see if this risk works out for them.
Yeah, I really like this roster. You know, for LAG, it's not really big shoes to fill. Like, LAG has not been a good team for the last 2 years, and a lot of people were questioning the management's decisions over the last 2 years as well. You know, getting rid of a player like Reese Vivid. Well, now I think they finally made a good decision in bringing in all these guys that are in their prove-it year to go big here on the main stage.
Nameless, you said you like him. I actually love him. I think Slasher is a beast, but also Seattle Surge, and why are you smiling right next to me? You played for them. You rocked their jerseys. What do you think about their new team this year? There's a lot of youngsters, man.
So I'm a big fan of it, right? You obviously have Sib. He's been a talked about player for years now in the Challenger scene, and I'm excited to see what he can finally do in this Pro League. It's his first debut kind of on land, playing in front of a crowd, and playing a big match, and it's not going to be easy for this first one. And then obviously you have the likes of Mac Melts and Pred, this APAC guy. I know, aLLeY, you've talked about him a little bit.
Coming out of APAC, okay? We don't see star players all the time. I got much love for APAC, so calm down. But Nameless, we watched scrims, and there was one guy always at top.
Yeah, you know, I heard about him, obviously, when he got picked up, but then players were starting to say that he was just dominating in scrims, right? Like, he just runs around, does what he wants. So we've been sitting in and watching them over the last couple of weeks, and this kid is different. Now, you think about the APAC region, obviously not as strong as NA or EU, but he won literally everything over there in that region. So it would be awesome to have an APAC player just come in and just shut it down. So I'm expecting him to go big after seeing him go off in every scrim.
It's like, how big is it to see a rookie like Pred really make a statement here in the CDL?
I mean, it's super huge, right? You want to catch momentum. As a player, when he comes out in his first match, he wants to fry. If he does his thing and catches that momentum early and really starts catching that confidence and just the environment and land and everything like that, I expect him a big weekend.
All right, so we talked about rookies, we talked about roster mania, but coming up soon, we're going to talk about two teams and how they are one of the big reasons why the CDL is ready to be bigger than ever. It's going to be the Boston Breach and also OpTic Texas. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break to break it all down.
One body about to turn cold. Yeah, I get it, pop it, bread and butter.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're one of the few that decided you did not want to come out here, this was an event you definitely didn't want to miss. I want to give a big shout out to everybody here in Arlington, Texas. This event is about to be a banger, but let's go ahead and talk about the teams and the beautiful stage right there. How you guys doing at home? Let's talk about OpTic Texas, and there's one clip that went viral last year, and I love it right now.
From their
Went
hometown.
viral last year, and aLLeY, it featured you. You were covering something with Scump in it, and he showed the world why he was king.
I was covering the Twitch rival Solo YOLO, and Scump won it all. I called it from day one, and honestly, I'm just telling you, that was out on a limb. That was like the wildest prediction I've ever made, and he absolutely killed it with these Berthas in the final circle. Nameless, talk to me.
You know, speaking from experience, like what Scump was able to do here is just absolutely mind-blowing, right? Like the guy didn't even run the cheesy Riot Shield combo that everybody else ran. He doesn't play Warzone as much as the Warzone pros. Like this guy was grinding CDL, trying to be the best player in the world. He goes into a Warzone tournament, wins it, and beats Huskers and Aiden at the very end. Like
what?
That's a spectacular performance. only Scump would be able to do something like that. I was actually genuinely mind-blown when I saw that, and you can see some of his stats right here. Like the guy was a beast last year in Search and Destroy. It was like the resurgence of Scump after a couple of rocky years. So definitely looking out for him to step it up even more this year. But he's also not the only player that we have to talk about.
Talk to
his
us.
team. We got to talk about Dashy. Now, this is a guy that I'm really hard on. I break down a lot of their gameplay last year, and I felt like he was the one who was making a lot of mistakes, but he had a ton of crazy stats throughout the year. So I'm really going to be looking at him once again to step it up for this team and start to make the correct play every single time so they can get out of the sticky situations that they tend to find themselves in.
Yeah, like you were saying, Nameless, I'm super excited to watch Dashy and just see what he can do in a comfortable environment, right? He's finally got that roster built with 2 fire SMGs.
Yeah.
Obviously, you got Scump and Shotzzy. I don't think it gets much better than that when you're talking about, the likes of Simp and aBeZy. So I'm excited to see what they can do. They have a good flex in iLLeY, and I just can't wait to watch them this year.
I'm going to be honest, OpTic Texas, I'm hoping that they take home a ship this year, but there's also another team that I am so excited to see. I mean, Methodz is on it, right? Let's talk about it. The Boston Breach and Slack. Looking at this team right now, I mean, let's talk about it. Even their introduction video, everything was awesome, but there's high expectations for this roster.
Yeah, there is. You obviously have 2 veteran players in Methodz and TJ, and they've had some rough years, you would like to say, obviously with both of them being benched in the past, and they finally get another opportunity to come in and just show what their worth is. And then you have the likes of these 2 new rookies. You got Capsidal, which people don't know a lot about.
Big Cap.
He gets to show what he can bring to the table. Then you have Nero Poison, and I know aLLeY and Nameless, you guys have a lot to say about them.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this roster, like they were the 12th team to come in, and there's a lot of Challengers players that wanted to land a spot on this team, right? So there's definitely a lot of pressure on these guys, especially Capsidal and Nero, playing in a big pro match for like the first time on land in front of a crowd. We've been watching Capsidal over the last couple of weeks, and he looks pretty solid. And they're also getting rated very highly by their peers. They put in a ton of work. So excited to watch these guys try to figure it out, right? I don't expect them to win here, but I expect them to be good.
Now, there's a lot of talk out there actually about one of the rookies that's on his team, and it's going to be Big Cap right there on your screen. The guy is like 6'10". It's insane, right, aLLeY? But coming up from Challengers League, I mean, there's good expectations for him to be a big part of this roster.
Oh, the expectation is so high, especially coming out into Kickoff here, this being his kind of debut land. And what's crazy about this player is that he had pretty high placings in Challengers, but he never really won. He was top 6, maybe top 4 sometimes. So Methodz really went out on a limb here as the leader of this team to be like, you know what, this is the guy that I want, and this is the guy that I'm going to put faith in for my team coming in for Kickoff. And you know what, if he believes in him, I do too.
Okay.
Yeah, and thinking about that, like he didn't have the craziest placings in Challengers. We do have a couple case studies in history where like Insight, he didn't have the craziest placings, but he came into the league and he was just lights out like best they are for a little bit. So maybe Capsidal can be kind of that guy for this team.
So we're talking about the rookie right now, but he's going to learn as much as the vets teach him. And speaking of the vets, TJHaly and also Methodz, Slack, you played with both of them, man. What can you tell us about them?
So they're both really good players, right? We've seen TJ in his career do really, really well, but I'm expecting like a lot from him, honestly. With him playing with 2 younger players, I want him to be at the top level of his game, and I want him to perform as well as he possibly can. And then same thing with Methodz, right? On like the Toronto roster that he was on, he was benched, and then Insight came in for him. And he really didn't get to play too much of Cold War other than through the Challenger scene. So I'm excited to see him on this Boston Breach roster, and I'm expecting big things from both of them.
I mean, both of them are big names in the scene, and we definitely know what they're all about. TJHaly, I'm definitely a fan of myself, but I'm also talking about it. Methodz, we've seen him on the flank talking about why they built this team, the steps that they took to make it happen. But also, we have your boy Guy Blaze with a one-on-one interview with Methodz. Let's see what they have to say.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here, and I'm with Methodz of the Boston Breach, the newest team in the CDL, comprised of himself, TJ, Capsidal, Nero, Zed, and Dens. Now, Methodz, tell me about your squad and what makes you guys so great.
Yeah, so obviously thank you to Zed and Dens for the opportunity, but we have a good group of veteran talent, young guys, right? Obviously Nero and Cap, new to the game, me and Tej, still young but been around, so I like where we ended up with the roster. Obviously, we have a good coaching staff. And Boston, I'm excited to be here, right? Newest team. Wasn't sure if I'd be in the league or what was really going on. And luckily, the opportunity came about. So yeah, excited to rep Boston and keep it going.
And now you talk about you wasn't sure being in the league, okay? Now, last season you was with Ultra, okay? Now, you went from being benched to back on top, all right? Tell me about the journey going from then till now.
Obviously a stressful period. Luckily the stream sort of took off, and it's a different feeling now going back into the league with that type of supporter base, right? Like I always had a pretty good supporter base, a good fan base, but now more than ever I feel like I have more support. So I'm excited for myself, excited for the team. Obviously it happens for a reason, so I'm just looking forward to getting back out there and doing my thing.
All right, now for you to get back out there, your debut matchup is Boston versus New York. And I know you're a Jersey boy. How does it feel going up against the Subliners, and what does it feel to be a part of that Boston-New York rivalry again?
It's weird, man, because obviously I've been on the New York side of it my whole life, right? Yankee fan, Giants fan, growing up in the tri-state. It's weird now coming to Boston. But it's also kind of exciting, right? Like going against sort of my home turf, and obviously some loud mouths over there, Crim, Clay, veterans I've grown up with. So should be a good match, looking forward to it. It is the Kickoff Classic, right? I think this event is more so just to make sure our young guys get used to everything. First time playing on LAN. I don't want it to be like, oh, we have to win. The pressure's obviously high. We want to win, but at the same time, I think it's a perfect event to find our footing.
I think it is the perfect event. It is the Kickoff Classic, you guys. That's going to do it for Methodz and myself. Veli, the desk, take it away.
Whoo, I'm feeling good right now. By the way, Methodz look good in that hoodie, man. I got to go to the store and go ahead and cop me one. But Nameless, this is about it for the pre-show right now. I'm going to toss it over to you. The fans know you out there. Talk to the people at home. Get them kind of hyped for this event.
Listen, man, y'all got to make some noise.
There we go.
haven't had Call of Duty for quite some time. We're about to have these guys going toe-to-toe here in some epic matchups. It's the Kickoff Classic. Get hype in the chat and get hype in the crowd, baby. Let's get it, Veli.
Let's go. We heard the breakdowns. Enough talking right about now. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and make some noise. The CDL Kickoff Classic starts now.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League, friends.
I need the respect, coming at your neck, gunning for the top spot, baby, nothing less.
Oh, how we've missed you. And the best teams in the world, they've missed you too. As our gift to you, let's up the stakes.
Think he's gonna stop here? You think you
and give you some of the... Oh my lord, that was nasty! New rosters, new game, new season. Let's get into it. The CDL Kickoff Classic starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty League Kickoff Classic presented by Zenni Gaming. We are at the magnificent esports stadium in Arlington, Texas, where we got 12 of the best Call of Duty teams in the world about to battle it out for fame and glory. And with that being said, I'm your stage host, Blaze, for entire weekend, and we are about to light it up. To introduce our first team on the stage, I give to you the Florida Mutineers! We got Dave Patty, Awakening, Vivid, and Skies. Give it up one more time for the Mutineers.
My man Awakening is about to join the lobby. aLLeY, I am so hyped for the Mutineers right now.
I am so lit right now. You can hear the crowd going crazy. This team is going to be disgusting at Search and Destroy heading into Vanguard. I can't wait to see what they do.
Blaze, we see what Florida's all about, but who are they going against, man?
All right, to let you know who they're going up against, you love this new squad. I give to you the Los Angeles Guerrillas! You got a Sim, Gunless, Hoop, Slasher. Give it up one more time for the Guerrillas.
Slack, I have goosebumps right now. You heard that, Hoop? Or?
Yeah, man, I can't wait to watch this team. Hoop was saying in an interview, it's all about the journey, and I cannot wait to watch them on land.
Blaze, it is looking hot on that stage right now. How are you feeling about this matchup, baby?
Man, it is looking hot indeed on this stage. These players are ready to play and the crowd is ready. I hope you guys are ready at home in the chat. With that being said, the Kickoff Classic kickoffs now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the analyst desk, and let's break it down bit by bit. But first things first, let's talk about Florida Mutineers. And when it comes to them, aBeZy, Skies was looking so dominant last season. Do you think he's going to repeat here in year number 2?
Absolutely. Skies is one of those players that is incredibly consistent across the board. And when I look at Florida, the only thing I'm a little worried about is when it comes to leadership. I want to know who's going to kind of be the big voice when it comes to this team.
Yes, and I meant this year. Sorry about that. But also this year as well, we're going to see Awakening. He was a beast in S&D last year as well. Do you think that Awakening is just going to be the same beast this year?
So it's going to be a little bit different. Last year when I teamed with him and throughout the whole year, he played an AR role. This year he's going to be running a submachine gun. So I'm excited to see what he can do. That first blood percentage may go up even more, and I can't wait to watch him.
Yeah, it's also a bit weird, though, when you think about this roster, right? Because there's so many AR players. Like TJHaly, he's a just straight-up main AR. He's super slow. He's like an accuracy-type player. So looking at Awakening and Skies, like, those guys are AR players. Like, I know Awakening is sort of a flex, but Skies running in a submachine gun on some maps, like, it's going to be odd to me. But I'm excited to watch them play and see if they've been working in the lab and get more comfortable with the new roles.
I've been following Awakening since Challengers, and I love seeing my man glow up right now, and I hope he glows up this year. But also, Nameless, if the Florida Mutineers want to win, what will be the keys to victory?
Yeah, I mean, I just talked about it a little bit, right? Like, they have to get consistent in their new roles. Like, that is going to be huge for this game for these guys, right? Like, the SMGs, they have to be going off. And, you know, seeing a player like Skies use it, we'll see if he can stay in that role throughout the, the season and not try to go over towards the main. And then also communication needs to be a priority. Thinking about last year when we would go to their listen-ins, when they had players like Neptune on their roster, like the communication was off. So that has to be something that they fix going into this season.
Yeah, so the keys to victory, if I come correct, is going to be consistent in new roles, and also communication has to be a priority because there's no other way to win.
Yeah, I mean, obviously communication is one of the most important things. We saw some listen-ins last year where it was silent at times. Yeah. But this year, I want to see someone step up vocally for them. Maybe it's going to be TJHaly. Maybe he's going to be the quarterback of this team and kind of direct them and let them fly and obviously do well.
I want to see what TJHaly is all about, but also, let's go ahead and take a look on the other side of the table. We're talking about the Los Angeles Guerrillas, a team that they were the worst team in the CDL last year, right? They weren't too hot, but they had a facelift, and Nameless, they're looking brand new, and I'm loving this roster.
Yeah, it's a fresh roster, right? Like, these guys completely squad wiped. They bring in a bunch of veterans, and thinking about the keys to victory for these guys, it's a fresh roster. They just got to find their rhythm, man. Like, the Kickoff Classic, that's what this is all about. They got to come out here. Hook's going to have to be the playmaker. He's going to have to be going off and get his confidence back because he got benched not once, but twice last year. And then the rest of these guys as well, like Slasher got benched. Gunless's name was getting thrown through the dirt. aBeZy on that New York squad, there was a lot of drama and stuff around that as well. So a prove-it year for everybody on this team.
Yes, and a prove-it year definitely for Hoop, right? Because Hoop bounced around a lot last year. But even though he was still bouncing from team to team and whatnot, I still think his sub play is one of the sexiest out there.
Yeah, I'm super excited to watch him play, man. All the teams that he's been on and been successful, he is that guy on that team. And for this Los Angeles Guerrillas team, I think he needs to be that star SMG player along the likes of aBeZy being that playmaker as well. I just can't wait to watch him play, and I know he's going to be in form this year.
Right, and take a look at the keys to victory right here. This roster needs to definitely find their rhythm, and Hook has to be a playmaker. Well, for those of you at home that aren't too familiar with these teams, we put together a little beautiful clip for you. Let's learn about it.
I let the game do the talking, and then after I win, I'll have stuff to say.
I seized the moment. Championship Sunday, anything can happen.
Proving yourself every single day.
Hello, I am Kyler Garland, gamertag Hook, and I'm on the LA Guerrillas.
My name is aBeZy. My gamertag is Asim or aBeZy.
Austin Lidicoat, gamertag is Slasher.
Pierce Hellman, gamertag is Gunless. What the Kickoff Classic means to me is kind of just getting up on the main stage with these guys and kind of just having a good time and like enjoying WAN for the first time.
It's a good learning experience just to see how we mesh as a team on stage.
So it's just a different level of intensity of playing Call of Duty.
Ever since I got into the competition side of it, It's been my love to be up on the stage.
The team that's our biggest threat, I mean, I feel like you have to say FaZe right now. I feel like they were the best team last year. They were winning most of the events and always a contender every single event they went to.
Kind of just looking in and diving down into their team, it just seems like if you shut down like their main communicators and stuff like that, like it's kind of just like they'll start to become sluggish.
It's all about dethroning them right now. You have to in order to win.
It's all about the journey, man.
Shout out to the LAG organization, always taking care of us, you know, making sure that we're all good. Shout out Brenda, she's a real MVP.
Shout out Los Angeles Guerrillas, man.
Like they're copying my flow, they're stealing my game, G.
And there you have the Los Angeles Guerrillas, and shout out to the MVP, Brenda, wherever you are. Hey, you special one out there. But it's about that time to have a little bit of fun right here on the desk. Let's have predictions. First things first, we're going to kick things off with you, Slack. Who's getting clapped in this series, man? For the Mutineers, or you think Los Angeles Guerrillas is going to take it?
I can't lie, this series is going to go back and forth. I'm super excited to watch it. Some of the mixier maps are being played. I think Bocage maybe.
It's map 1.
I heard, so I'm excited to watch it, but I'm going to go LAG 3-1. I think it's going to be a battle, though.
LAG for Slack. Alley, who you rocking with?
I'm devil's advocate here on the desk. Nobody here agrees with me, but I'm taking Florida, winning at 3-1, just because LAG, all those players are so talented individually, and it's a full vet roster heading into this FaZe young gun meta. And so I'm just worried about the team chem at the end of the day.
All right, Nameless. Are you going to be the tiebreaker right now? Well, you are going to be the tiebreaker right now. Who you have winning, Florida or Los Angeles?
I'm going with LAG.
All right,
Bocage is map 1. I'm expecting Hook Skywalker to go off. Maybe it's going to be lit.
Now, backstage, they asked me for my prediction. They were like, Billy, who do you think is going to win? And I said, man, I think Los Angeles Guerrillas might actually take it 3-0. And they actually came up and gave me these beautiful glasses. And I'm going to be completely honest, man. Right here on the desk for my first time ever making a prediction. I'm happy to get things started.
Ooh.
And for those of you at home, I want to say thank you so much for being patient and tuning in to the stream so far, because first things first, for this matchup, we're going to kick things off with the Florida Mutineers and also the Los Angeles Guerrillas. It's about that time to pass it to a duo that I absolutely adore. It's going to be Chance and Miles. Take it away.
Veli, thank you so much. Can't wait to get into this one. It's finally time to kick the season off, really, the Kickoff Classic chance. It's been like a long time in the making, but we're here. We've done it. We've made it. Let's go, Texas. Let's make some noise. We got a big day, a weekend of games. I can't wait.
You sound like you are ready for Bocage, my friend. Good God, the energy, but you have the energy because I am blessed and lucky for my 8th Call of Duty title, and now I get to do it with the 2021 play-by-play caster of the year. Best in the business, and we get to start with him. And I mean, hey, again, Bocage map 1. Good luck.
Well, that's right. Bocage map number 1 will be starting things off with a bit of rage in the Bocage. And it's going to be something, friends. It's really going to be something. Again, thank you all for joining us. But Chance, let's go back to what the desk will say.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about these teams, of course. Oh, actually, hold that. Maps and modes, boys and girls, as we alluded to. Bocage up first. That hardpoint is going to be a blast. More on that later. Berlin S&D, Tuscan Control, Berlin Hardpoint, and Desert Siege, Search and Destroy. Chance, what's going on?
I mean, look, I got to take this one map at a time. The team that allowed Bocage to go through is actually Florida. And if you look at that team composition, 3 ARs, you really only have Vivid as that pure SMG. It is surprising to me that they don't want to play on Gavutu, that they want to see the Bocage, but that means we get to see which team is most cracked. Ooh. We get the answer that every Call of Duty fan loves to have. Who's bringing the gunny to the table? Who can outslay?
We're going to see some horror today on Bocage. If anyone's played Bocage 8s and soon to play in ranked play, let me tell you, friends, I can only do about 2 of these a day before I need a nap and a cold shower. Prepare yourselves, CDL fans. Strap in. This is going to be a blender.
And it truly is a map of extremes as well, right? Even from just the very first hill on this map, it might be the most difficult hill in Call of Duty history to get any degree of time on. So when we're paying attention to that P1, the most important thing in my mind is who's going to be able to try to flip those spawns and try to control that left side of the map. But we'll kick it off and we get skies.
Yep, P1 here on Bocage, quite the affair. As you know, our player cams live coming at you here. There's big changes. The lovely folks at Esports Engine now making a change, and Awakening with a lovely 2, and we're already setting up for second. Top side of the map with the tanks will be P2, but already the Mutineers find themselves some time, find themselves some kill, and Big Wake back at it, 3-1 before being brought down.
Hey, got brought down, and again, those spawns are so difficult to actually flip. All the squad spawns popping up for the Guerrillas, but not a great deal of time. Again, as expected for either team, you are just all about that control towards the left side, and this is Gunnies the whole way down. You had Sky started out 5-1 For the Mutineers, you can already tell, man, they came to play.
About 10 seconds now remaining before we go over towards the top side. And scrap time chance, something we want to talk about a lot here in Vanguard. It's not like it was last season at all. Like, you can get a lot of time here. There's a lot of battles still taking place. Spawns are crazy in this game. Break it down.
Well, I mean, just think about the nature of squad spawns, right? Every single hill, you can pop a 3-piece and the other team's gonna be right back in your face 3 seconds later. So if you can fight for that 10 seconds to scrap, win those 1v1 gunfights, I mean, hey, you'll take it. But this is the money hill, and right now, neither team able to get inside. The flank's coming through for Vivid. That's 3 kills to his name, and that means this hill is secure.
And this will be the most quiet we see Bocage go for quite some time. Amounts now leading up to the Mutineers. Asim now trying to cut his way through the middle of the map, and the rest of the boys doing their part as well. Gunless finds a kill. Also, over to Slasher, he gets his, and it's Asim's 2 that's going to lead the charge forward and finally get the Guerrillas on point.
And this is a dangerous hill we're going to be coming to. And actually, 20 seconds left again. This could be a situation where Florida, they're fighting for the new hill, and it looks like no scrap type's going to come through, but they just want to secure the right side of the map. And already, this is the squad spawn special. If you have Gunless, if he can sneak through, well, he gets caught, but we will see that a ton throughout Vanguard. Players trying to sneak, get through the back, and well, Slasher, it may very well be his turn. He's got the back, they've got the spawn as well. In Florida, they are nowhere near this point.
Nope, nowhere near it. Slasher still staying alive at the backside. Gunless finding himself 3 in the feed, and that's still going to be an open hard point, but not for long. Bottom side of house, grannies, as we call it in every single Call of Duty game. If there's a house, maybe 4 walls and a door, we're going to give it that name. And so far, it's all good for the Guerrillas, holding this one down. Slasher on a 3 right now as silence falls briefly across the arena. And now, DavePaddy rather, trying to make his way from up top. Through the back window he comes. Vivid through the kitchen, and he collapsed now on point. They've managed to get in there and get the contest, and finally cleaned up, and it's Florida with the time from the moment.
And just another hill, so tough to stay alive. And Skies, though, 15-7. This is your slay-heavy map. If you're finding the kills, you will find the dub. And right now, Skies leading that charge. He is cracked out of his mind. Couple kills going their way. And again, this scrap time, both teams will be fighting tooth and nail, even for those final 5 seconds. And Awakening there to take him down. But now that rotation over towards Barn. And, well, I mean, hey, this is only an 8-point game, as tight as it could possibly be.
Hey, see what you did there. Over towards Barn we go, and it's going to be Mutineers in control right now. But Sky still 16-8. He's going to be the one on the time there, looking to take care of Hook as he comes in through. And again, there's a lot of entrances. I think it's 8, 7, 8. There's too many to get into this hard point. You have to watch yourselves carefully, and that is exactly what Skies doesn't do. Asim with the opening kill. Entry now. His teammates have got to reinforce as quick as they possibly can. Jump to the outside. The first goes down. Paddy dropped as well. Can Big P find any more? Over to the inside of the hard point. Asim doing what he can. And as you can tell, friends, it's pretty litty here on Bocage. It is non-stop. And the Guerrillas looking fine so far with 20 left to go from above.
And they got Hook in prime position. He's the one pushed out looking for these kills in 15 seconds again. Scrap time is wonderful to have. It was a very tough start for the Guerrillas, but they have fought back in this game, and for the first time, they have taken the lead. Maybe a little bit of momentum their way as they have slowed Skies down, but again, it is Bocage. There is no expectation for anything other than a close game.
Pure chaos. The final hard point now in the rotation. We go towards the bottom side of the river, deepest part of the map. A little bit dirty, a little bit muddy. That little boat will be probably the only piece of cover you already see around here, and it's going to be a mess. But for now, it's looking all good as DavePaddy finds himself too. Awakening joining him there in the kill feed as well. Vivid, the backside of the map covered, but don't worry about it. DavePaddy's on a 5.
That means he's going to have a cruise missile potentially, or maybe not 5, maybe it is 7. We actually never know until the day what it's actually going to be, but this has been effectively a full 60 for the squad. Skies gets dropped, and finally, there's a bit of pressure from Guerrillas inside the hill, but now you go to sort of that 50-50 exchange where, again, the kills are just what's going to set the difference maker as Guerrillas finally able to get inside the point. But with 15 seconds again, you will see teams constantly fighting for that scrap.
Yeah, scrap time is not really scrap time anymore. It's all good time from here on out. Looking to break 100 points will be the Mutineers as we go back over towards the center of the map. And this gate, once again, not an easy hard point to hold, not an easy hard point to pick up a lot of time. Chance, you said it may be one of the hardest points in Call of Duty history to really get a good bit of time on. But LAG making a case for it right now.
And this is actually a decent bit of time on P1, even just to get those first 5 seconds. But the biggest issue from Guerrillas right from the opening break was allowing that top side of the map to get opened up. And that's where Awaken is working through. And they're putting the pressure through both sides as Vivid is coming through River. But they are just fighting, trying to cause that pressure, trying to get those back spawns through. But Vivid, I mean, he's got to deal with the squad spawns. There's 4 players around. He can't get it done. Guerrillas still in control of the left side.
Guerrillas with the control of the left side. We've seen a decent amount of time go to Florida for the gate here right off off the rip. Just about 20+ seconds now remaining, and they've done great so far. A brand new team chance. I'd love to go for a quick listen in with the Mutineers and see how they sound.
Left side. He went on mid, Alright. T4, kitchen. T4 is in the yard. T4, be careful. T4 is in the yard.
That's getting up on him.
He's to be on the barrel.
No, he's on bar.
Back the roof, Pierce, looking at bottom bar. He went top bar window. 2.
Pre-aim.
Nado. Thing is behind me.
We're gonna toss here. He's in one shot wine, he's only
Yeah, they're in one. I'll help you with Cade.
He dead.
Mid game, nice, 2. He's on the barrel hill, and there's one tin with an AR looking over him.
Top bar roof. Wait, watch out the roof.
That's it, that's the guy.
Need him hill.
Yo, top bar still, roof still. I'm looking at it.
The back bar,
He's on the barrel pill.
Got one in the back.
I'm hitting my
Barn dead. Nice.
Yo,
I'm getting
spot.
River's one.
I'm looking at River. River, no, I died. C2.
I got double knee. There's one River, yeah. Barn,
I flipped again.
It's fine. This is good.
Spawning River.
I'm in hill.
Next person to die rotate.
Top one, Kyle.
Team 3 weak.
You win him. T2, push it through. Then what's top bar going down middle, I think.
I'll spawn out. He's on the low tank, yeah. I'm gonna go mid street. It could be barn on you.
You be top bar.
I don't see anything barn. I'm hitting mid street.
Top white right now, guys.
Top white color on you. Top white and River stairs. River stairs last guy. River stairs gunless. He's gonna go up to tower. They're gonna spawn back right.
Go top white again.
They're spawning back right. I'm trying to get you low.
They're gonna run for me. Top white.
One in your back.
There's River on me.
Let's grab your chase.
Yo, back down the street.
Miles, the biggest standout for me is Dave Patty. His comms, well, first of all, the pistol on point. Good God, but the comms as well. He is a motor mouth, and that is a big question for this team. Is the communication going to be there? And he's bringing a lot to the table. So is Big P, though. That's a force free for him as he was sitting in barn, trying to stay alive and collect this time. And fun luck for Florida. They're just going for the push. It is 4 guys around the hard point, 20 seconds left, and it looks like it should be secure as that lead has flipped again.
It's flipped once again. 50 seconds now remaining on the bottom side of the house, and we're going to look towards rotations soon. Big Wake will be the player on the hard point now, racking up as much time as possible as that conveyor belt. Now the rest of the teams move their way forward. Over to the barn we go. It's a hop, skip, and a jump quite literally for Big Wake as he now makes his way across. Lovely angle to be found there. Takes care of himself a hook, slashes upstairs, and what can he find now from this position? Checks his corners, does his due diligence, and now the back spawn's identified as well. Big Wake, this could be a huge play. Can he get inside though? The answer is no. Slasher, Gunless, and Hook find their kills respectively, and the Guerrillas maintain control.
Oh, and they're able to get the push out as well. You see exactly what Slasher is doing. He's swinging out towards the field side to get control, and he's got a seam doing the exact same thing over towards River. If you're able to get pushed out, even Barn can be turned into a money hill. This is fantastic work as Slasher is on a 5, but even still, it is plenty of time left, and Florida, they are nearby here for the contest.
He's on a 5. If he gets to 7, he gets a glide bomb. Let's see if he can do it. Over to Slasher once again. There it is. Gets himself a streak to work with. Actually, sir, it's not a glide. You know what? I'm confused. We'll deal with that one later. But over now towards Big Wake, who gets dropped by Gunners and a nice 2 spree there. Time still ticking away. And the Mutineers, they will be able to devour this scrap. Rotation, though. Bottom side of the map, we go back towards River. Once again, LAG in position now.
And this can also be a money hill, one of the very few on Bocage where you can get a great deal of time. And again, it is the same situation. You've got both sides pushed out. You get Hook can be the Slayer. He can only find 2, and that should be the indicator of where the pressure is coming from. Slasher doesn't let anything through, and so far so good. I mean, 15 seconds by in Florida, they can't even touch this point. They need to regroup and make something happen, and you see the setup. You're just waiting patiently for their teammates, Florida. Now they gotta go.
And Vivid's in the soft spots. He's managed to find it. Over towards Slasher he goes. That's going to be 3. Great work out of the Florida Mutineers. Break that one wide open. The hard point's now there. It's 25 to work with. Sky's watching the backside of the map. Can he find any more kills here as Vivid's doing the hard work up front? LAG may chalk it. They may go back towards the middle. They're setting themselves up for P2 as well.
I mean, that's how far in advance these guys are thinking. I mean, it is a minute and 15 seconds, but they are making sure they take their time on the left side. And keep in mind, this happens a ton on Bocage. This is not something that happens very consistently throughout the rest of Call of Duty history, but we have a minute and a half on the game clock. I don't expect a ton of time on P1 to come through, and this is a map where it just ends on time. You have to keep that in the back of your mind because these players are balancing everything.
Dave's taking heads today. This is a wonderful opening, and what a debut to the CDL he's having over towards Big Way, because he tries to find a few more, see him cut down before his feet even touch the ground. We have passed over 200 points now for the Mutineers. We are going to see a little bit more time here tick away towards P1 as Hook now on your screen, the chosen one. Can the Skywalker find anything here as they try to break on through to this point? Gunless leading the charge from upstairs. And again, as much time as they can possibly get, a chance of all things. We're so evenly contested now towards the end of the game.
And Gunless can be that guy up top, right? Slasher trying to collect a little bit of time. He still has that score streak, but if Gunless is up top, he's the one that is going to be chopping these players down on the rotation. He cannot connect with the first. Florida able to get, well, I say get potentially the final few seconds. It will be the slightest lead going into this next hill, and this P2, in my mind, is what's going to decide this game. If you can either team lock this down, you will put yourself in such a good position. And Guerrillas, they might have the spawns, but right now, Florida, they have control.
Over towards the tanks. Skies, belly in the ground, trying to hold the line now, waiting for Gunless to show himself, and he won't. Ooh, a flank now from aBeZy off the top rope! As Seam gets cut down, clock still ticking. An open hard point for a brief few seconds, and here we go. LAG have managed to find the kills, but they find themselves in a trap, and none other than Big Wake. Oh, he got snuffed out! And Slasher, he calls in the fighter pilot, comes in from above, the strafing run's gonna open the field, and oh my god, chance, we may be going back to a tie game.
I mean, anything that can keep it, even 25 seconds. If I'm Florida, I'm trying to fight for this, and Skies, that is what he has on his mind. Looking for the first player up top, can't quite get through. The reinforcements not quite in. Gunless there to take him down, and this is 15 extra seconds. Guerrillas have taken over the lead, and they're gonna be, what, 5 seconds away from ending this game, going over towards New. Or maybe Dave can make the play just to strip that little extra bit off the clock.
Absolute pandemonium. Once again, another hard points up. We could be seeing the last one here, and again, game clock 49 seconds to play with still, so things could get dicey on the flank though. It's Hook. He's managed to make his way in now. The attention from the Florida Mutineers to be diverted through the front line. The break is on, and here we go. Guerrillas are in. They're trying to find anything they can, but it's Big Wake. It's Big Wake. Slasher brings him down. Trades are abound. Over towards Skies now. 43. No more. We're back in the point. And look at this time ticking away still. Los Angeles Guerrillas. Can Boots hold the back line? He does. And the clock's still ticking. Vivid, what have you got? As we keep going once again inside the bottom of the hard point. A few seconds for the win now for the Guerrillas. But no, it's 5 now for the win for the Mutineers, and oh my god, they may have just done it. The time's all good. Map number 1 goes to the Mutineers.
Oh my god, say a prayer for Bocage. I am exhausted. And again, we talked about that scrap time right from the jump. I mean, you could pick any number of a dozen plays to break down, but it's on that P2. Remember, Dave Patty went through the field side, fought, and just stripped away a few extra seconds. And, well, they only won by a grand total of 4. I am telling you, on this map, the smallest of plays make the biggest of differences. And on a map that, hey, we were thinking maybe not Florida's best, maybe Sky's not quick enough with the AR. Well, he pulls out the sub, and that man, well, he just flew.
He was pissing metal all game long. He managed to drop, what, 45 in the end there? Brilliant stuff out of the Mutineers. Who slept on them? Hands up. I know you're out there. Who slept on the Mutineers? That was a fun one to start the day. Woo! Let's take a look at some of those replays as our first Bocage Hardpoint of the 2022 season. Already a banger.
And I will say, right from the jump, these guys set the tone. I mean, Awakening had a hot start. Skies obviously started out 5-0, was double positive through different portions, but it really is no joke. It is fighting for all the scrap time. It is making just the tiniest bit of difference, and again, the chaos just absolutely reigns supreme. In this moment, by the way, he was the guy that had the best comms on the team when he's gunning with the pistol like that. Dave Patty, I mean, what a hell of a way to make your CDL appearance. That is a wonderful map, one that Florida just put together. And as you said, in the power rankings, from the teams, from the analysts, even from the coaches, they had Florida down at the bottom, normally around 10th or 11th place, and that's normally based off the hard points. Well, they just showed up big. Map number 1.
I mean, Bocage is a hard one. It's such a mess and it's so intense.
I'm not going to predict.
Don't predict anything here on Bocage. It's a wild one as we saw those final few moments. They were a lot of fun, gotta say, but it's going to be a good year, Charles. This is going to be wild. And also, it didn't go to the game clock.
It did not. I think earlier in the year there was a stat JP threw out that maybe like 80% of the games were ending on time. Well, these teams are starting to figure out a little bit better, and of course on land, well, usually the map slows down. Maybe Bocage is the exception to the rule, but I mean, even still, a hell of a way to kick off this series. And now we move into Search and Destroy, where I'm thinking for LAG, yes, they can bounce back. Hook, I know, has been grinding Search and Destroy, but this is where I think Florida, this is their biggest threat.
I mean, I don't know. I got no predictions. I got nothing. I'm just ragingly. What? You hitting me? What is it?
Dude, we get snipes back, bro. I am so excited on Berlin. I don't know who's pulling out the boomstick for Florida, but if we're on Berlin, I mean, at least half the round, they're going to be sniped.
Yeah.
Someone needs to put on a show. If the pros think it's OP, I'm here to expect them to prove it.
Well, also, I mean, it's an interesting thing when we think about the difference right now, because of course we've Search and Destroy as a game mode for the newer viewers here. It's 6 rounds, for the win. We take turns attacking, defending bomb sites. This is a much slower game mode, a much bigger map as well. Bocage was kind of a little bit claustrophobic. Berlin's one of the bigger maps in the game, and a fan favorite as far as I'm concerned. I think it's great fun. What do you think, mate? I mean, is going to be an LAG bounce back? Come on, man. It's also single elim. If you lose today, friends, you're out. You're done. You get nothing.
I think that would be a tragic way to end. You go out to Texas just to get 3-0'd potentially to kick off your year. But again, Berlin, we expect the snipes. We already talked about, at least on the desk, they did the stats from Hook. He had an incredibly strange Cold War season, but when he was playing, his S&D stats were elite. One of the best first blood percentages we had in the game. And on a map like Berlin, you can be incredibly creative. You can take, I mean, a dozen or so different routes really from either side of the table. And of course, the snipes, I don't know who's pulling it out. I know it's gunless for LAG.
Yeah. Florida,
I've seen nothing.
Skies can probably snipe. Big Wake. You know Big Wake's guy. He's packing. You know it.
No comment.
What the hell? Let's get into the game, friends. We're almost there. And again, we're just getting everyone to the lobby, loading things up. New Call of Duty fans, though, welcome. We hope you're enjoying yourselves here on Vanguard. Crazy times. And again, wish we could have got to you sooner, frankly. We've all been itching to get competitive Call of Duty back into our veins. And Skies, starting things off great. Mr. Bueno, certainly invested into something during the off-season, had a good time. And Asim as well, a player who, we look back at his last season chance, he had a really interesting up-and-down season for the New York Subliners. I think he came out on top in a brilliant, brilliant way.
Well, I think Asim, in my mind, I mean, he has to be like at the tippy top of the list of like best teammate you could possibly have in this CDL. I mean, if you have a map where he needs to be cracked out, he can provide. Do you need good comms? Do you need the route man? Do you need the vibes? He literally is the whole package of the teammate. And you're looking at a team that is like full of legends. Gunless had like a 3-year rampage where he was the best player in the game throughout the tail end of the Jetpack years. We haven't seen that Gunless in quite some time. Even Hook is that same caliber player. Slasher, world champion, but the past couple of years, Asim has been that guy, the potential glue of this Guerrillas squad. And well, they need the glue here on Berlin. The bounce back game the Guerrillas are looking for. It obviously goes without saying, going down 2-0 in the series and giving momentum to a team from Florida who, again, was expected to be at the very bottom of the CDL. Not a fun spot for the Guerrillas to be in.
Not a fun spot indeed. Here we go, though. Search and Destroy. Map number 2. Over to Berlin, we have it. And up first, it will be LAG on offense. And we're teetering over towards the B-bomb site, and we're going to get a fight straight off the rip. It's happening, and it's Hook with a sweet nade to start things off, and a 2-piece.
First Blood Reaper, there you go. That is what Hook provides. Good nature for the first, and they get the bomb down. And already, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, they win this round. You get that bomb planted on the B site, and you have the man advantage. It is incredibly difficult to try to work your way and clear out the bottom side of this map, and even the setup from the Guerrillas, it's perfect. Asim can stay in the site. The spot Slasher is in at the far side of the map. He can see the bomb from there, and well, Hook, he is the cutoff king. The third kill from him for the first round. He doesn't get the ace, but that is perfection of a round number 1. First Bloods on point, coordinated nades, and the perfect setup you have towards the end is Slasher able to go and take down that final kill.
Yeah, Slasher's the insurance policy there towards the end, just in case the rest of his teammates fall. He's still watching that bomb from that long line of sight. We swap sides now. We give the Florida Mutineers a chance to bite back, as they will now take bomb to either A or B and trying to kill everyone on LAG.
And I think really you just saw the B strat sort of get shown off, right? You always have someone in some nerd spot at the far right side of the map if you go towards B, but now we're actually seeing DavePatty. I don't know if he saw Gunless cross, and well, Gunless gets the first blood, shreds Skies in that moment, and does get traded. So you'll have a 3v3 around this site, and this is very quick flanks right now for the LA Guerrillas coming through. They've got 2 players on the steps. This is perfect for a retake.
Dead silence activated for 2 members of the LAG. Hook's going to get cut down to the flank. Great awareness there from Big Wake. Asim? He has no idea what just happened. Dave comes in and gives the 1-2 and gives the advantage now to the Mutineers. Less than 30 seconds left as Dave Paddy in Awakening. going up against Slasher. Dead silence activated of his own. He's got a few moments to be silent. Oh, hello, there's one. The Mad Titan now in a 1v1. 15 seconds now for Awakening to get the bomb down or win the gunfight against Slasher, and here he goes, throws shoulders. Oh, he didn't see it. Ah, there it is.
And I think Awakening might have seen him as well, right? He was just playing off the clock. He knows he doesn't, as long as Slasher isn't defusing in the moment, he doesn't have to kill him straight away. And that's a pretty nice round for the bounce back for Florida, attacking over towards that A site, because I thought the double pinch that was coming through from the Guerrillas might have been the perfect way to retake, but I think it was Dave Patty able to sniff out a seam and basically be the dagger player in the round. But Guerrillas, what we saw from them, quick B plant, easy peasy. Round on offense. And it looks like they're going back to Old Faithful if it ain't broke. Or a spread.
Maybe a bit of a spread. We'll see if who can find another 2 right off the rip. Dave Patty. Highest point of the map, Gunners with the opening read. His automaton rings out over this cold night in Berlin and finds the first. Vivid though. Sneaky as you like. Oh, will he read the second kill as well? Hit and run tactics. Slash is now trying to find him. 3v3. Bomb down right in the middle of the map.
Keep in mind, this game tells you when the other team picks up the bomb. Then again, cruise missiles apparently are on 7, so...
Glide bomb.
Glide bomb.
Glide bomb. It's 1945.
I read the patch notes. That's my problem. Florida able to get a couple kills. They've gotten first blood at every single round, but this is a nice bounce back. And again, if that bomb is down, I mean, this is as free as can be. Slasher, again, the player left in the clutch situation. It might be handed to him. There's the first gunfight. Can't quite get the second. Aim assist a little bit shaky, specifically through that window.
He almost got that second, man. I mean, the kill time in Vanguard is very, very fast. Okay. What?
You're not wrong.
Excuse him. What? Well, Big Wake still doing what Big Wake does. A nice round still to the Mutineers.
3 for 3, though, for first bloods on the side of the Guerrillas. They have been on point, even though they don't get that round win. If they can keep that going, whether it be from the nades or if Gunless can just continue to provide, you will take what you get. In Florida, apparently they favor the A site. This is back-to-back rounds. They're going straight to A again. Dave Patty is watching that cross. He should be able to feed this information, say, hey, guys, it is a 3 versus 2 on site. They're in. They're Awakening Shinoba Hook there to take him down.
Rings out of nowhere, finds the first. Will he dip dive, find any more? No, Vivid guns up in time. Oh, Vivid gets 2. Now he's got the bomb and he's got a 3v2 situation. And look at that mini-map. It's your boy. Dave Patty's already on the flank, looking to deal some damage here, and this could be the death knell. Checks the corners, there's 1, and the second, if he gets it, oh my word, the teamwork prevails, the Mutineers too fast, too smart. Another great round, it's 3-1.
And just a very simple call from the team, right? After Vivid shreds the first 2, Dave Patty, he's just clearing out the rest of the map. He knows that everyone from Guerrillas gonna be wrapping back towards that site. He plays the flank perfectly, and his teammates doing a nice job of making sure they do not throw away their lives. A very well-executed round as Florida, again, I'm going to say it maybe 5 more times throughout this series. This is a team that everyone was expecting to be at the very bottom of the CDL, especially so this tournament. And here they are on cruise control in spite of the first bloods in a pretty good spot.
Big Wake doing what he can. Again, opening doors in this game, doors, breakable windows, and breakable bits of walls, and walls that you can break, and all sorts of all that. You know what I'm talking about? All of that now plays into the strategy of these teams. And Hook may have slipped on through, but Awakening there by the small statue in the 1v1 now. Aggression, timing, perfect. Big Wake strikes once again. Wow, Gunless wins an important fight. Slasher recovers the bomb, 3v3. And Dave has got a nice angle here to look over towards the bomb site and help out as much as he can through the window. Will it land? No. LAG, they vacated the bomb site, giving it up, making the rotate.
And they're going for the quick wrap, and actually look how aggressive Skies is playing. They might be set up for this read. They might be waiting for it to come through. Someone right there is top 3. Vivid up top. He has to find one, but he gets caught. This rotation with the Guerrillas, they are taking their time, and they still have a little bit left. And that B site is wide open. And again, if you get this bomb planted on B, you're going to have Florida. They have to clear out so much of the map, and it's about the timing. Gunless there, though. He catches the flanker, and Dave Patty, good luck in this 1 versus 3.
And Dave Patty, will he prove to be the big bad wolf against these 3 little pigs? Here we go. Slasher's eyes on. Pure aggression. He knows the fight's coming. Oh, my. Okay, I'll give it to him, man. He put up a damn good fight. But LAG, a wonderful rotation, saves them the round. and they stop the bleeding quickly.
And it's just, again, a good call to go for that rotation. You had Dave in top 3 of fire, shooting you through the walls. There was no real clear openings to get that bomb planted on A, so hey, might as well just leave it. Go towards the other site. And again, anytime a team can get that bomb planted on B, I mean, you have to say, even if they have the man disadvantage, still a very good possibility of winning that round on offense. But Guerrillas bounce back, and I think right now, looking at the scoreboard, Sky's yet to get a kill. The same thing for Asim. Dave Patty on the cross. Saw at least 2. The smoke came out just a little late.
Awakening's trailed on the door. If Hook flies through, he's a dead man, making a lot of noise, trying to bake something out. Vivid on the flank. Oh my god, it works straight out. Manages to get the first on a gunless. The first blood wizard in Cold War. And Awakening finds 2 more. Now Slasher, last up in the 1v4. This is not going to be a pretty fight, but he may be able to make something of this. There's the shots. But the numbers work out on the Mutineers. Another great round from them. And Vivid, another brilliant start.
I feel like Zuma somewhere just out there celebrating just that mid-map hit, the instant flake coming through. And that is, again, it is just very simple decisions and calls right now from the Mutineers that are making the difference. And Vivid, pretty much as soon as he gets it, I mean, that's the wrap over towards the A site. You're just going to have Guerrillas worried about the flank. You don't know where Vivid is. The pressure coming through on the actual site. That is a hyper-efficient round. If I'm LAG, I'm thinking just go back to B. That's where they've had the most success. And it looks like the bomb is certainly leaning that direction.
Here's the B hit. Skies will be the player watching the cross.
Smokes out.
Makes his way in. Sky should be there. They have bomb site. Looking to the remaining members of Mutineers flying through middle. Here they come. Hook managed to take care of 1, though. That could slow them down just enough. Any more is brilliant, and Hook somehow managed to get 2. Will he be able to get the 3rd as well? That would be unbelievable. This entire play has been cut to pieces. A disaster here on defense from the Mutineers. Hook won't find any more. It's over to Skies, and Gunless has got his number. The Guerrillas, old B faithful, works out for them.
And again, there's the first bloods on point. Hook, a menace when he delivers. And that was massive for him to get those kills as well over towards that P2 hardpoint, excuse me. It was 3 players from Florida trying to steam their way through the middle of the map, but they ran into the Skywalker. They got cut down. And again, Guerrillas, at least on offense, over towards that B site. That is where they have thrived. And on the flip side, Florida, I think just about every single round, just straight bullies over towards A. They've been able to do whatever they want. If it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it. And no one crossed. I think they might have the information. There's a couple late hits, and that's why Guerrillas, they're going down low to try to have some flanks. They're trying to be sneaky.
How sneaky can they be? We'll find out. The roaring tones of Bear McCreary rearing out here as Gunless finds his first, and Skies catches 1. Hip fire at the ready. Pistol, just as dangerous, and Dav Paddy there. Dave, sorry mate, as he makes his way to reinforce quickly. 3v3. Basim and Vivid both tip out for their respective teams. The chance that low ground has paid off now for the Guerrillas.
And Guerrillas in such a good spot too. You got number 7 Gunless. He can actually see over this A side, or he might be juggling back and forth. You have Hook potentially could go for a late pinch, but you also have a couple different crosses. Guerrillas have all of the bases covered. And even if you plant on A, Hook can make this play. He did not spot Skies up top. Did he?
No, I don't know. He's sneaky. Oh, he saw a head. He saw him now. And now look at him go. I'm going to kill him. Flying forward he goes. Skies, he's in the window. Oh my god. 25 on the clock. Bomb's being planted. Slasher runs into it. That's the bomb being planted. 3v2. Mutineers now buckling in for the fight. Skies has got the other side of the map covered. Who's flying forward? Cut to pieces. Gunless now on the 1v3. This is for map point. Big P, what have you got? And on the bomb site, and it's nothing. Chance, what have you got? Your mouth is wide open.
Is someone from Guerrillas faded? Am I crazy? Hook spotted Skies top 3rd, jumping over towards like the A side of the map, and he just cuts left. There was no one over there from Florida. I don't know if they got baited by a stun. I don't know if there was a bad call out or if Hook is just on a different planet. But in that moment, that felt strange because the setup for the retake was actually there over towards A for Guerrillas. And they just sort of give it up. And here we are for Florida, 1 round away from getting the dub, and Asim still sitting on the donut. This man needs to find something. It's Guerrillas leaning towards B, but this time Vivid and Skies a bit more aggressive through docks.
Let's see if the search for the new bomb is over. But 2 players in towards B now for the Mutineers on the defense. Asim slowing things down, bomb in hand. They're going to try to find a pick before they make their way in towards a bomb site. They've got presence over towards A as well, and it's Dave. He manages to open up the first here on Gunless. The first blood, incredibly important. Pops steady immediately, looking to find a few more, but a stalemate indeed here, Chance. This is map point for the Mutineers.
Someone for Guerrillas needs to find a pick. And, well, Hook, too over-aggressive. He was looking for something instead. He just gets caught. Slasher with an opening, but already look at number 1 on the minimap. You already got Train pushed out. B is completely locked down. And for Guerrillas, I mean, you got a little bit of time. You need to make sure you clear out all of these spots as they fall one by one. Slasher, the final one up, and he will be the final one down. Florida Mutineers, 2 maps in a row. They are looking hot.
The writing was on the wall in that final round, as there we have it. 2-0 here in the series so far. The Florida Mutineers have certainly come to play, and that's a stinger. That's a stinger there for the LAG players. I mean, we had a lot of hope for them coming into that one. Of course, the Bocage was so close, but Search and Destroy there in Berlin comes to a close, and Chance, I think this is an upset.
I mean, apparently not. It might be an upset from everyone else's perspective, but I think Florida might disagree. By the way, first Search and Destroy map of the year, and the first donut as well. Asim, the first player to take that tumble, and Guerrillas, well, in a tough spot. Again, if you have Florida that was expected to be around 11th in the power rankings, if you get 3-0'd by those guys, that's going to be a tough flight home.
I mean, aLLeY called them to win it. She called Scump to win the solo YOLO. Who knows? She may be a genius. But this is an interesting start. No, it has to be said. I mean, this is a wild one. We have no idea what to expect coming into Vanguard. Our power rankings are going out the window slowly but surely. But our first series, man, it's a fun one, man. It's an interesting start to the season so far. And I mean, Control's coming up next, obviously, a game mode that we know plenty about from previous games. But it's very different here in Vanguard. And I don't know what to expect.
It's also very tricky, right? Because these pros have only had, I mean, a few weeks at this point to actually practice Control. Like, anyone says that Call of Duty pros can't adapt, they are crazy. I mean, again, cruise missiles just yesterday took 5 kills to actually earn, and well, it is on the day changes these players have to make, and you go into Control. Actually, I will say, I think Guerrillas are going to win map 3. I'm confident that. I've seen them play this map once, and I think they played incredibly well.
Well, we've watched plenty of scrims in the lead up, of course, to this event, and pretty well is one thing, but we're going to be playing Tuscan Control after this as we look across these highlights here from Berlin, Search and Destroy. Tactical prowess, maybe not so much, but a couple of sweet corners. I mean, that's really what Berlin's all about. It's good rotations, it's great map movements. Your shot can only be so good at this level of Call of Duty.
It's also like very simple play calls that need to be made, right? And I think one of the biggest mistakes Guerrillas made was in that round when Hook spotted Skies, and again, just cut to the wrong direction, ends up giving up the bomb plan. There are just so many situations where Guerrillas, they just put themselves in a spot where there is simply nothing you can do. So Florida Mutineers, well, not picked them apart in map 1, certainly did so in map number 2, but I mean, they're just looking so good in this series. I will say, though, I trust Guerrillas for the bounce back in game. Look, I really do.
We need it. We need it. Because again, Guerrillas fans, we know there's plenty of you here in the stadium, and I know that you don't want to be going home early, although there is a bar directly beneath us, so if you have to drown your sorrows, you're in the right place. But here we go, Tuscan Control, map number 3, Berlin Hardpoint, of course, and Desert Siege S&D, that we do have to go the distance, but Tuscan's going to be cool, man. I'm a massive fan of Tuscan. One of my favorite maps, again, alongside Berlin, like the big ones, you know, like the big ones, because we're slow and old, and I love those playing those long lines of sight with the ARs. But we're going to go to a very, very quick commercial break. When we come back, Tuscan Control, and potentially the last map here in the series for LAG. Find out what happens after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Gentlemen, mesdames, messieurs, welcome back. We're ready to rock and roll into Tuscan Control. I can't help but make this stuff rhyme. You know that. I just can't help it. I can't help it, Chance. I can't help it. We're ready to rock and roll, friends. Mutineers up 2-0 in the series thus far, and it is a surprise to quite a lot of folks. I think the analyst desk is scratching their chins, but maybe not aLLeY. She called this one quite a while away, mate.
I mean, fair enough. She does have fantastic calls, but in my mind right now, the story, at least from the side of the Guerrillas, is just about redemption as an organization, right? A very tough, first 2 years that they have had. They had the squad wipe, bring this new team on, full of veterans, full of guys like Hook, like world-class players who, well, now need redemption in their own right. Whether it is a turmoil of a past year for a guy like Hook or a couple tough years, because we both know that Slasher hates online play. Well, it is land now. You are down 0-2. They need redemption in the series. But again, Tuscan Control, I think that the Guerrillas are going to handle it very well. We can talk about it a little bit more when the map actually jumps in. But I think Tuscan is going to have a very specific strategy that is going to be optimal, that almost all teams are going to adopt. And what I mean by that is don't hit B off the rip. It just is not worth it. It really isn't.
You've made that very, very simple there, mate. And again, we go to Tuscan now, and it's like, well, what are we looking out for, friends? We're looking out for those hits over towards A off the rip. And you'll know what we mean when the map loads up. You see what's going on, because let's face it, you're getting shot straight out of a cannon and straight into that point, because it's basically right next to where everyone spawns.
In Tuscan, again, when you talk about the A-B sites, it's similar to Search and Destroy. You can get to A basically faster than the defense can, so it's not necessarily a free cap, but if you try to go to B off the rip, you might just put yourself in a dire situation. It will be rare that we see aggression towards B from the offensive team, but also more importantly, take your time with it. You don't need to rush into things to actually capture this A zone. I think the teams that are going to be the best on this map are going to be the teams that leave one player on it, and you just play for kills, find the kills, and that is how you win offensive rounds. You do it with the slang.
Here he goes. Big wake, doing what big wake does. He finds 4 right off the rip, but he's got a couple more at the bottom side of church if he really wants it. The rest of the team, though, capturing A. Second tick already gone. A minute 20 on the clock. Chance is about to become 2.
And again, this is perfect. Leave one guy on, buy as much time as you possibly can, and just try to collect these kills. Dave Patty gets the next one, and already Vivid, he's pushing through these spawns. He doesn't need to go towards that B point. If he lives at this back tank, he will be spawning out these Guerrillas players right at the top right of the minimap, and then if they can ever find the kills, it makes that roto over towards B that much easier. The Mutineers, they have the game plan. This is the strategy that is best in my mind on Tuscan.
They're executing it very well. B zone, the only one remaining now on the map. 2 minutes with the clock to work with. We've got 26 lives of the Mutineers to throw at that point. Only 20. Los Angeles Guerrillas there. Lives remaining just underneath the control board. Skies from behind, won't catch much. Over the point we go, Slasher. It's his job now to defend this point essentially alone. Dave Patty, though, wins the battle. The numbers now flying their way forward. From the church, we'll find a few, but Awakening's got that angle covered. Hook managed to make that safe. Gunners look forward the pinch. The defense looks a little solid, but we need more Guerrillas players forward. More Guerrillas players past that B zone, trying to push the Mutineers back into their spawn.
The Mutineers, they just want to push the pace, right? Whether or not you're going towards B, as long as you are aggressive, you strip down these lives, and you got Vivid flying through. 3 for him. You got 2 bodies, or maybe just 1 on the actual point. But you got them lined up and taken down. Awakening gets 2. The next one.
Oh my God!
And goodness gracious, 19-7 on the life count. Florida, they're playing TDM.
They're playing TDM. There's 2 ticks at B now gone. There's 1 remaining. Oh, who is it? It's Hook. He managed to get close, but it's not enough. The lives are out. 19-3. This has been a whooping in round 1.
A whooping indeed, and there is no energy, so much so that the cameras can't even show them to save the embarrassment. That is picturesque of what you want on the offensive round. I mean, maybe stack the point after you get the triple wipe, maybe a little bit quicker, but again, that is just as well as you could handle right from the start. That is how you play Tuscan Control.
Yeah, that was disgusting. Big rebound time now for LAG. We'll see if they can do it to the Mutineers back now on offense, because there does seem to be quite a favored map. I get seaside vibes from BO4 from Tuscan a little bit. With the sense that you got one zone that's a real easy cap, the second one's a lot harder to get to. But the way that spawns work on this map in particular, it is vicious. It's vicious once you get. We saw what Vivid just did. That was a stunning, stunning ending.
You see the exact same setup, by the way, right? One body left on this A point. You're just capping it as slowly as possible, looking for the kills. But the difference is Guerrillas can actually find them. Sky's right now on a 5 spree, and the streaks might be a little bit weird in this game as of late, but they're still nice to have. Awakening finds the flank, takes down 2. A has not been captured, and you got control in a gunny like that. Florida, I mean, they're just on cruise control.
Incredible timing from Big Wake. Again, looking at the capture on that A zone. They're now draining the final tick on A. That's brilliant defensive play now from the Florida Mutineers, still forcing the way forward. Guerrillas not out of this one yet. Gunners on the scene now. 1 tree at a time. They'll make their way in. Skies is tagged up a little bit. You should see them be able to overthrow the point now. Here comes the flight. Gunners is in. Shots are good. Awakening drops. He's still got players to deal with, and Gunless now essentially alone. And Slasher can help him with the fight on mid. Nah, Vivid's there. Great timing. And back and forth we go. Finally now, the Guerrillas will win the fights. Eyes on that minimap. They're going to overthrow the A zone. They managed to get themselves a minute extra time on the clock. 2 minutes now to play with, and they do have a life lead.
That is plenty of time for the Guerrillas to work with. And right now, Vivid, he is effectively the lone man on this tank for this setup, and that's exactly where the pressure's coming through. Hoop can't even get the kills. They get chopped down, and nice and stationary towards the back. Florida just trying to catch up on lives.
Yeah, they're doing what they can to just find those kills. Close spawns, as you can see. Jesus, Big Wake, 8 HP, but your boy is frying. There was a lot of worry chance about Big Wake coming into the season's Awakening. It hasn't looked that hot online.
Well, I mean, hey, maybe this would be a different time for him, but they're getting all these kills. Now you actually get map pressure, and this is where the tables kind of turn on offense. It is not easy to get towards this B point. Right now, Florida, there are no openings. Guerrillas, they are stacking up, everyone flooding through P5. Hey. There's the first, the second one is there, and so far, they can't even get out of that room.
He runs out of bullets, but that could have been another one. Slasher now trying to find an opening. 1 kill at a time, 1 minute remaining. It's 3 for Big Wake, it's 4 for Big Wake, and somehow he takes care of Slasher. That was unbelievable. There's an MP40 in hand now, and a couple more kills to be had. Hoop, the bunny hop over the top, flying forward. Look at this fight now through the doorway. Gunless, aBeZy trades on point. aBeZy can't win it, and that defensive hold is going to be huge for the Mutineers.
Well, it opens up the middle of the map for a brief moment. Slasher may be able to make a play. If he can find this kill that actually opens up the P5 push, but Guerrillas instead, they're trying to work their way through Church, but 30 seconds on the clock. This might just come down to time. Guerrillas, they need to actually step foot on B just to stop the time from ticking down. And right now, they're going kind of slow.
Raw Awakening to that long line of sight cover. Seems going to get cut down as well. Here comes Gunless to back him up. Is this going to be enough to get going? 15 seconds. You have to make a play right now, Guerrillas. And Hook's trying to make it happen. Can't quite get it done. No lives left, and here it is, falling to pieces. The final 10 seconds or the remaining 3 lives. Take your pick. The Mutineers, they show the goods on offense. They're showing the goods on defense as well. They will now go 2-0 up in control.
That is a tough round for the Guerrillas. Again, the opening break was solid. You get 2 minutes on the clock to work with after you capture A. Plenty of time, but they really just never found their footing. No one was ever to be annoying, get behind enemy lines. And keep in mind, Vivid for Florida, that was round number 1. He was able to get in the back, cause the confusion, find these kills, and really stagger the push on defense. The Guerrillas on the flip side played a little bit slow, and honestly, the AR players finding none of the kills. Slasher nearly triple negative, Gunless double negative. They are struggling.
12-5 for Skies. Pressure still on the A zone. Slasher's going to find 2. Nice bit of work. They don't manage to get that first segment of A cleaned up. Woo! Gunless keeping mid-map safe. Vivid now. Fighting his way forward, looking to buy some space. They should be able to close out that first segment on A, but it's not going to be an easy one. 2-2 split right now for the Guerrillas on defense, fighting their way forward. aBeZy's managed to get himself into mid-map. This is huge. He can do a lot of damage here if he can set himself up. Awakening, sneaky Awakening's going over to B.
I don't think he is, actually. You can't get that solo cap over towards B. He's trying to cut through the middle of the map, maybe just to help his teammates. Sky's ready for the gunfight for the flank. And you talk about a big kill, that's actually a 4-man wipe. And now we go back to what we saw in round number 1. And keep in mind, you got players like Vivid, they're up through Church. They do have the pressure on B. It's a 2-front war, and every bit of pressure over here counts. Vivid, he's got to play his life. He needs to stay alive. And well, if you know anything about Vivid, he is always hungry for that next gunfight.
Yeah, your boy likes to throw himself into the battles every opportunity he possibly can get. A gone. Over to B now we go. 2 minutes to play with once again. 21-19 in the life count. Mutineers with a slight lead. It's enough to work with for now. Hook, the Wonder Kid. What can he do? Big 1v1 against Vivid wins it, holds that side of the map down. As you can see, the midi-map, a slow and steady approach now from the Mutineers. They've got their pick of choice when it comes to where they want to hit from, and Hook's going all the way. If you can catch those players in mid, all good, but we'll see if this pays off in a moment. The battle now becoming much, much closer to the B zone, though, for the Guerrillas.
Well, for Hook, he's got to go fast, right? He's got to help his teammates over towards the pressure. You see Gunless over on the back tank. He's putting a little bit of work. Hook makes his move, and he should be there for potential cleanups. Dave is sort of left alone over towards P5, and even Hook's positioning is forcing that spawn just a little bit farther out from Florida. That should tell Guerrillas everything they need to know. The pressure's coming through the P1 side of the map, but in spite of that, they've given it up. Dave is picking up a couple kills, and Florida putting in the work. Hook the last one up for the team. Couple trades coming through, but honestly, it's a life lead. It's a minute. Florida Mutineers, they're looking great.
Already on B, here comes the cap. Clock has been stopped. Hook can't get further forward because of Vivid. A brick wall of defense. A blade on offense. The man is simply untouchable right now. And Dave Paddy, he's making fans already. This boy has been slaying out. 18 and 11. Streaks to work with as well. A couple more to be had here as he holds him down. Lets Vivid get in there and get up close. The pistol from a scene, what a kill. As he makes his way forward, now trying to pressure Skies. The second segment. Oh, there's the contest. Hook saves it just in the nick of time and drains it as well. A minute to play with.
I'm going to say a minute is just so much time to find 7 kills. Florida, their slaying has been on point. And if you can get to the objective, it's nice. But really, I mean, honestly, just group up. Go for trades, or maybe they're just trying to set themselves up across the map to actually pinch the point. But Guerrillas, it is a very tight setup. Vivid ready for the gunfight. There's the first. 6 lives remaining for the Guerrillas.
He's a tough kill, it has to be said. Stun lands, doesn't do as much damage as it once did. There's the kill from Vivid. Your boy is frying, man. The centering, everything, the timing is all good. 30 seconds, though, as we speak of time, and that is the issue right now. Guerrillas, forward you go. 5 lives for the Guerrillas, 9 for the Mutineers, as we get now into the twilight of this map. Here's the slide forward. Vivid clap down. See with a big kill. Can't quite get 2, but the teammates are there. Trades still abound. Hook will enforce spree, and he's in a great corner here to hold the defensive line over by B.
And that is a pace that is slowed down. Only 8 seconds on the clock. Florida, you're just going to have to dive over towards the actual point. Awakening making the move just to stop the clock. 3 lives remaining, though, for the Guerrillas. No respawns.
No respawns left. 5.3 on the clock. They managed to get in there. Awakening's going to deal the damage. Any more kills? No. Gunless with 2. Slasher, a seam.
Oh, there you go.
And there you go. I mean, I almost laid an egg. That was a tight one. LAG, they get on the board. But they are in dire straits right now as they have to win an offensive round as well. And Control and Tuscan getting spicy.
And honestly, for the Guerrillas that round, just a nice job of slowing that pace down, right? There's a minute left and only like 7 lives remaining, but no unnecessary gunfights. The trades were certainly on point, but it's worth mentioning. We had a theme at the early start of Cold War for Control where kills decided defense. That obviously got changed to the progression on the point. Well, we're back to kills. So it is more of the TDM, and right now Florida, they're up by 10, 15 lives, so that's what gives you defense, that's what you want to have. So Guerrillas, they want to win this round, and they want to dominate it. And so far, maybe so good. Looking on a life advantage, Slasher, 11 and 21, just simply cannot win the gunfight. Now you give up the Godheady. Florida had this kind of pressure on defense. Florida, I mean, this is as good of a spot as you could be on defense. They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, Big Wake is absolutely frying right now. He's having a great time. As Awakening's got the corner covered by the Ben side of the map. Good push forward now from Gunners to Slasher. Able to get a little bit of pressure, but once again, it's Reese Vivid. He's on point now. Cut Slasher down as well, and oh my! Whoa! He didn't. No, he didn't get it. He didn't get it. It's okay. It's all right. Vivid didn't get it.
And that is a 4 wipe as well, so maybe Guerrillas buying a little bit of pressure, but that is a decent bit of time that has been stripped off the clock, and obviously no progression over towards A. And so Florida, again, you can honestly, just go fight tooth and nail. Get this one guy off of A, and that time is ticking down as soon as Gunless falls. If you can take him down, massive benefit, because that time is a ticking. And of course, those lives, well, both teams starting to run out.
Yeah, it's been a vicious, vicious round here. We haven't captured A yet, and both teams are bleeding out. 15 for the Florida Mutineers, 18 for LAG. TDM indeed. Dave. Whoa. Gunfights in this game are stressful. Vivid now pushing forward, trying to help out Awakening on the pinch. A still being captured. And here come the lethals and tacticals, something we're going to see a lot of here in Vanguard. There's Big P, Gunless, finding a few more kills here on point. A's done. Forward they go, and the killing still continues. 10 lives remaining now for the Mutineers.
And Gunless has really stepped it up this round, and he's got to keep it going, right? 2 players over towards that back tank. A massive gunfight down low that Dave Paddy actually wins. Now for Guerrillas, you're forced to just go through church, get to to the back if you can. Asim baiting for his teammates. Gunless gets another kill. And the route man looking for the paycheck, but Dave Patty, again, all of those gunfights down low. If you're the guy towards Plat on defense, if you fall, your team is going to be in a terrible spot, but he is clutched up again. Only 58 seconds left in this round. Admittedly for Guerrillas, though, 5 life lead.
It's good enough for now. Gunless on a 4-spree. Streaks would help. As seen with an unfortunate team kills, Dave, he's on the back line now. Oh, wow, that was close. Good trades. Still, as the Guerrillas are holding this one close, but they still have to maintain the kills. 7 lives remaining for the Mutineers now, and they are turtling up.
In a super tight setup, exactly. They're turtling up. They want to slow it down. They're down on lives. They need to make sure that every single kill, if they fall, you have to get the trades. And Guerrillas, you got to start pushing this pace. 25 seconds, time is ticking. If you don't win this first set of gunfights, you spawn so far away, they got to go.
Oh, Slasher with in and out, finds a nice kill. Hook from behind, no lives left, 4-9. And this could be it. LAG looking to force the final round. Clock has been paused as well. Dave now looking to find these players now pushing their way forward. Hook wins another one on the back line. It's who can spawn kill each other faster. 2 lives left now. Surely this is it. Surely they can't hold it, and that should be it. 1 player left for the Mutineers. Got to find him. Got to capture the zone as well. And there we go. Final round. It is not over yet for the Guerrillas.
I don't think they were quite able to pull off to get defense for the final round. They won by 7 lives towards the end. I think Florida still has that advantage, but even still, I mean, I suppose it could end up being an offensive-sided map. Technically, we do not know. The expectation is for defense, but I gotta say right now, Asim has been putting in work. Bounce back from the map number 2 where he dropped the donut, now leading the lobby in slaying. And this is where it's happening. It is the B push off the rip. It'll be rare that you see it, but it is perfect for the round 5.
Oh my God. Guerrillas, they've done it. They've got themselves onto the B zone. No kills just yet. They're going to do, well, there's the first from Hook, but again, you've got to now watch the pitch from all sorts of angles. Who's that sneaky awakening? He's having a great game so far. 30-19 here in the final round. Can he be the dagger? Slasher doesn't watch his back. Forward the kills go. You still have to worry about Gunless in the spawn now of the Mutineers, but for a brief moment, that is now done. Over towards the A zone we go once again. A couple of kills either way. Chance, I'm not sure if it was the most, adept opening there from the Guerrillas.
I've seen a couple attempts like in scrims and whatnot. I've never actually seen it work. Again, I think going to be is risky. But again, if you're looking for the opening in the round 5, I suppose you can give it a try. But now you're just back to that sort of default positioning for the Guerrillas, where admittedly, 2 life lead, still 50 seconds or 56 seconds left on the clock in this round. So they're back to wheeling and dealing. Decent setup that they have, nice little spread. And again, just back to normal Tuscan.
Hook's got a sweet corner, but Dave's got walls, man. He reads that. Slasher, any more to be had? Oh, baby, thank God for your teammates. Ooh, that was a scary one. A zone. Saying goodbye to you in a brief moment. Over towards B we go, and it's going to be Hook leading the charge. To the bottom side of church he will go. Awakening above him. Won't hear a thing, though, as Hook's popped dead silent. So he's able to get deep, and he has. He's gone all the way across now. He's kind of checking for something. I think he's looking for a Private Ryan maybe at this point in time, but we'll see if he can find it. No, he will not. Dave's going to take him down. Great positioning from that top plat side. And the B defense will still hold. 1:35 on the clock.
And Florida already doing the thing where, again, on defense, you're trying to slow this pace down. Couple players right now coming in through church, and Vivid with the wide setup, so it's important for him to make the reads over towards P5. You can see all the pressure coming in through church. Dave ready for the first, but that's 3 players inside. Awakening able to take down 2, and the trades are there. Big Wake showing up. That next offensive push gets stopped. Guerrillas, well, Hook, he's got to wait for his teammates to gear up and try again, but even Awakening on the map, he is the player that can just be a dagger in this push.
Life count still very even, 14-16. Hook with a nice big one. There we go. Kill starting to work out for the LAG players. Dave, is he going up in time? The answer is no. Hook's making his play. Forward he goes, onto the B zone. This could be massive. Vivid on the flank. That will come into play in just a brief moment, but for the time being, Asim is reaping his way through the spawn there of the Mutineers.
I know you got the setup. You got 2 players pushed out the back. It's really only Vivid that can stop this right now in the hill, but even though the kills are just falling, finally you get them off the point, but look at the lives. A 7 life difference in Florida. They're around the point, but I mean, the LA Guerrillas, it's a 2-2 split on both sides. They have no control of their own spawn. Guerrillas still in such a good spot.
A chaotic situation to be now in this Tuscan Control. Gunners and Slasher now. The veterans, forward they go, but it's into Awakening. Trades abound. Good work either way. Dave, what can the youngster bring now? What can he find? As again, the split is still on. Asim is still alive in the spawn of the Mutineers.
and it's 3 lives remaining. I mean, there's nothing you can do. Guerrillas just sitting inside their base, racking up all the kills. They have done the hard work potentially to start this reverse sweep. It's just a matter of getting these final few kills in Florida. They are grouped up together. It is 3. They need a 4-man wipe, but they get daggered in the side. You got Gunless taken down, 2 Awakening, last man standing. He cannot get it done. And Guerrillas get a map on the board. As predicted, they win the Tuscan Control.
Woo! Tuscan Control, the reverse sweep after going up by 2. LAG get themselves on the board, and I will say, that was a sweat, man. That, I don't know about you, friends, but that looked like it was hard work. Slash has aged a whole year in that lobby.
I mean, at this point, he's got to be like 97 years old the way he has been aging recently. But that is an incredible bounce back. That is what veterans can bring to the table, right? You are down 2-0. You get bullied out in the search and destroy. And again, you would have seen dropping a donut in map 2. You talk about the bounce back map, 40 bomb. He is able to collect on Tuscan. And again, really just the Guerrillas making up for those first 2 rounds where things got tough. They really started to get some momentum on their side.
They certainly did. Asim, we talked about him earlier, and we said he was a player that really requires his teammates, when they need him to step up, he usually does do that. The Search and Destroy, a dirty outlier in that case. But here, 40-31 from him. The time he spent, I would love to know. It was like a minute, of in-game time. He stayed alive in the backside of their spawn. He was doing an incredible job. Highlights now from that Tuscan Control, and a brilliant Control map to get things going now in the series for LAG.
And keep in mind, for those of you playing at home, you might have seen a brand new stat on the data view that we have, the non-traded kills. We don't know exactly how to evaluate them yet, whether you want the highest number possible or the lowest number. It's generally the highest, but the way it works, if you find a kill and you're able to heal or just live for another 5 seconds, that counts as the kill that you get, that you were not traded by the other team. I hope that made sense, and that's certainly something we will talk about more throughout this year, but really, this just comes down to that veteran sort of like clutch ability that the Guerrillas have. I have to imagine their comms nice and steady from the team, putting in work through those final few rounds, and honestly just making amends. It wasn't just Asim slaying out the entire time. Gunless, the first half that he had, insurmountably different than the second half. He really started to crank things up.
Well, there we go. Looking at the maps and modes so far, our series, quite a saga to start things off here at the 2022 Kickoff Classic. Bocage, what a memory, a distant memory it feels like, mate. Again, I'm sweating after that one. I'm not sure it's the lights for that first map, but 250 to 246, that was a banger. 6-3 there for the Berlin S&D, and now finally the comeback is abound for LAG. Berlin Hardpoint, no chance. That is the question. Up next, of course, Game 5 Desert Siege, if we have to get there. But right now, I think LAG, I mean, was that the newfound, renewed sense of self they've got, man? Because you were talking about this, they need to have a bit of a, a rebirth. They're trying to find that retribution. Berlin is up next.
I mean, again, they're just working on that reverse sweep, and it'll be an interesting map because this is actually going to be Florida's map choice to get that Berlin, and this is a map where, again, ARs reign supreme, power positions reign supreme as well, and it's actually Dave Patty is that main AR for this team, but obviously Awakening might be pulling it out at times on this map. Skies will be rocking it the entire time as well, and maybe outside of those final few rounds of the Control, the ARs for Florida have had Slasher and Gunless's number. If they can continue it, well, they get that 3-1 series win.
Dave Patty, welcome to the league, mate. You're really, you're turning heads in your first series so far. And it was interesting to note, we go back to that LAG video, there was like, what does the Kickoff Classic mean to you as a team? And I found that was so interesting for Slasher. It was like, it's getting on land, it's getting back on the big stage with this team, it's getting the chem going, because it's been a difficult year for the entire, 2 years, I suppose, for LAG. And already, Twitter is ablaze. First reverse sweep of the year, says Furrior. Well, mate, let's find out.
I mean, we had the first donut, we had the first Bocage. Like, we're getting a lot of firsts just straight out of the way, so you never know. And obviously, again, this veteran team with the Asim claps, one that can certainly pull it off, but it'll be interesting to see how Berlin actually plays. Where Bocage, we're going to see a ton of times where it is hyper-competitive, very close scores. Berlin, maybe not be the case. This is a time where you can actually, I mean, multiple hills in a row, just put a team in the blender. So if you got the map knowledge on Berlin, that will absolutely be a difference maker. As we load up to good old Germany. See what's going on.
Amazing place. I do wish we had a German CDL team, because it'd be really cool to go there at some point. Brilliant stuff, though, as we now go into map number 4 of this opening series. Hardpoint here on Berlin. It's going to be a fun one. This is a must-win now for LAG to push to Game 5. If the Mutineers win this one, they advance to the tournament and they say goodbye to our purple pals. I wonder, chance. I wonder, can it happen? Are we going to get that game 5 right off the rip? Let's find out. Back to Berlin we go.
And I want to see a very strong opening break right here for the Guerrillas because they are on, well, maybe not the slightly preferred side. You see how fast Florida can actually get inside the point in comparison. 5 seconds before the break is even getting set up, and they're trying to take their time to get into this hill. Who can't win his gunfight? A little bit of chaos around the point, a bit of contest time coming through. You got to break everything inside the actual point before you start getting the kills.
You get your sledgehammers out, start smashing windows, doors, get the boards gone. Crowbars at the ready. You got to make sure that hard point is open and clean before you start throwing things at other people. Still, Vivid now can't take the backside. He's going to see the hard point still in the hands of LAGs. The kills keep going their way, but here comes Big Wig. It's gunless. Oh my word, it was 1 bullet. He would be still alive now to say the next hard point come up. 10 seconds remaining on this one. Rotation's already down. Sky's in position as we go over towards the mail room.
And he's got to be the guy just to stagger the push, right? 2 players down low. He's waiting to pinch as soon as the hill pops. And honestly, they might be able to pull it off. Gunless with a nice read, but still inside the point. You got players just jumping down from the top rope looking for it. They get the players out of the hill. Now it's about clearing out the dockside slasher. He is the key guy for Guerrillas, and so far, able to stay alive.
The boy's still got the snapper. Finds a sweet kill. Gets himself an MP40. DavPatty now going through the mailbags. He's going to get a very unfortunate entry there from Slasher. Asim finds himself 2 more, and it's an easy peasy break. You've still got 1 player left in the Mutineers. It's going to be Vivid, fighting tooth and nail to retain some form of control in that position. Gets off the point, stays alive.
And again, just credit to Slasher, right? The dock side for this hill is the most important thing to control, especially with an AR. You just make sure no one's sneaking in that side door, and if you got that anchor player, one of those gunfights, you are set up for the point. Slasher, though, inside the actual hill, he's getting tagged up, but these final 10 seconds, Guerrillas, they're going to be able to secure it, take the lead. Not a crazy amount, but now we go over towards P3. This is the money hill, and it is the same story. Dock side means everything. DavPatty, he's going to have a ton of pressure coming his way.
Dave got the binoculars out and picked up a nice sweet kill at great range. And what have we had, though? Trades at long range, and again over towards fire, and we got ourselves time already ticking. Mutineers should be able to take the lead back here. They've got set up.
And it's perfect setup as well, right? As soon as you make sure that there's no pressure coming in through the dockside, it is so easy to hold this hill from inside the point. You get the top fire. You've got everything covered. Vivid down low. As long as he stays alive, you have 7 different corners you can play inside of fire. It is so difficult when you're getting these P1 spawns to get inside the hill. This might be a true blue full 60 that we see from Florida Mutineers as they have really started to take this game over.
It's been all them so far. No real shot from LAG able to get into this one. Slash is going to try to hold these players back. Not a chance. Skies cuts him to pieces. Awakening now, still finding those kills. 3 in a row now for him. As we are finding, as you look to the left-hand side of the screen, the streaks there for the Florida Mutineers. They're on one indeed.
And by the way, a perfect tilt. You start to spawn a couple of those players out towards docks, even though DavPatty just spawns right behind Hook, but it looks like Guerrillas, they get the clearance over towards New. They have secured those back spawns. No one from Florida able to be sneaky and make a play. So go over towards a very chaotic hill that, if you haven't played it yet, you will be quickly reminded there are no trophies in this game. If you're on point, you are going to be stunned. You are going to be naded. And oh my God, do stun grenades hurt.
They don't hurt as much as they once did, thankfully, but it's all coming your way. Asim will be the unfortunate recipient of everything the Mutineers can possibly throw his way. And Sky's literally just like, I don't want like suicide bomb or something. He flew at him holding the cook nade and exploded there. We love to see that crazy mania. The Sky's now flying forward, finding a few more shots into this one. Asim will be dropped. Are they able to get on the point though? The break is pretty, no, it's done. It's not over. You're gonna see LAG hold this one. Should be able to take the lead back here. Final 10 seconds. Got to look towards the middle of the map though. Final hard point in the rotation. LAG in a decent spot to contest it.
And again, this is a hill. You just imagine how open it is. You get that top 3 control from either side. You basically just kill everyone inside the actual point. Another one of those hard points, hills where not a ton of time is going to be collected. But what is important, you want to be spawning bottom left. That is the rotation P1, and that is what the Guerrillas currently have. No one has stepped foot inside the actual hard point, but as far as it goes, Guerrillas in the slightly better spot to potentially collect a little bit of time.
It's a huge move. Skies manages to help take him out. Dave from behind, gunless and difficult spot to hold that hard point. Again, very, very central position. Not a lot of cover to work with aside from that center. Slasher, Hook holding it down, trying to keep the lead away now. Can they get back in this one? As Awakening flying forward, should be able to get this job done easily with the MP40 at that kind of range, and he does. Holding the time down, though, a chance we should be seeing the Mutineers cross over that 100-point mark. But again, good job from the Guerrillas to basically contest this crazy hardpoint.
I disagree. I think that's a misplay. I think you end up sort of giving up those P1 spawns, making that rotation just a little bit more difficult. But if you can win the gunfights, you're feeling great. Vivid, though, shreds the both. He gets shot in the back, and they do secure that rotation. So maybe a moment of opportunity for Florida to start racking up some time on a solid hill for P1. But Guerrillas take care of business, able to stabilize, get a couple kills, and now you got players like Hook able to push out, at least for a moment. As this is, again, same story as map number 1, a very tight game.
Yeah, nice tight game between these two teams. A little bit of a leads now developing from the Guerrillas. Awakening with a present, flying forward, not able to get the kill with it, but oh, that's unfortunate timing from Asim. He will be dropped for a 4 and now with a hard point for the Mutineers.
Good rotation as well. 20 seconds. If I'm the Guerrillas, I might send a player to fight for this. Slasher's thinking about it while Gunless is thinking about the rotation. Vivid ready for the roto. And for this scrap time play, he's going to dive bomb in, but Awakening is ready. So every single play just about is getting stuffed on the side of the Guerrillas. And even the battle inside the point, Hook versus Skies, Hook comes out on top. So Guerrillas, they found their man. Hook is able to get through to try to set up for P2. But again, it's a 4-point game at this point. I mean, anyone can take over.
Gunless is trying. 2 kills go his way. Great awareness from Hook. Good shots. And again, utilizing our little breakable bits of cover. And he's trying to do it again. Trying to Kool-Aid man that one, but he can't quite find the momentum. Key tactics is ready, friends. Nice flying from Hook. That's going to be 4 Skies. Whoa, man, it was close. Outside now of the mail room, not a safe place. On the inside, even worse as Vivid gets himself 3 in a row, cleans the whole point up. Hard point Mutineers.
And this is a very interesting situation. I don't know if you really want to feel good about giving away 30 seconds to end this hill. So if you're Guerrillas, you have to do 2 things. Try to fight for it and don't let anyone through to flip those spawns because Florida paid P3 perfectly last go around. And already Vivid, he's thinking about the rotation. Guerrillas do actually fight inside the point. And Gunless, last one up, he gets taken down, and now Vivid making the play. If you can get this Doc's control, you will set your team up. He cannot get it. And Guerrillas at least have the rotation. They're looking for a full 60. See if they can handle it.
They've done the big brain play. They've done the hard work. Now can they reap the reward? They've got the time now ticking their way. Here comes the push. Skies on the outside, takes care of one. Awakening on the inside of the point, finds another one. The pinch now developing. Oh, Skies wins another one. And Vivid, he and Awakening are on the point. And just like that chance, the spawns are flipped and the hard point is broken once again. Mutineers, great job.
Just blocking those spawns with the line of sight. Skies, maybe not main AR, but he can certainly put in work with the automaton, getting the break for the squad. And honestly, in my mind, that's going to be the moment of the game. Unless Guerrillas were able to fight back, that was the hill that they needed, and that is a hill where they got broken down. Final 22 seconds, assuredly going to go towards Florida. They have developed a very strong lead in this game, and they got Vivid being the cutoff man. They got Skies being the late flanker. Yes, they're going to fall, but, well, the squad spawns come through. I was going to say, they slow down the push, but everyone just spawns up on top of the Guerrillas. They should be good to go.
Yeah, should be good to go. They've got the points still. They got kills coming through. They're looking good, kid. They're going to see if they can find some sweet time in, but still, 206 leads 152. Hard point now in the hands of the Guerrillas. Hold on. Try to pull this one back. Try to put on a show for the fans. We want to see a Game 5 on Desert Siege. 50 seconds remaining chance, and the kills are not looking good for the Guerrillas. Squad spawns, be blessed. Number 5. Oh, that's it. It's going to be tough now. That's the break once again. The Mutineers too strong here on Berlin.
Just those slow plays to get around the back. And again, maybe you don't have to be aggressive to find the kills, but the sneak plays because your teammates will just spawn right on top of you, that much more beneficial. Florida Mutineers have put in work, and they're looking to get the clean sweep on the hard points. No one from Guerrillas able to make a quick push. Couple players coming down the alley, couple players coming down the steps, and Skies right now, the lone man inside the hill, trying to be the hero. The coverage off spawn, though. Dave is there, and Florida now just 15 seconds away to win their first series of the year.
First series of the year, they're going to knock out the Los Angeles Guerrillas unless we see something special happen. P5 now lined up, middle of the map. Sky's got this one locked down. The momentum starting to swing, and it's starting to get that a little bit harder. More impossible, it seems, for LAG to pull this one out of the bag, but we will see. What can Slasher do? Cut down Awakening, stop the time for now. Here comes the pinch, but Awakening staying alive. Finally, the kill comes through. Get on the point if you can. And once again, chance the Mutineers. So adept at trading, so adept at winning their ones, and that should be it. They've got themselves 5 seconds now for the win. Gunless has got to go, and that is it. LAG, they will be taken down 3-1 here in the opening round. And the Mutineers, my word, what a fantastic showing Let's start the season off.
And that is just everyone's predictions, maybe from series number 1, thrown out the window. Florida expected to be towards the bottom of the league. The expectations were low, but they over-delivered. The Bocage was phenomenal. In the Berlin, they made it look easy. And even in that search and destroy, the decision-making was clean. And honestly, I think my favorite moment from the Mutineers was the listening. The biggest concern I had going in was, what is the communication going to look like? If you're bringing in a rookie instead of a vet to help you out, what is it going to sound like? And well, Dave Patty certainly put in work.
I'm really glad, and we stayed on his POV as well, so we could absolutely confirm it was him, because that was such a concern for so many people. Slack said it on the desk as well. It was like, this is a team where communication can be a problem. I look at the stats, friends, once again, and it was a lovely bit of work there from the Mutineers time after time. It was the 1v1 wins, the rotations were on point, the cutoffs were there, you name it, man. Patience paid off. Mutineers 3-1 here in our opening series. That Berlin Hardpoint barely took 10 minutes, mate. A wild one indeed. Now he's looking across the highlights charts. I mean, aside from the fact that we had aLLeY spot on 3-1 in the Florida Mutineers victory, any other major takeaways from this series?
I mean, one of the craziest stats I just saw is I think Awakening had 25 non-traded kills, only 28 total. So Awakening is just winning his gunfights, and there was no one else from the Guerrillas there to take him down. But whether it's the individual stats, P3 won Florida this game. First go around, they literally had the perfect full 60 they were able to secure. And the second time around, well, they broke the setup from the Guerrillas down and, well, bought themselves an extra 30 seconds. So P3 wins games. Mutineers know how it works on Berlin, and honestly got guys like Vivid at times just showing off as well.
I mean, it happens every single time. We have a new Call of Duty every single year. Players have to learn, you know, the most effective ways to win these maps. What are the money hills? Where are the places we need to be? What are the sort of swing moments in these games? And I feel like we learned quite a bit there, man. P3 being a real good one so far. Of course, Berlin Hardpoint will look nothing like this in a month's time, in 2 months' time. By the time we get the champs, things will be so ridiculous. But there we go, friends. Our first series here comes to a close. Bocage was a fun one. Berlin S&D, of course, 6-3. 3-2 there in the Tuscan Control. A brilliant comeback from the LAG players. But Berlin Hardpoint comes that to the final map. And we did get to see Desert Siege, mate. I didn't think we were going to see Desert Siege this weekend at all. But there it is. Right there.
I mean, yeah, sure. It looks great over there towards the end as well. But again, Florida Mutineers put in work. And honestly, Miles, I just want to hear what they have to say, right? If they started out, everyone was expecting to be towards the bottom of the league, and they show up with a performance like that, they got to be feeling good.
Got to be feeling great. Let's find out how great they do feel. We believe Guy Blaze has got Skies on stage. Guy, what's he got to say?
Man, Miles and Chance, awesome cast as always. Everybody give it up for the Mutineers one more time. Woo! We got Skies on the stage, and Skies, to kick off the Kickoff Classic, you guys came out here and you guys made quick work of the LA Guerrillas. Now, it did look scary for you in map number 3. Y'all allowed that reverse sweep to come back, but how you feeling now after getting that victory?
We're feeling solid. Like, our team's just putting a lot of time into the game, like when we were back at home. I feel like we're one of the teams that put the most time into it for sure. And Control, we just threw. We gave them the back. Like, we gotta work on our tight setups there. Like, we literally give them one wave and they break.
Yeah.
But we put in a lot of time. We're really good at search. Our hardpoint, we're tweaking some small things, but we're looking solid.
All right, you guys are looking solid. Now, speaking of the rest of the team, you got your duo on Awakening with you, but you got 2 new members. You got Vivid and Dave Patty, your main AR. Tell me about the new squad of the Mutineers.
Dave Patty, he actually has really good comms, and Reese, like, #1 accuracy last year, I think. And then Joe, like, me and him are probably tired of hearing everybody say that we can't work together, and it's good to, like, or try to prove them wrong this year.
All right, well, this is the year. Now, when it comes down to Mutineers, who are you guys looking forward to playing most in the league? Let me know it.
I don't beef with anyone, probably New York, because they reverse swept us last year.
New York? All right,
even though they're completely different.
You heard it here. The Mutineers looking for their rematch against New York. Skies, it was good talking to you, man. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Veli, take it away.
Well, what a way. What a way to start a year. The Florida Mutineers were able to come out on top 3-1. And besides that one map on Control, LAG were looking LA free. And aLLeY, you're the one that predicted that one. So how does it feel to be the big brain on the desk right now?
I'm feeling on top of the world, to be honest, after the Scump prediction and now this. I mean, I feel like now my expectations so high. I feel like there's so much pressure going to the rest of the matches today.
It was crazy. Now, Ant, let's talk about map 1 on Hardpoint. It was a close map. It was anyone's game. Then it all came down to the very last few seconds.
Bro, that map was lit. I mean, Bocage map 1, obviously we're expecting some chaos. It comes down to the wire. And, you know, the big question going into this for the Florida Mutineers was like, can Skies be a very good SMG? They have an AR dominant team. And you know what? Skies did his thing on this map. At the very end, you see Hoop go all the way around the back here. And I thought this this was going to be it, like him getting that kill, spawning them out, but they get that back tank spawn, and then it's just a back and forth fight for the hill, and this is what you're seeing in Mutineers. Their SMG players are able to get inside, get those trades effectively, like they were winning their gunfights versus players like Hook, versus players like aSim, when we thought they would be dominant on this map.
Oh yeah, and by the way, Sky's had a stupid stat line, 45 kills. I thought he was going to drop a 50 bomb, but aLLeY, you think he's going to keep this heat up throughout the entirety of this event?
Absolutely. I feel like he's been released from the restraints of a main AR, and now he's just able to freely roam the map and just outslay with the likes of Awakening as well, dropping 40 bombs. That is such a scary duo. I got a shout out for at least my own perspective. Okay. Vivid, for me, for that team, fills in all the little plot holes, it feels like. He was sitting in the back of Bocage, watching the deep push. He was pushing up in the front and watching that long hallway. He was just playing where his team needed him, and I think that's huge when it comes to this team.
And Slack, when it came to Search and Destroy, okay, it looked like there was a lot of miscommunication and kind of some confusion when it came to the LA Guerrillas. I mean, what did you see in your eyes?
So I liked what I saw from, honestly, both teams. Both teams were being aggressive towards the opposite side, which is actually quite funny, but Florida made some really good plays at the A site, but for some reason, LAG must have had a mishap in communication or something like that, where they went A, I think it was round 8, something like that, and Kyler must have made a call, or someone on LAG, that they were wrapping to B. They got a free A plant down, and kind of momentum just went their way. Great plays out of Florida overall.
Yes, now overall, Nameless, taking a look at this map in entirety of it. I mean, Los Angeles Guerrillas starting the year with an L, 1-3 against Florida Mutineers. How do you feel about them when CDL officially kicks off?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Mutineers, like, they had to shock the world here in this series. Everybody was thinking LG was going to win, aside from aLLeY. Great call. And this is the round that Slack was just talking about. You know, they get in a great position, LAG. They were waiting on, Florida Mutineers to plant the bomb, and instead of, like, forcing that bomb plant, you see Hook, he sees one player try to cross through mid, and he tries to chase that kill. And in doing so, he makes that call. It must have been him because he sees the first character, and then they all start to rotate, and then Mutineers catches LAG in one-on-one gunfight. So those sort of collapses in communication, that can't happen. But if it's going to happen, I guess it has to be at the kickoff. So they'll go back, watch that VOD, and hopefully bounce back a lot stronger.
You're right. Now, Skies turned out to be a key to victory, and we talked about him before the game happened, and you were the one that called it out, Slack. And this game right here, he was so phenomenal, and he started off right when the game started.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, shout out to every single one on Florida. I know, like you said, the keys to victory was just being consistent in their new roles and communication. And like Sky said in that interview, huge shout out to Dave Patty coming in. It's his rookie debut, playing for the first time on the main stage with a whole new team. He was bringing the communication. He was making great plays overall. And I was just really happy to see that. Again, as well as Awakening, Map 3 and Map 4, for him to have that dominant performance with an SMG and a new role. It was great to see, and hopefully they can keep it up this weekend.
I'm so happy you brought up Dave Patty, because what a debut out of him. I know the crowd was going wild, and some of the turn and burns that he have, especially getting put into that main AR role behind a veteran like Skies, that is a lot of pressure, and it looked like he was having fun with it. And of course, Big Wake, we got to talk about him, the slaying power out of that man. He's going to be a menace this season, Zelly.
Yeah, and hopefully Florida Mutineers continue to be a menace throughout this bracket. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about time for the next series to come up. But before we do, I just want to say things are already heating up here in the CDL. Florida Mutineers with a big 3-1 victory. But coming up next, we're going to see one of the craziest rookies that Call of Duty has ever seen. It's going to be Pred in the Seattle Surge versus the London Royal Ravens. We'll see you guys soon. Welcome back to the Call of Duty League's Kickoff Classic right here in the beautiful Arlington, Texas, presented by Zenni. And right here on the desk, this is none other than me, your desk host, Belly, but I'm here with Slack, Nameless, and Ali, who is just a genius when it comes to predictions. This matchup right here is going to be something special, okay? It's going to be the Seattle Surge facing off against the London Royal Ravens, but let's talk about Seattle Surge. So in a pre-show, we were talking about how they were one of the teams with the whole new clean wipe of this roster, and they kind of needed it after what we saw last year.
Yeah, definitely, man. I think Seattle Surge is like a team that definitely flies under the radar, right? They're one of those guys that it's like kind of on their last leg. You got Accuracy, who's been benched in the past in the last year, and you got the new players Mac and Sib. And then you got Pred, the Rookie of the Year. Everyone's got his eyes on him. I'm so excited to watch him, man. I can't wait. I hope he shows out.
So we're all on the Pred hype train right now because Pred is an absolute god. Just wait for this matchup to start. But Nameless, last year Seattle, when it came to basically all game modes, they were at the bottom of the rankings. Do you see that ticking up at all this year?
Well, it's a completely different team. That ain't happening with this roster. Okay. I'll tell you, man. I mean, I look at this team, I think they're going to be nasty. I mean, like, Lamar has set himself up for success here. He can literally just play his slow AR role and be a leader for this team, and he has the Maniac SMGs to go out there and do their thing. Mac has been playing a flex role for quite some time. Like, this team, they have a great team composition, and when it comes to Search and Destroy, I also think they'll be nasty there. Like, they have accuracy to be that leader. It'll really just come down to a couple things. Like, with Sib, he can be a hothead is what I'm told from some of the challengers players, so they're going to have to develop him, make sure he can stay calm and actually learn the game. That's something that they're going to have to put a heavy focus on. And then for Pred as well, you got to let him fly, but he has to make the right decision. So it's going to be a learning process, but I think they're going to come out the gates hot.
I think with the Coach Phoenix behind him, they're going to be just
absolutely
all right.
Him too.
Yes, but with this team having fresh faces on a brand new team, let's go ahead and learn a little bit more about the Seattle Surge.
So the Kickoff Classic means a lot for us as a team. We've been working really hard the last few months, and it's going to give us an opportunity to showcase all our practice and hard work.
For us to prove to everyone, not just everyone but ourselves as well, that we're a team that can actually be a contender to be the best team in the game.
Really, we were just playing a lot of Vanguard. Just playing. Really like making sure that we're like consciously working to improve not only as individuals, but as a team as well.
Every team is pretty good, so I don't think we should take any other team more or less as a threat. I think everyone is the same.
My biggest challenge last year was getting benched.
It's very crucial to be open with each other and discuss things that if anyone has an issue or a problem or whatnot, that just helps our chemistry so much, and it improves literally everything, not just in game and out of game.
The biggest threat right now, the defending champs FaZe. Usually in practice we match up pretty well against them, and it's always like a grueler, like we're fighting, going super hard, and it's always a good scrim. I'm looking forward to the battles we're going to have with FaZe this year.
I feel like I'm the new one that's come into the league. I think people are coming to realize that I'm just not some Australian kid that God blessed to be here.
Shout out God, shout out my mom, shout out Surge fans, and shout out my teammates. You know what I mean? I couldn't be here without them.
We want to let you guys know that we're here to make you proud this season.
Comes to the new look Seattle Surge, I'm absolutely loving it. But Ali, on here on the desk, you've been great so far. And while you're good with predictions, I want to ask you what the keys of victory are going to be for this team.
Well, for me, I honestly want to highlight a player in Accuracy. He really needs to be a leader in this team. And Accuracy is one of those really good, consistent ARs that I feel like maybe flies under the radar sometimes. So with this squad running in front of him, I think this is really his year to shine. And Sib, he has so much to prove. And having his duo with him, Pred, coming from the APAC region, I think the squad will be dangerous.
Yes, and Nameless, let's talk about the team that the London Royal Ravens will be facing off, Seattle Surge will be facing off against. Let's talk about the London Royal Ravens, man. So kind of like we were talking about, they have a lot to prove this year as well.
They absolutely have a lot to prove. And you know who has a lot to prove? It's Zero, man. Think about what happened to him. Like, he wasn't really able to play last year due to some visa issues, and he makes an immediate impact on any team that he goes to. Like, one, make this roster work. You think about Royal Ravens in the last couple of years, the amount of roster changes that they've had, it's just been ridiculous. So commit to this team, and you have a good roster around you. I mean, you look at Nasty, this guy's been playing great in Challengers. Gizmo as well. They both spent some time teaming with each other. So I'm looking at Zero to go off in this series as well, and to be a leader for these guys and stick to it.
One of the names that you actually didn't call out is going to be one guy that I'm excited to see pop off in this matchup against Pred. Slack, tell me what you know about Afro, man.
Dude, so Afro has been an absolute beast. Obviously last year with his CDL debut, showing off what he can bring to the table. He didn't have too much success with the London Royal Ravens, but individually his performances were top tier. I am so excited to see what he can do with a comfortable roster, and I can't wait for them to start this match.
Yes, and aLLeY providing a lot of young blood around accuracy. I mean, this should rejuvenate him, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, FaZe meta is having these young bloods in front of you in these sub-aggressive roles, and having a veteran AR be kind of like the voice over the team, right? The IGL in the squad. So I think accuracy, like I said, this is a good power position to put him in the start of the year.
Yes, Nameless, this matchup, one thing that I'm excited to see, Afro versus Pred. Do you think that that matchup on paper is actually going to show up on screen in a big way?
I think so, man. I mean,
Really?
we've been watching the scrims, and Afro, I mean, he's a demon on
He's
the map,
sick.
dude. Like, the guy's nasty. So him versus Pred should be epic. We haven't gotten to watch them scrim each other, so I'm excited to see how that one plays out. But they both play at a similar pace. I think Pred might be a little bit more of a maniac, but Afro having a year in the CDO, having gotten that practice as it stands right now, it's going to be dope.
Yes, and with a brand new team coming in with the Seattle Surge Slack, do you think that they're going to come out the gate swinging, or do you think it's going to take some time until we kind of are able to measure where their potential is going to be at?
They have to. In my personal opinion, I think Seattle's a very good team. I think a lot of teams are underestimating them, in my personal opinion, and I just want to see them succeed and come out the gates hot. I want to see Sib have a great map one and carry that through the rest of the series.
All right, now I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of tired of talking right now. I want the game to actually get started. So let's go down the line of predictions, and who do you think is going to take it all here in the second match of the day?
I got Seattle winning this one, 3-1.
Okay. 3-1. All right, aLLeY.
I respect the one in there. I'm taking Seattle Surge 3-0 just because, I don't know, I feel like this London team, I don't know what we're going to see out of them. Maybe push them in the S&D, but I think Seattle will close it out.
All right, Nameless. Who you got your money on, man?
I think this is going to be a battle, man. I think people are underestimating.
Really?
So I'm going to go 3-2 Seattle.
I'm rocking with
Go to the
Seattle,
very
man.
end.
I think Seattle's going to take it 3-1 as well. I don't know. I love Phoenix. And after watching Pred and Challengers, there's not a lot of times you see players come out of APAC, come to NA, and absolutely dominate. If you could do it here on this main stage against the top names in the game, I'm all for it, man. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's about it. On the desk, we have everybody right here going towards the Seattle Surge. But the match is almost ready. We're going to see you guys on the other side of the break for more CDL Kickoff Classic.
Brought to you by Zenni Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
Welcome back to the CDL Kickoff Classic, and taking a look at the Zenni glasses right there. Ladies and gentlemen, listen, stuff looks good. You guys saw it on me earlier. If you want to look that good, you might want to go over there and get some for yourself, but we've been having a blast here so far.
Yeah.
And we already had one team go home, the Los Angeles Guerrillas. This has been an insane event so far, but aLLeY, talking about this matchup right now, you said there was a guy coming in from EU Challengers that you're looking to really pop off in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually we haven't talked about him too much yet. That's going to be Nasty. He came up from EU Challengers, and it was always a running joke whenever he played was Nasty is, no pun intended, nasty. So he's easily probably the most important player to me when it comes to this London Royal Ravens squad, and with Zero behind him, man, I think if they're going to push Seattle Surge anywhere, it's going to be in Search and Destroy.
I can't wait, and I hope it actually happens, but let's go ahead and send this back on over to the main stage where Blaze is going to introduce the teams. Let's get it.
Let's get it, Belly. Arlington, make some noise once again. Yes. Wow, that first series of the day was a banger. The Mutineers got it done, but it's time to move into our second series. And with that being said, make some noise for the Seattle Surge! I give you Pred, Mac, Accuracy, and Simp. Give it up one more time for the Surge.
aLLeY, you hear the crowd right now. Everybody's loving him, and Mac is going to be an absolute beast this game, I'm feeling like.
I know, I completely agree with you, and man, that was all business on that stage with that squad, Belly.
Hey, Blaze, go ahead and bring out the boys out there from London.
All right, Bell, man, I tell you one thing, Surge is ready to play, but wait till you see the next squad, because when I tell you this, the London Royal Ravens, they ready to go? They are ready to go. With that being said, give it up for the London Royal Ravens! You got Afro, Zero, Gizmo, and Nasty. Give it up for the Ravens.
Nasty is feeling it in Zero to Vet, and I'm excited for this matchup.
Man, this is going to be lit. I'm so excited to see Zero back on that stage, and also for these EU Challengers players to show, hey, we get down in EU Challengers.
Oh, yeah. Blaze, both teams are ready, man. I'm ready for this thing to get started. What's going on?
Man, we're going to see if Seattle got the speed to get past these Ravens or if the Vet's going to get it done. Veli, Des, break this one down for us.
All right, back here on the CDL analyst desk. I mean, Slack, both teams are finally ready. I'm ready for this game to get started. But, man, the crowd is loving these teams, especially the London Royal Ravens.
Yeah, man, I can't wait to watch these guys debut for the first time this weekend. And obviously with the single elimination being in a play, I don't know. I'm hoping that Seattle comes out hot and we can show what Pred can do.
Right, aLLeY, are you ready for match number 2? You think your prediction's going to be right?
I don't know. Honestly, I hope London Royal Ravens prove me wrong. I hope they prove me wrong, Belly.
All right, Lando and Steady, you guys got a good one on your hands. My boys, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much, Belly. That is exactly what I was thinking. Yes, it is Lando and Study at your service as we'll be providing you with commentary for this second game. Seattle Surge versus the London Royal Ravens. Jay, it's been some time, my friend.
I know. It has been some time.
It's been too long.
Too long. During the offseason, I'm telling you, I'm so bored. But when Call of Duty comes back, I'm at like a whole new level of a person. And I'm so excited for this match right now.
This is going to be great. We're talking about faces. Also, crowd, it's great to see you as well. Arlington, you look great. You look awesome. This is going to be great. I'm excited for this one. Like we said, this is one of the matchups that everybody was looking forward to here on day number 1. Seattle Surge versus London Royal Ravens. The desk, they broke it down perfectly, man. We got a story of young players. We have all 3 regions of challengers having their debut in this match, and you got some old heads leading the charge for the young guns.
Yeah, man, this is going to be an intense battle. And from what we watched from these squads for the last couple of weeks that we've been sitting in the scrims, people probably think I'm a coach by now, because if you're sitting there watching streams, I'm in every single scrim.
It's true.
But between these two teams, I feel like these guys are going to be evenly matched up. And then going on a map like Bocage, I'm telling you right now, to me, Seattle Surge are the best team at that map. Because for some reason, they are able to just slow the game down and get full 60s on hard points that you would not expect.
Yes, it's really funny. We talk about scrimmages, how you obviously have been in the lobby a multitude of times. Like the entire talent team is like huddling around the screen.
Yeah.
Honestly, because of how great Seattle Surge have looked, but specifically, this guy Pred is nasty. I mean, everybody has been talking about it. Everybody has been discussing, hey, you know, this Seattle Surge team looks to have some life, some grit to them after their 2 seasons that have been somewhat lackluster. Now, is their chance. Both of these franchises, organizations, and players are looking to have a solid debut here in Vanguard. But of course, folks, we're going to some Bocage. Some Bocage, 2 teams into the cage, and only 1 team will leave successfully. It was a crazy first one, and now here we go again. Esports Stadium in Arlington, here we go. Seattle Surge, London Royal Ravens.
And there's no better player to start off with than Pred. We've been watching this guy for the last couple of weeks. He's a consistent dirty bomb. I'm looking at the battle between him and Afro on such a sub-heavy map. This is going to be an absolute gauntlet between both of these teams.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one without a doubt. And already off the rip, London Royal Ravens doing a great job at getting some early kills throughout the middle side of the map. But big focus is, of course, going to be toward your left side of the screen. When it comes down to spawns, you've got to be prepared for P2. Off the rip, 20 seconds in, and both teams getting a decent amount of time. And Sib sits right now in bottom house trying to kill a few players off spawn.
And this is what we're talking about, how Seattle are able to just slow this game down. You see number 1 on the minimap, which is Sib. He's all the way pushed out A flat, which is forcing those players to consistently just spawn behind tower. You have that one player who was sitting on hill on that gate spot, which is basically impossible to try to take him out. And Seattle just wiping the floor on this P1 hardpoint, 27 seconds there, and they have the rotations to P2.
Yeah, and a great start for Lamar, aka Accuracy, sits at 5-1. Mac also finding a few off the rotation, cutting down players who are trying to come through from that water side. An excellent beginning for Surge, and we talked about P1, and now they've got early time at P2 as well. A hard point where you can easily lock down some time. I say easily in comparison to their other maps, rather the other hills that you have on a map like Bocage. The Nasty, the crew from the Ravens, is trying to break out of the spawn right now.
Every single kill so far has went on the side of the Surge. I'm telling you, they are just so good at this map. 35 seconds uncontested. Now if you're 20 seconds left, if you're London, you had to start thinking about the rotation. But Seattle, they were able to flip the spawns. They're still contesting this time. Eventually, London are able to get in. Great shots coming out of Gizmo. But with 15 seconds left, you're not mad about it if you're the Surge.
Oh yeah, you're definitely not too angry about it. Sure, you know, you'll give the last 15 seconds away to the Ravens, but hey, now you've got some extra time prepared for this next rotation as Afro cutting down Accuracy off the rip. Some nice kills from the backside as Nasty sitting on top of the tank, trying to secure spawns for next, but both teams still looking to try and secure those officially. Surge toward the back, but again, the power position right now for Nasty. And Jay, what we call this Lamar tank for a reason.
And he's doing it with an MP40 too, even though he's going to get taken down there by Simp. So this is going to open it up for the Surge to allow them to get into this point. But now the spawns have flipped, and this is where Simp can potentially put some spawn kills in, but he's going to get taken down by 0. And now the pressure is going to be here. Pred has to try to go big. He finds 2 in the hill, tries to get the 3rd, but Gizmo's able to get the trade. But still a lot of time just not going in favor of London, even though they have the spawns.
Yeah, that's a great call, my friend. They have the spawns, and we've talked about this a number of different times on this hill in particular. It can be difficult despite having spawns to actually get inside of the house. So many teams are great at putting you in somewhat of a spawn trap, as Gizmo now finding himself on 4 in a row, able to break out for a moment in those final few seconds. Granted, not many, but they're important on Bocage. Very rarely are we seeing that 250 mark lately inside of scrims, as Treyboy Cardi is able to find 1.
You see Afro, he was able to sneak his way back through stables. They find 2 in the feed. So now that has the potential to flip these spawns. Last player in the hill is going to be Accuracy. Try to play his life, but he's eventually going to fall. So now the spawns flip. London are right back into this game, only being down 20 points. They just need to have a good hold here to at least tie it up, because Seattle, we know the amount of pressure that they can put on when it goes to that second rotation of hard points.
And Jay, we've seen it so many times. Seattle Surge inside a barn. They just know how to hold this one. As Sib, a nice shot despite that player holding onto that head glitch, rips him right off of it. As now it's going to be an open field for a moment. Ravens, they get 4 down, and now it's their chance to pile on the points. A full 20 would get them right back in this game, and maybe even grab the advantage as well. The one player from the back, it's Accuracy, taking down 1 and takes down 2 in the process. A great job for Surge to break on in.
And one conversation that I wanted to spark here was that Accuracy and Zero, to me, are both on the comeback years, because these players are phenomenal players. They've been in Call of Duty for a really long time. But Accuracy, remember, he had his unbelievable 1v3 versus OpTic last year, and then he ended up getting benched. And now he didn't even play challenges. He was just focused on the next year, and so it's Zero. He was a potential player for the London Royal Ravens, and he just had visa issues, couldn't get across, so he couldn't play. But both of these guys are on prove-it deals. I'm excited to see what these guys can continue to do throughout this series.
Yeah, that's a great call, my friend. learn. Like we said, we're a heavy emphasis on the young guns for obvious reasons, right? We've got a number of different debuts coming in from Civ, Pred, Nasty, and Gizmo, but a big focus is going to be on these vets, how they have trained all of these younger players coming into this season. And as we said, they're kind of in a role where it's not just about trying to play for spawns, trying to do the dirty work. It's also a lot of out-of-game stuff as well. And we'll see who maybe is a little bit more prepared coming into this one as Bocage nearing the end of the first set of rotations, and a decently high score given how this map likes to play out the final 10 seconds as the hill lays vacant. But it is the Surge with a decent lead.
So now they're going into the second rotation of hardpoints, and right now Seattle, they do have the lead. So let's take a listen in to see what their comms are sounding like.
Go on the right.
Hey, Plat.
Go on the right.
Top house. Gig.
Oh, water.
Trey's right of me, last guy.
Push him down there.
I
have left.
I'm holding my tools.
Back house. Two back house.
Street, one street. Two street. I'm bottom house.
Bottom house dead.
One more street.
Yep. Yes. One more street.
Top dead bus.
Green and camo. Last guy, tool area. Tool.
I'm holding the right. Milk that time. I got the right.
Still tools.
I'm One right. After right of me.
I'm holding
After right.
Upper dead.
Nice, 3. Last guy, right?
Yes.
Hey, you went right. Inside hut. K right. Yeah, I'm trying to get right.
I'm gonna help you for tractor, okay?
I've left.
You're done.
They're hitting right, guys.
I'm tractor. I have your HUD, AG. Come on.
Pick up late.
I had to give up
One farming. Go on right. You want to hold the trip.
Time.
Oh, dead.
Nice.
I got
zero last guy.
Right, A-plat trade.
I'm gonna die. Fuck.
A-plat trade.
Alright, A-plat. Keep playing kills, guys. We'll get time on.
Where's your...
One's bottom bomb. And one hot. And bottom bomb.
Heard you.
Whole afro one shot. Okay,
Hitting the back.
Yeah, take your time, guys.
He's tractor in the corner, AG.
Tractor, one shot.
I'm naming time.
Nice. We have to get kills here.
Bottom bomb. He went back barn. Nasty.
Back barn. He's on the half wall.
Back
left half wall area.
Back left half wall area, okay? I'm hitting for now.
Alright, I'm in the back.
I'm naming over.
I don't see him on the tank. I'm fighting down now.
Nice, good kill.
I'm dead.
There you go.
Low water. One shot. He won.
Look over me.
Cross. The guy's one shot on time.
Trips on you.
I started one time.
Jump it down you.
I'm rotating.
One shot on time, afro.
One C2 as well.
I'm rotating. Bottom house.
You saw me.
Tools weak.
I'm going
Tools
right.
the front door.
One shot, single.
Right at the back. Stay alive.
I'm coming at you. One of them.
One.
Bind you.
Hopped up gate.
One alone.
Side house.
Last guy, straight.
Weak AG.
Dead.
Nice. Let's win in camo, bro. Camo.
I'm challenging it, bro.
Every tools. I've left.
Oh, he's back right tower tank.
He flank mid tools.
Tools. One shot. Back window and tools.
On the tools now.
And I really love the comms coming out of the Surge right there. It sounded like, we were all thinking Lamar had to just lead it in the comms, but Pred was really stepping up. Mac was stepping up to make sure that they were setting up properly on these rotations. And while that was going on, Raven were able to break into that P2 from the front side and get a good chunk of time to almost tie this game up and potentially take this lead on its P3.
I mean, what, Jay? You talked about it constantly. Like, Surge have done a great job, at least in off-season scrims on this map specifically, because of being able to slow down the game. And I feel like often through those comms, you hear players say, hey, let's slow down. Let's play kills. Yeah. Everybody take your time. Not what you kind of expect lingo-wise at a map like Bocage.
Yeah, definitely not like a map like Bocage, because it's supposed to be nothing but constant all-outs. So the fact that they were taking their time on certain situations is starting to cost them, man. I'm looking at Simp. This is a young rookie who people talk highly of. Right now, he's not having the game, but as I say that, he finds 3 in the feed, and that's going to be 149 to 163. A timeout has been requested. I don't think so, but Surge are only down by 10 now.
Yeah, and big plays going down right now. Player number 8, that was 0. He's been back here for so long, trying to lock things down for the Ravens again at a hill that Surge, at least in some scrimmages as of late, have been able to hold quite well. Nice shots there coming in from accuracy, taking down players toward that black gate side. But now an opportunity for Surge as the pendulum rather, continues to switch back and forth. A few trades to the middle side of the map, and now it could be on to Afro to try to make the play. It gets cut down once more from accuracy. The main AR looking through the middle, allowing for the young guns to slay, working out quite well. Final 15, and the Ravens may have to chalk this and prepare for the next one.
They definitely have to chalk it, man. You do not want to push this and potentially flip those spawns going into that P5 hardpoint. But you see number 3 in the back. Max able to win at least one gunfight for now. On a 4-speed, trying to play his life. Afro is able to take him down, but they find 3 in the feed. So that's going to be the Ravens winning the gunfights off the rotation. Only being down by 15 points now. Could definitely get back into this game. As you see the spawns for the Surge all the way at stables, they should be uncontested for about another 5 to 10 seconds.
Yeah. good start really for both of these teams. We continue to talk about it. The lead switching back and forth. One team does one thing and the other roster ends up replying back in pretty much the same, if not equal style. Mac continuing to make the plays from the back, as that's going to be a few for him. 3 go down for London, and just like that, the spawns that were held from the Ravens now switch back toward the Surge. A favorable spot for them is, again, a massive hill every single second, meaning that much more on a map in which you're not often going to see that 250 score mark. 195, 192. Now it's London's turn.
And this is great plays by London, because you just got to think about the first 2 rotations, the way that the Surge were able to hold down P1, get a majority of that time when you usually don't see things like that. But Surge only being down by 2 points, they should be able to take this lead, and they do not have the spawns currently, so this is beautiful for London. They need to win these gunfights in towards Barn. Trades going back and forth. Simp finds 2, Mac finds a 3rd, and just like that, the spawns are going to flip. Surge, once again, have control.
Surge continuing to put themselves in favorable spots. Right now a 6-team streak going through from Seattle. What can London do? And there we have it, a streak being called on in. We'll see what damage this can be. It's not going to be much, as everybody remained inside of the house, being prepared for what could come next. But 217, 200, London not going down, but Mac finding himself on 5. He actually took down Gizmo in the same streak. He and Pred continue to slay out from the middle side of the map. Some great work being done as streaks once more could be in their future. 18 seconds left.
You cannot give this up if you're London, because you know you have that strafe and run to work with. If you're Mac, potential glide bomb if he can pick up another kill. Still time going in favor of the Surge. 225 to 203. Potential to close it out here on P2, as Mac is going to be fully streaked out. They find all 4 in the feed. They just have to pay attention to where Zero's going to be. Mac's going to lose that gunfight, so Zero has to try to play his life. His teammate's going to spawn right next to him. Accuracy, trying to do everything he can through the middle of the map, but 240 and counting. Surge can be able to close it out here.
Let's see what they can do, as it's a big double coming in from Pred. Meanwhile, the glide bomb is there to at least damage up Afro a little bit. Having fortified on can be difficult, but only a few more seconds. Somebody from the Ravens has to try to get here, and they will not. Seattle Surge answering in the hardpoint, much like we thought they could. Labeled as a fast team, labeled as a roster who would succeed on Bocage. And they did exactly that. Ravens gave it their all, but it was not enough. At least this go-around, Jay.
It was just a great work overall from the Surge on P1. Like, the first go-around, they got about 30 seconds. The second go-around, they got about 40. And the fact that their setup was so beautiful, you have Lamar, which is accuracy, all the way pushed out towards the tank left side, and you're spawning all these players to spawn out back tower. If they're not going to hit through gate and hit through bottom grandmas, it's not going to work out, and that's where the Surge really took off here. You see players stepping up, accuracy 30 and 29, winning a lot of his rotation gunfights, but Mac being the guy to lead the pack, 34 and 26, goals on that late spree to pick up those kill streaks and eventually close out the game.
Yeah, and a great game as well from Afro, but that's the big thing we have to talk about as we'll go and take a look at a few of the highlights throughout this first map here on Bocage. Really was Mac, man. I mean, I feel like this is the one guy who maybe isn't being talked about as much on the Surge, of course, because you have, rookie players like Sib, who's been so highlighted in the North American Challengers. Obviously, with the hype in the offseason with Pred, accuracy, the whole conversation's been about how he was dropped last year. He's leading this team. Mac, once more, I feel like we've heard a decent amount of pros discuss how he could be back to Modern Warfare form, and if you're a Surge fan, that is a great sign to see Mac melting the way he did.
It definitely is, man, because you got to think about last year. Mac was the second AR for NYSL. This year, he's comfortable being that submachine gun player, that third guy that pull out the AR, and it definitely showed in that first man. He's playing his life beautifully, picks up the kill streaks at the perfect time to close out that game for his team.
Yeah, great job from Mac, a great job from the entire Seattle Surge crew, and at least for London Royal Ravens, it is one map, and now you have the chance to focus on some search and destroy. I know the desk was kind of already discussing it a little bit, Jay, how, given how the offseason has looked, given how really high-ranking Surge have been in power rankings, a lot of that is based off of Hardpoint. We kind of expect the Surge to answer out of the gates hot, but now it's the opportunity for London to slow down the game a little bit and now focus on search and destroy. A mode for them where it feels like in franchising, when they're good at it, you see them placing well, like back in MW. Last year, very bottom of the rank, and we obviously see how London's season went.
And it's going to be a little different this year, though, because their new roster, believe it or not, even though they're new, they have been playing with each other for a long time. Like, regardless, at least 2 of these guys have been on the same roster playing with each other. So it's going to be natural chemistry. It's all about if they can just shake off that first loss for that first map, because the Search and Destroy is huge for how the series is going to be turned out.
Yeah, I mean, what, Nasty and Gizmo, like, won EU Challengers last year, obviously for the European side, and I think we actually had a conversation about it. At some point, At some point, Zero had played with all 3 of these players last year.
Yeah.
So I didn't know Trey Card. He knows what he's doing, man.
He does.
He knows how to bring up the European talent. But like I said, excited to see these guys in the Search and Destroy. But as you said, communication, chemistry, it means a lot. And in the early stages of the game, sometimes that's what it's come down to, is all about that chemistry.
And what I'm so excited for on a map like Berlin is that I want to see a sniper.
I do too.
I want to see one of these guys pull it out and watch that cross, because you know how impactful that smoke grenade can be to cause problems, to give that call out to how many players are going towards A. But a majority of the fights should go down at that B site.
Yeah, I got to say, though, I feel like I'm not surprised to hear you talk about the sniper. You know,
of course.
Your history a little bit.
It's my thing, man.
It is, you know, only one of the best snipers of all time. I'll go and say it right now. But no, I definitely want to see a sniper, man. Obviously, we talk about smokes, obviously snipers. It's been a big conversation right during the offseason, but I do hope that we get to see it at least at some point today. You got to give the fans what they want, man. That's for sure. But we'll see what ends up going down. As we mentioned, Seattle Surge coming out of the gates hot, and now the conversation comes toward a map like Berlin. Jay, talk to me a little bit about Berlin specifically. I know you talked about it a little bit, but just in general, give us a little bit of a tease for what we can expect.
Yeah, so usually in Search and Destroy, if you're on the offensive side, you want to attack that bomb towards B, because you can call out the cross if you stand on top of the rooftop to how many players are crossing towards A. If you have the man advantage, you always take the advantage and risk it going towards that B bomb. If you get that B bomb down and a man advantage, it's basically impossible to lose it. So if you can start early into this game, at least set the tone with the aggression of how fast you want to play your offensive rounds, that'll make the other team start to slow down and make sure that they're paying attention. Have one person at least watching the cross, because in Search and Destroy, it can get away from you quick if you let these early rounds go.
I'm so glad I have you.
I love you.
I love you too, buddy. That was a perfect breakdown. And there it is! The debut. The car is out. Unfortunately, there's not going to be anything there for the time, but that's all right. Love to see it be brought out a little bit more. But Mac, how great of a position this is. Does reveal his position for the time. Hops inside of P2 and does get dropped from the top side of Library. Pret is there for the trade, and there you see it. Doors taken down. Zero's in the back with a sniper. A great setup here from the Ravens with bomb down. A tall task for Surge as accuracy drops.
He was trying to put himself in a position to at least play the clutch, but Pret is able to sneak through the back, force it to be a 2v2. They know that at least one player is still going to be on the site. But great shots coming in from Zero with that pistol to now make it a 1v1. Sib knows the positioning of him. He has a lot of time to work with. He's going to spot him, try to hit the shots, and he's going to win the round for the Surge, even though they ended up getting first blooded there. Great work out of the Surge to win that defense.
Can we talk about how crazy that pistol shot was?
Insane. That is really good.
That is a trigger finger, to put it lightly. But hey, that's a great clutch to have, right? If you're Sib, again, I know he didn't have the greatest performance in that first map. A lot of his teammates going off, but it is a nice clutch, at least to start things off. It got a little bit scary, but overall, I mean, that's a great retake from Surge, given the position that they had, given that the bomb was down, what numbers were even. You have, Zero in the back with a sniper. Great calls, but an even better retake for Surge, as it is the boys making their debut for this Seattle franchise, grabbing each 2. But here we go, now on their side, starting things off on the attack, and it appears to be an A hit at least to start things off.
And they're not even calling out the cross. They're just going to be super aggressive towards this bomb. You have one player, which is accuracy, going to be the island player. It's going to be playing in the back of his spawn. Afro is going to open up with the first blood. So now it's going to slow down the push for the Surge. You see that one player who's in a great position, which is going to be Gizmo, sitting in a corner in that A site. Looks like the attack is going to be here. They just have to win a majority of these trades, because 2 players from London all the way across the map. Afro at least finds 1, he finds 2. That's 3 on the round for Afro. Give him the ace.
Once more, it's accuracy, the vet toward the back, able to take down Afro off of the spree. Now in to the 1 versus 2. He's known as the Iceman. Can it be this early? It potentially could. Again, that bomb is down. Inside of gold, accuracy may find the timing. Both players did go toward the back alley. And he is going to go ahead and decide to lay this one down. Ravens re-challenge, and they're able to take him. And we'll have a 1-1.
Just a great round out of Afro. He opens up with the first blood. He doesn't take himself out of the engagement, and he comes back and finds another 2 to find 3 on the round. And in the 1v2 situation, you run around together, you're going to know that the guy picks up that bomb. They play it beautifully, able to tie it up. And if I'm the London Royal Ravens this round, what I saw from him in the first round was Zero. He watches that cross, and he did not spot anyone crossing. Yep. So instead of just committing towards that B bomb, make the adjustment. Wrap it back towards A. It's a free plant.
Look at you. Perfect call. Ravens realizing exactly that, and they have got a free site and then some. Sib really the only player in ear's distance And that bomb is going to go down quick. Similar to what we saw last round, but a much more open setup. They're going to have to be careful, but aBeZy finds one inside a small, totally tearing up the setup, but it's Gizmo on the opposite end, shutting down accuracy, a current 3 versus 3 and 30 seconds left as there goes Zero.
And that's a big kill that they find on Zero in the back of the spawn, so now they know that they have plat control. We can potentially work this defuse, but you see that number player in Afro, he's able to try to sneak his way up the back. He's going to be under the defuse. Can he get this?
Oh!
Yes, he does. Great plays out of aBeZy. The way he just worked that round was beautiful. He works his way through bottom statue, finds himself going through that bottom middle door, works his way up the steps, finds that first kill, and plays his life the entire time as his team is trying to spot out where these other players are located on the map. No hesitation right there to hop the bomb. Great round of the Surge.
Yeah, no hesi from aBeZy. Love to see plays like that already off the rip. That is a confidence type of play. And the Surge, once more, their retakes have been excellent. The reason why they find themselves up right now in this Search Destroy. But they'll head back now toward attack. Some early shots coming in from middle as Zero has to play his life. Meanwhile, Pred, given the information, Nasty with the first blood. A few shots coming in toward the dock side, but it's Nasty to win that. Ravens with man advantage. Nasty wrapping back, and again, we talk about that bomb is going to be down, but you still have plenty of time to work with.
3v2. You do not want to allow this bomb to go down, and even if it does, do not separate and give one-on-one gunfights. 50 seconds remaining on the clock. It's looking like the push is going to come in towards that B bomb, or accuracy is at least trying to spot out Nasty. Some shots is going to give up his positioning. That's going to allow his teammates to now set up off the rotation. And now if you're Seattle, you have to try to find a pick here and at least even up the numbers.
aBeZy once more all over that objective. Going to go and lay it down. Does not have really a whole lot of coverage right now. He's got to go big all by himself, and Afro's there to shut him down. Does he hop right on the defuse? It may be the call, and it will be. Accuracy, how quickly can he arrive? How quickly can he spot the bomb? Trying to fire away, but Nasty looking over his squad mate, secures the defuse, and once more the action going down toward the dock side. Great plays and great teamwork continuing from both sides.
Nasty going huge right there because accuracy was the player on the Surge who saw 2 players cross towards that A bomb. And the fact that Nasty not only won just one gunfight, but both towards that lower dock side, and then played his life beautifully, kept the man advantage in their favor, and just eventually found that final kill to close out that round to tie this game up at 2 apiece on a 3 spree, potentially working towards some kill streaks.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do. I know, what was aBeZy mentioning how she feels that Nasty is the most important player for the London Royal Ravens in a situation where they find themselves down 1-0. It could be their opportunity, but how about Mac off the rip? Taking down both Gizmo and Afro. Half of the Ravens have been wiped away in just a matter of moments, and with that, it's time for the map to slow down a little bit. We'll see if they can find a pick. There's their opportunity. All the way top 3 as Nasty jumps on down. Again, working on a spree of his own, but inside a library, Zero, not even close. But there's the pick.
Nasty finds one. He does get traded, though. So that's going to be 3 on the round for Mac. All left up to 0, and then 1v3 with the snipe. Come on, buddy. Give me a good shot. Unfortunately, he's going to run into Mac, and that's going to be the ace for the Mac attack. Just making it look easy, man. Not missing a beat ever since that first map. Drops 34, and right there an ace to close out that round for his team.
Yeah, great plays. Coming through from Mackenzie, as I thought for a moment. There was a second in my heart, Jay, where I thought maybe there's a chance for a 1 versus 3. You know, you got the rat in your back pocket. It almost feels like a primary at this point, but not able to do it. A little bit too close for comfort, but regardless, Surge able to claim it. We'll see if they can continue to lock things down. Really, can anybody get a solid advantage in this Search and Destroy is what we're waiting for. It's been so back and forth. Obviously, in the Hardpoint and in Search and Destroy, it's been exactly the same. As now we'll see that smoke laid down toward the dock side. Is it a bait? Really, that's the question that the Ravens are asking, but based off of that nade, they've got some coverage is going to be here. Mac once more. That's going to be 5 in a row for him. Simp taking away 0. And now into the 2 versus 2.
And now 2v2. You see the positioning of Gizmo. He's all the way pushed out towards trains. Might get some good timing on accuracy, but Simp trying to work with the sniper towards his B bomb. Bomb is going to be down. They know that Nasty likes to play towards lower docks. Gizmo, he's actually able to spot accuracy, going to wait for the shots and able to take him down. So now in a 1v2 is going to be Simp. Almost hits the shots, try to clutch it up and make it a 1v1, but just a great hold from the Ravens. Nasty, once again, holding down that Dox like it's his.
Yeah, that's for sure, Ben. Absolutely locking it down. Again, we see the sniper being brought out from both sides. There, Sip. Maybe had a chance, maybe had an opportunity, but once more, the pendulum continues to go back and forth. Seattle not able to secure that one. And London are able to take Mac off of that spree, which was really one of the biggest stories coming into that round, was maybe streaks could be in his future, but gets cut down after 5 in a row. And now we see the Ravens back on attack. We've seen them hit A at least once so far, and it really came down to the sneak defuse from Sib. He's had his hands all over this search and destroy, but Mac once again leading the charge. Nearly takes down 2, but it will be a 2-for-1 in favor of the Surge to start. And again, considering if you're the Ravens, being on this attacking side, having the door shut right in your face is not what you want to see. But making their play toward the back alley, accuracy knows it.
And you see the positioning of Sib. He's already worked his way all the way through the backside, so they basically have these guys trapped. They must know that they're going to be inside the bomb or back alley. Just no one be over-aggressive. Should be easy shots coming in from Sib. Finds the first, finds the second. Sib works his way through the middle of the map. Just great work early on from Mac, finding that first blood, but eventually Sib closing it out with the 2-piece. Surge take the round.
Yeah, and that just comes down to good comms, which again is question coming into this map. You know, are they going to be prepared? Are they going to be ready for situations like this? And you labeled it well, my friend. They put him in a box. They made him stay inside of that train station. And it was really just a matter of time. Like you mentioned, Mac finds the first 2, and then from there, Sib making the play, making the early call, prepared to take down the Ravens from the back. And Sib, as we mentioned, in this search and destroy, he's had some plants, he's had some diffuses, and he also leads his team right now in terms of kills, 7-3. He'll be playing toward the dock side, which, given the Ravens setup, more playing for picks through middle, not necessarily going to be the answer. As Nasty, the farthest pushed up player, he's going to have his hands full. This is going to be a free plant.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. Number 2, which is going to be accuracy, has to focus on this player, which is going to be Gizmo, going for that late flank. You still have bomb site control. One player in Nasty's trying to challenge from low docks, but Sib is going to be in that position. He's unfortunately going to lose that gunfight. So now the 3-4 in favor of the Ravens. Back with the trade. But still, this play can all fall in the hands of accuracy because he's in a great position to play the clutch.
Yeah, once you get that plant down, so many different angles throughout the warehouses. And just beam 0 as well. 15 seconds, and that instantly enters the mind of the Ravens, but they know exactly where accuracy is. 10 seconds. They've got to try to shut him down. Gizmo from the top. Yeah, doesn't take down Afro. He does not take down Afro, and the defuse will be in. Aware of his position, Afro sticks it, and the Ravens, through a nail biter, are able to secure it.
And that's rounds you usually don't see. If you get that B-bomb plant, especially if you're a 4v4 and it's a retake, you do not want to commit to that first challenge. The fact that Sib played that challenge towards lower docks and it eventually costed them that man advantage really allowed for the Ravens to eventually play the trades, allowed them to get pushed up towards that dock building, towards back boathouse, and eventually find these kills, solo out accuracy, and not allow him to get that kill in the nick of time before Afro was able to pull off that defuse.
And again, Jay, it's impressive work. Like in a situation like that, how many times have we seen a player, you know, when the team's in a 2 versus 1, there's not a whole lot of time on the bomb, that player just hops off the defuse. No, Afro was prepared. He's like, I'm gonna go ahead and bet that my teammate's gonna go ahead and clutch this. Some great plays already being made from both of these young rosters. Is Nasty, who did have that objective, is going to drop for the beginning. Gizmo does not get the trade. He does not get the trade at all.
And now it's going to be a 2v4. All left up to Afro and Zero. Zero is able to find accuracy on the late flank to make it at least a 3v2 for the time being. Afro thought he spotted one player. Now he's able to make it a 2v2. This is a winnable round now. Bomb is still going to be down at that B site. So if I'm Pred, I just want to stand right next to my teammate. You want to play the trades. You see Zero all the way across the map still, trying to push up that left side. But you eventually have to start working this bomb. And Sib is able to take down Afro right here. This is basically an impossible round for Zero to try to win.
Yeah, they've got to get involved in the fight. Again, 30 seconds, you have the bomb. You have to plant that thing in order to win the round. That's how it works in Search and Destroy. And finally making their move. Sib's going to be prepared for it. Puts in a few bullets with the auto and sets up his good old buddy Pred. The Apex Monster, as he's called, but not able to grab that one. Sib versus Zero, and really it's a prayer for Zero at this point. Sib just trying to get out of dodge as quick as possible. Check every corner you can. Are you going to check your right? He does not. Simp will stay alive, and that will be a clutch for Surge. And again, a situation where there's 30 seconds left. It's a 2 versus 2, Jay, and Zero is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, we have to get closer to the bomb right there. There's no way we win that round without planning it, or at least finding both kills. And the fact that he was all the way across the map, it wasted a lot of time on the clock, allowed these players to eventually just set up that crossfire. Great work from Simp to stay alive, to allow Pret to get that first blood. And it kind of got scary for me, because I would have liked Simp to just run back to the boathouses, play a super corner, but laid behind the boxes, eventually closed out the round. And something so far throughout this map, we've seen a lot of defensive wins. I usually see a lot of offensive wins. This is throwing me off, but Zero's going to open up with that first blood onto Simp with the snipe.
Towards the long halls. Making his presence felt already off the start. That's going to be 2 snipes for Zero. Finally gets met with some shots from range. Mac takes him down with the headshot into the 2 versus 2. Accuracy in Mac trying to secure the final round for the Surge. Can the Ravens force the round 11 as the plant will be in? Accuracy holding the long round. Mac up close. How do Afro and Nasty look to play this? One toward the back alley, at least for a moment. Mac just trying to make sure that nobody's going to be able to hop on this defuse, at least without some information gained. Accuracy takes down one toward the street, and now it is all up to Afro. 1 versus 2, trying to prioritize who to go for first, and realizing there's not a whole lot of time left on the bomb.
Time for this.
He goes for the long route, doesn't even have time to even get to the defuse. 15 seconds, and Mac is still there. This is going to take all the work in the world. It's going to have to take a perfect miracle. Coming around to the bomb site, Afro not going to be able to spot Mac. And that will be the game. Seattle Surge, in the big moments, in the clutch moments, making the biggest of plays. And really, Jay, it's the same story as the Hardpoint. London, they get close, they make it close, but just not able to grab the ones at the end, not able to cross the finish line this time.
Just great work from the Surge throughout that entire Search and Destroy. Like I said, we usually do not see a majority of defensive wins. We even saw 4v4 retakes on B. That does not happen. But the fact that the Surge were able to win at least 2 offensive rounds, that is what put them over the edge on this map. Great work coming in from Mac once again, leading his team with 11-7. Simp right behind him, 8-5, picked up a nasty 2-piece with the snipe. Just overall great work from the Surge. And from what the Surge have shown me so far, this is a really young team. The fact that they're staying so composed here, making sure that they're setting up these crossfires. No one is getting overzealous. No one is trying to over-challenge. They're just doing the right things, and so far it's working for them.
And as we'll take a look through the highlights, I mean, how much props do you give to somebody like Accuracy, who is preparing these guys? Obviously, they know Search and Destroy. They know how to play it. But in terms of being at the highest level of competition, how much props do you give Accuracy for the way that his team played here?
Gotta give him a lot, man, because at the end of the day, he's their island player. He's calling shots as their island player. He has no idea what's going on the opposite side of the map. He just has a ton of faith in his young players to really step up in the moment. And right there, Mac and Simp really just took over the game, man. Opened it up with first bloods, left and right. Mac was able to pick up an ace this round, making it look easy, man. It was just great, clean work from the Surge. Just keep it simple. No one tried to be the hero. They just got the job done by setting up the crossfires, working their defenses, and just making sure that they clutched up at least 2 offensive wins.
Yeah, a lot of high-level plays, but again, in the final round, just not enough time for the Ravens. Same thing could be said on Bocage, just not able to get across the finish line as the Seattle Surge now find themselves up 2-0. And like we said, in terms of maybe off-season power rankings, you'd expect the Surge to be in a position like this, but it has been back-to-back close maps. And now stuck with Tuscan Control up next. I know we'll have a commercial break here in just a moment, but where does your confidence lie right now with the Ravens, given how they've played so far?
It's kind of difficult, man. It's kind of difficult. Your first time that you guys are as a unit on this main stage, and you find yourself down in a 2-0 situation where you could potentially win either one of those maps. It's all about just letting those maps go, because we saw what LAG were able to do in their last series. Even though they were down 0-2, they won 2 offensive rounds. I feel like the team that can pull off the most offensive rounds in that mode is going to be able to walk away with it.
Yeah, and we saw it happen a few times, as you mentioned, in our last series between the Florida Mutineers and the LA Guerrillas. Well, it's 2-0 for the Surge. Will it be the 3-0 sweep, or could this be the start of something special? The Ravens already put in a position where they're going to have to try and clutch up, and will Tuscan Control be that very map? Folks, when we come back, it is time for Map 3, Tuscan Control. Stay with us.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
This is London's redemption year.
My name's Nero, Trey Morris, and I play for London Royal Ravens.
Nasty, Byron Plumridge.
I'm Afro.
I'm Gizmo.
The Kickoff Classic means to us as a team is just confidence and seeing where we're at in terms of all the other teams. Coming in with a pretty high seed.
To finally get the chance to play in year 3 is really good, so I'm happy.
Being in the league and not just being a standard player, being one of the better ones in my opinion, is good.
Our biggest threat, probably FaZe, just because they're FaZe. They were really good last year, all of the year, best team in the league, so I'd have to say those.
To be fair, it was a big leap, obviously coming from Challengers to the Pro League, just because obviously I never ever spoke to the team I had last year, but like beforehand, so I was like going into a complete new, obviously meeting new people.
I don't know what our favourite victory meal is as a team because we haven't won. After a good day of scrims, we go back and order Uber Eats. That's about it.
Shout out for mum and dad, Nan. Take me to my events when I was under 18.
Shout out these cool guys.
Welcome back, folks, to the Call of Duty League Kickoff Classic presented by Zenni Gaming. It is Seattle Surge currently leading the series at 2-0. And what, Jay? We heard it in that content piece there from the London Royal Ravens. They look at this season as a redemption year. And I know, granted, we're in the first match of the season. It's the Kickoff Classic. Teams have really yet to actually fully scrimmage modes like Control and Search and Destroy. So the season is definitely in its infancy stages. And while the Ravens find themselves down 0-2, you still have to like what you've seen, given, the fact that they're facing off against, based off of preseason power rankings, one of the better teams in Seattle. How do you think they fare off in Control, and what do you think needs to change up a little bit for them to not just get to the end, but to actually walk away with a map?
They just need to play a little bit more conservative. Like we saw in that first hardpoint, there was a lot of just 4 pieces happening, a lot of solo challenges happening.
Yeah.
And on a map like Control, or a game mode like Control, you only have 30 lives. You can't just give away your life that freely. So if I'm them, slow the game down, because you know how the opposite team in the Surge are going to play. Pred and Mac, they're playing super quick. Just slow the game down, make sure that you're doing the right things, and keep it fundamental, because you have to make sure you capture that A point before you work B. Don't try to do a miracle and go towards that B point right off the rip.
Yeah, and something that we've learned so far is that the Seattle Surge, not just a young team full of incredible slayers, but a roster that seems to have some great teamwork already. Yeah. Again, you could say the same thing for the Ravens up to this point, but so far, this is the way that this series has gone. If you're just joining us, it was a Bocage Hardpoint. It was a crazy one as to be expected, but it did reach that 250 mark. It was Seattle Surge walking away with that. Also, Berlin Search Destroy, a very similar story. Really different players stepping up at different times, but I feel like so far, if you were to define an MVP or to give a guy that has been the biggest difference maker, I think it's Mac.
Yeah, it's 100% Mac. Like, the guy went off first map, picked up some kill streaks to close it out, and then even in the Search and Destroy, he was opening up with the first bloods, pushing straight down middle towards Statue. Yeah. That's something you usually don't see, because Berlin is a really big map, but he was just getting the job done. So he has to be feeling really confident on the side of the Surge. And if you are on the Ravens side, like I said, it's all about just working back into this series. This is going to be the Kickoff Classic. You have some time before the season actually starts, but you don't want to go out like this.
Yeah, without a doubt, do not want to go home. After a 3-0 loss, you head to LAN. You're looking to try to start off your Vanguard season in the right way. You don't want to start off getting 3-0'd, but at the same notion, the same time, the very last series, it was a Tuscan Control. LAG were able to secure it when they were down 0-2 themselves. But here we go, on into the opening attack, and it will be the London Royal Ravens on the offensive. And as we know, on a map like Tuscan Control, you saw it in the very first series, that A point, much like P1 and Tuscan Hardpoint, is going to go in favor of the Ravens roster. They have the ability to get there that much quicker. And so far, it has been all-out dominant. Simp with the potential challenge, able to find one, nearly finds a second through the middle side of the map, but it at least sets up his teammates to get some control from the church side of field.
And this is great work from the Surge to at least not give this up freely. You know, they did drop a couple lives there. Afro picks up a 3-piece.
It's just a matter of time.
Point. You see Nasty all the way across the map. He's trying to do everything he can to try to pick up this 2-piece, but Mac's going to find the trade. So now that's going to allow Mac to push up through P5, force these spawns to spawn out all the way towards the back fountain side. And you just want to keep this hold as you see the Surge basically pushed in their spawn. London trying to attack this through the backside. Pred going to work his way towards top church. But the all-out push from the Ravens going to come in. They're able to find the first. And now, if you're aCBeZy, you have to try to go big on this flank.
See what he can do, and is able to drop Afro for the start. Gizmo currently stunned and also eliminated as well. I get a lot of time to work with, a minute and 30, but as we said, this B point can be a difficult one to try and secure. It can be a real booger, if we're being quite honest with you, but some time still for the Ravens to work with as now they start to siphon on in toward P5. The Surge players are prepared for it. Again, so cautious of where those players are spawning. They've locked down field, and now it's P5. Gizmo trying to get some progression, but once more, it's Mac to take him down.
Mac is going huge, man. He's forcing all of the Ravens to rotate out towards the backside of Church. They have to at least push through that P1 side to try to work in towards Church and work the flank, as Surge are going to be able to find 2 kills in the feed and take a 2-kill advantage so far. With a minute left, they are just stalling out a lot of time. No one's getting overzealous. Everyone's playing their corners correctly, winning a majority of their gunfights. As they still have control, aCBeZy has to try to go big as 2 players are able to sneak to the back.
It's big.
And unfortunately, Gizmo is going to lose that fight. That would have been a huge one if he was able to win it.
Not able to secure it, and now minute 30, now to just 30 seconds. Just like that, snap of a finger, the timer continues to roll. Nobody from London really has even been able to see that B capture point. And as the time continues to tick away, the Surge's life advantage continues to expand that much further. A nice long-range shot from Sib as he's going to be called upon to have to go big once more. That's not just going to be 1, it's going to be 2, but now it's Gizmo's turn on the flank. He comes out of nowhere and just takes down 2 like that. He's going to have a few teammates off of spawn, also shuts down aCBeZy, but it's a team nade. They've got 4 down, at least in regards to the kill feed. That team nade, without a doubt, is going to hurt with the Surge taking their time, looking for that pinch. The great plays from Pred to at least eliminate a few extra players off of spawn. And the Surge trying to handle things as well as they can. Zero with only a few seconds left. The respawns are done, and the Surge are able to hold on off of some great last-second plays from the Ravens. But again, Jane, another situation, you know, when you're thinking about the play that Gizmo makes, you expect at times rosters to kind of fold in moments like that, or maybe to lose a lot of map pressure. What do? They slow down and they retake.
They slow down, man, and it was all in the plays, honestly, from Mac and Pred right there. They did a great job at just continuously filling in that P5 position, because as long as they have that, it's making it impossible for them to try to rotate straight to that B point from the front side. They basically were trying to hit through the middle of the map, trying to flank through that A point, and it simply was just not working. A lot of time was being wasted, and eventually Surge were able to walk away with the defense. But now we go on the offensive side for the Surge. Once again, we're going to see the early A attack. Nasty able to find a kill in towards the middle of the map. Right now, London, they have full mid-map control. This can be dangerous, as Afro is going to be able to find 2. Still, the second progression on the point is going to be there. Simp finds 2. Gizmo trying to cause the problems here. Eventually takes 1 down, but just overall great work from the Ravens. Not give up this 8 point so easy.
Yeah, that's one of the better strategies that I think that we've seen so far. It's a great nade from Zero. Takes down aCBeZy, but kind of the slower play through Church, allow for yourself to get some map control, and again, slow down this game. A better strategy is really as much time as you can knock off before teams have to try to challenge over at B. Is really going to be the best strategy possible, but Nasty slides, and that's going to be 4 in a row now for him. Looking to set up shot, maybe toward top fire. He gets dropped as well. Now it could be Seattle Surge. They realize there could be a lane open, but Afro trying to be so careful. Not able to do it, as that'll be 3. A 3-to-1 trade in favor of the Surge, as they'll test their wits now at that B point.
They already have 2 ticks of progression at that A point. Now they're slowly starting to work up towards B. You see Mac in the back of the spawn, still playing those spawn kills. Eventually, he will get taken down, but now this opens up the A point. This should be a free capture for the Surge at A and extend this time by a minute.
Some great defensive plays early from the Ravens, as Nasty, once more, at least going to put in the back of the Surge players' minds that they're going to have to watch the flank. Sib able to deal with the pressure, and so that capture will in fact be a successful one. But, and the same notion, a minute and 30, a little bit of less time to work with than what the Ravens had last time around, but with 4 down, Pred already making his way toward the backside of the spawns. aCBeZy, a big fight for him to win, not able to do it. Ravens successful in the early defensive hold.
11-8. So now if you're the Surge, Mac's in a great position. He's going to allow his teammates to push out towards that P5. Just want to take your time with a minute left, play some kills. aCBeZy able to find 1 in towards the middle of the map. They have a lot of time to work with. 2 players are going to be playing towards Plat. Mac's going to try to get some info with the nade. Nothing pops up. The all-out push is about to come in. Gizmo opens up with the first. There has to be a trade here. As Gizmo finds the second, they're still holding this down, and time is just starting to dwindle. If you're accuracy, he's going to be working in towards top church. You guys try to find this kill. They still have the kill advantage, but you have to get on this point.
Yep, accuracy's gone out the book of plays, and which one could potentially do it? Some shots from range. And this could be their chance. Zero having to back up. As the Surge do win some of the early fights, at least toward this point, but they aggress much quicker than he expected. Accuracy ends up getting taken down, but it's Mac once more on the trades. Really the only player that currently exists inside of the point is the lives. The biggest factor, Afro, the only man alive, a 1 versus 5. What a clutch that it could be, as that'll be 2! 3 straight, and with 10 seconds left, the Surge have got to make a move, and Afro, he knows exactly why that's the case. One player was at the ladder room, he turns, but he cannot burn. I mean, I'll be honest, Jay, given a 1v6, 1v7, you gotta give him some props for that.
He almost made it happen.
He did.
He almost made it happen. Right there was all on Mac being patient on that hop up. Like, if Mac would have jumped into it, Afro probably gets that kill and walks away with his life. But I thought the way that the Ravens played that round in the beginning was beautiful. They did not give up A so easy. They had the live advantage, but once they allowed Surge to sneak through B, set up Mac in the back of the spawn for some spawn kills, eventually take that live advantage back, then it was just an easy cap at A. You just play the kills, you play it correctly, and you play your position, and that's exactly what happened there as Surge were able to walk away with the round.
And you almost kind of see the Surge doing a very similar strat, right? You allow for accuracy to look toward field, and really, they'll start to jump out of church, at least when the Ravens don't expect it. The trade is in, and with that, the stack will now begin at A. Watch that capture just continue to roll. And in fact, Nasty will say, you know what, guys, I got the objective. You go ahead and push on forward. It's an early control trying to be granted for the Ravens, and it works out at least to start. Gizmo now on a 2 spree, gets cut down.
And unfortunately right there, Gizmo is trying to set up for them spawn kills, but he gets taken down by Pred. They still do have the man advantage though, up by 3 kills. You see them starting to take control of church as Afro's gonna work his way through, finds 1 kill onto accuracy. They're trying to set up the pinch from the backside, but they cannot allow the Surge players to be set up on P5 the way they were on their very first defensive side.
And Sib still lingering toward top church. Again, one of the many power positions that you're gonna have to break through if you are the London Royal Ravens. 2 minutes on the clock in a situation where they have to win if they want to stay alive here at the Kickoff Classic, down 2-0. And as we said, the exact same story as the first series. LAG were down 2-0. They made the reverse sweep, at least in the control, and the Ravens will hope for that very similar storyline. Trades back and forth, Nasty up close, not able to grab it, and the Surge able to wipe away another team push out of the Ravens. Minute 30, life advantage, not too much of a problem, but again, when you got Pred in your spawn, it's not ever gonna be easy.
Yeah, it's definitely not, man, because they know the exact timings of when you're gonna be spawning. Now he's gonna be working his way up through P5. This should be a free 2 for the young man. He's gonna potentially turn around and find a third. Movement's kind of fleeky, Pred.
Oh, come on.
Unfortunately, he's going to get taken down, but still, the Surge are just doing a great job of just filling in the lanes. They're always consistently having one player focus on this P5, and this time around, it's going to be accuracy. Fortunately, it's going to be a lot of players there. You got to back down and play your life, but here comes Mac on the pinch, able to find 2. Last player in the position is going to be Nasty. He's going to drop in just like that, a clean 4 dead once again for the Surge.
And you feel like in that moment, maybe the Ravens a little too tunnel vision. You see, you know, that kind of that objective in front of you. They like to run forward, and that is what Seattle have done so far throughout this game. Constant flanks, constant 2 pieces. When the Ravens are just trying to compose themselves and right on cue, that'll be a 2-for-2 trade. Finally, the Ravens able to spot that point. They will have a few close spawns in P5 as well. So Seattle gonna have to deal with this one. Can the Ravens stay alive? No progression yet at that B point. Zero not having the greatest of games, may have to make the call that potentially changes everything, continuing to pile in out of P5. Some good early kills, that'll be 3 to start, but accuracy replying with 2 of his own. The veterans trying to make plays toward the stretch. Zero once more, 5 seconds remain. London with no respawns left. Hardly any progression as they'll have to get on the point, and they're gonna have to stay here. Afro, he can't afford to stay off of this one, trying to wait for a few teammates. Players continue to drop, but Afro going as big as he can. Zero, the last one alive in Seattle, will hold on. A solid series from beginning to end, and there you see it. It's got to feel good for accuracy. A 3-0 versus the London Royal Ravens. Two teams very similar composed, the vets with the young guns. Challenger scene being represented across all of our regions, but it is Seattle's day.
Definitely was, man. At least in those first two maps, I feel like it could have went either way. But Seattle, they just made the plays to close out games, specifically Mac. Search and Destroy, he went big. First Hardpoint, he went huge. And even towards the very end of that game, even though he wasn't picking up a lot of kills, the fact that they were just filling in the lanes properly, just making it so difficult for London to just spawn up and decide where they wanted to go. Some players are going in towards top fire. Some players are pushing P5. Some players are pushing mid. They just couldn't get a clean push because the amount of pressure that the Surge just had on that map, able to walk away with a clean 3-0, man. And I honestly expected that. I expected the Surge, everybody that has these guys at the top ranking pretty much at 4th right now. And I love this team because they're such an underdog team that you don't really have high expectations of. But if you're on a redemption season, that's a good way to start it.
Yeah, that absolutely is. If you've been a Seattle Surge fan for the past few years, well, I do feel slightly bad for you. But this could be their opportunity. This could be their chance. New blood, a new roster, and a new result, at least, for this Kickoff Classic. We talked about a number of different players, and it is the young guns going big in the Control. 26-18 there for Sib. At the same notion, Pred, 24-19. I mean, really, Jay, from start to finish, if you, like I said, are a Seattle Surge fan, this is a great win, not just because it's a 3-0, not just because it's a 3-0 in the Control, but because it was a well-collected team effort where you had players across all maps, and specifically a guy that not a whole lot of people were talking about have a phenomenal series in Mac.
Yeah, and it was beautiful plays, specifically right there out of Sib and Pred. They both had 18 non-tradable kills. That means that they're walking around, picking up free spawn kills. No one's getting to trade in 5 seconds. It's just easy work for them. But just, if you're Mac, you got to be feeling great, man. Probably didn't have the season that you wanted last year running an AR, but now he has the sub back in his hands. He's looking more confident than ever.
Yeah. Got to think exactly that. Again, if you are the London Royal Ravens, you know, it is back to the drawing board type of position, going up against the Seattle Surge team, which, again, is still questionable in regards to where they rank. All the power rankings are really based off of Hardpoint, but still, you go back to the drawing board, I think somewhat excited given the result that you had. You played them close in the first two maps, but Control, not at all their story, as it will be a 3-0 in the books for Seattle. But again, Jay, just a number of different great plays for the team. Really, both rosters not playing like there are 4 players making their debut in this game. It felt almost like veteran teams going up against each other based off of the clutch plays, based off the defuses, based off the long routes, the setups for these teams.
It's beautiful, man, because as long as you have that leader that's able to provide some experience, like most of these guys have been playing in challenges, and they know exactly what it takes to go out there and get some wins. And for both of these teams, if you're London, it's only the kickoff. It's not even the season yet. You can't be too mad about this, but you know, it is a 3-0. You want to go back and watch the VOD and make sure that you clean things up. A lot of solo challenges in the Hardpoint, a lot of solo challenges in the Search and Destroy. Cannot allow that to happen when the season starts.
Yeah, that's for sure. I feel like if you're a fan of a certain CDL team that wins at kickoff, you're like, okay, you're right, we're looking solid. And if you're a team, you know, or if you're a supporter of a team that maybe didn't make it far, you get eliminated in the first round, you're like, it's just the kickoff, it's just the preseason. But still, if you are a Seattle Surge fan, it is a good sight to see. And I believe we have Blaze standing by with Pred on the main stage.
Yes, I do, Lando, and it is just a kickoff, but the Seattle Surge still came out on top. Make some noise from up here on the main stage. Now, we got Pred coming from Australia, representing his country, and he just lit it up on this stage. Pred, my man, how you feeling right now coming off your first dub and being at LAN?
Obviously, I haven't been to LAN before in the CDL, so it's my first time for my teammate as well, so it was a great experience. Obviously, there's going to be many more to come, but that was a great feeling, man.
Yeah, yes. Many more to come. Now, in order to get that done, you got a good team around you who knows how to play the game. Tell me about the Seattle Surge and your squad and what makes you guys so great, because we just watched you come out with a dominant 3-0.
I think our team has just got so much raw talent that once it's all put together in the right format, it can lead to, the ceiling's just like so high. It can go up to any level. But I think the main thing about my team is that our vibes in-game and out-of-game are just always good. You know, we can go out, hang out, have a good time. Like, I think that's the most important thing, like being comfortable with your teammates, and then the rest is just going to come out naturally.
Hey, I feel that. Good vibes, and you'll be hitting some great shots out there. Yeah. Now, for the fans out there, what's the best tips on getting some great vibes with your teams? What does the Seattle Surge love to do?
Well, we love to eat, man. That's one thing. We love to eat. I don't know if many of you know, but Lamar's a big food guy, so he's always taking us out to some nice places. But Actually, last night we went to a dinner and we had so much food.
Well, I'm actually jealous because I didn't get the invite, all right? Well, Pred, you're going to have to invite me to the next outing. And with that being said, that's going to do it for us up here on the stage, Pred. It was good meeting you, man. Make some more noise for the Seattle Surge.
Appreciate it.
Take it away.
All right, you guys heard from the pretty boy coming straight out of APAC. The chain is on and the vibes are high. And the Seattle Surge is going to walk away with a big victory. And aLLeY, how do you do it, bro? You guessed it again. The prediction is right. 3-0. Pred popped off big time this game.
No, he did. And actually, Pred, this being his debut, you know, especially in that control, I feel like is really where he elevated his game. As we look stats across the board, I mean, positive in respawn, okay? And that is huge for this team that is already so S&D dominant. For him to bring that extra KD up in that respawn is going to be huge.
But what's even bigger than that and even better than that is Slack. Let's talk about it. The veteran presence that's even helping him out, and he even named him. Lamar, man, you got to show love to the big boys on the team.
Yeah, man, I'm loving this squad top to bottom. I think they're playing really fundamentally correct, and I think with the addition of Sam Phoenix, I'm just like super excited to watch them grow and progress throughout the year, and obviously see Sib and Mac get a little bit more comfortable on that main stage.
Right now, Nameless, you got a prize for the fans, man. You have a game-fueled tactical play. What do you have for us today?
Yeah, let's check out something from that search and destroy, right? Mac went off and got an ace. And, you know, talking about Mac a little bit, I felt like he's the X factor for this roster for the entire season going forward, right? Like this guy, he burst into the scene 2 years ago, and, you know, he's been great since. But you see right here, he rushes right out to the statue, and he catches this push of the players trying to go through low trains on their way to the A-bomb site, gets a two-piece, and from here on out, like, they just established control on the map. And for the London Royal Ravens, they had Zero who was rocking that sniper, so being able to get that first blood and then knowing that Zero has a sniper, it allows you to get pushed up and get in positions where it's like we have them trapped. So right now Mac's just roaming around trying to get some more information. He knows he has the positioning. He can see if they wrap back over towards that A side, and he's just playing off of a kill here. So, you know, looking at a player like Mac in Search and Destroy, he needs to be a playmaker for this squad. Obviously, with a guy like Pred, he can play off the back of plays from Mac. If Mac can get up close and personal, get those first bloods, it can really let a player like Pred go out and fly and use his individual talent to win the rounds.
You know what's crazy? Actually, Mac was 0-3 to start that round, so he almost doubled his KD in that singular round, and I feel like that's kind of the underdog of this squad. Mac, you know, we didn't talk about much heading into the match, and he really stepped it up here. I know this is just kickoff, but what a way to start his career this year.
Yes, and one more thing, we talk about Pred, we talk about Mac all the time, even Lamar, but let's also talk about Sam Phoenix, the coach. It's big that he's coming in and helping out the young guns, right?
Yeah, I'm super excited to see. I want to have some deeper conversations with him throughout the year because I know he's a new guy coming into the CDL, and I'm just excited to see what he can bring to this team. Obviously, with Lamar being a veteran leader, I'm excited to see what they can do together.
Yes, now, for those of you at home, I don't know about you, but if it's for free, it's for me, and if you happen to link your accounts as soon as possible, if you link your Activision and YouTube accounts to earn exclusive in-game rewards for tuning in to the Kickoff Classic. This weekend, you can earn a Salt Shaker weapon charm, Demon Mode emblem, a fresh calling card, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we have a couple of legends entering the main stage. We're going to see the likes of Crim and Clay. I can't wait. It's going to be NYSL versus the new look Boston Breach. We'll see you guys soon for some more CDL Kickoff Classic action.
Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The roll on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath and dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna ever be.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
Hungry team, right? Like Boston Breach is a group of players who I think have a lot to prove this year, especially some of the more, I guess, amateur younger players on that team. The two vets obviously kind of have to prove that they deserve to be in the CDL, and the two young guys are getting their first real shot. And they're under a pretty cool org. I mean, Boston, new city this year in the CDL. Branding is pretty cool in my opinion. They had a pretty cool announcement video and stuff, but can't really determine how good they are till you see them play on stage. So we have a first round. I'm just excited to get there and play Zenni again.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Welcome back to the CDL Kickoff Classic, presented by none other than Zenni. And right here on the analyst desk, I'm your host, Belly, breaking things down with aLLeY. We got Nameless, we got my man Slack. It's been a good day so far, right? But let's talk about it. Let's talk about NYSL, matter of fact. Sure. Nameless, you're excited about this team. The fact that you got two legends together, that's disgusting.
Dude, I'm hyped for this roster. I think they're going to be absolutely unreal, especially as time goes on and they get to develop players like Neptune and HyDra. You think last year when HyDra was going up against teams like Atlanta FaZe, he was ripping them apart. I mean, in that game 5, round 11, where he beat Simp in that 1v1, I knew right there he was the real deal. So this team's going to be dirty, man.
Right, and aLLeY, let's talk about HyDra. I mean, you know a lot about him. The man pops off. I've seen him in the scrims. He's crazy.
What's crazy about HyDra in the EU scene, he did play with Trainhard previously with Keza, Whalers, and Henry. And about that squad, the second HyDra leaves, their placings tank. Ooh. So I'm wondering, with him being added to this roster, the amount he brings to the table is almost tournament placing deficit, you know? And looking at stats across the board, he's first in Hardpoint, he's 8th in S&D. It's a little slacking there in Control. We're gonna pretend like I don't see that number, but I am expecting a lot out of this duo.
Right, Slack. You know what I'm expecting a lot out of?
What's that?
Clayster, man. You competed a lot against the likes of him. So what is your opinion on Clayster heading into this year?
Clayster is a beast, man. He's been around for a long, long time, right? He's obviously competed at the highest of levels, and I'm excited to see him back with his duo Crimsix, and then he's going with the rookies. I love this. They're getting Neptune, obviously, and HyDra back in the books, and I'm just excited to see what he can do. He's been at the top for a long, long time, maybe not statistically, but his teams are always one of the ones that's always talked about to win a championship.
Yeah, man, and he got put through the ringer last year, right? On his team, he thought that, the guys around him, they weren't developed enough, and now he actually has New York believes in him. He got the roster that he wants, and you think to the start of last year, he was playing phenomenal. The guy was going off, so he still has it in the tank. That passion is still there, so I'm expecting Clay to be a beast too.
You know, I'm expecting to be a beast. Now, we saw it in the scrims. He was off and on at times, but when he was on, Neptune was insane.
Yeah,
Nameless.
dude.
I'm expecting Neptune to be a big part of this team.
Yeah, multi-FPS player. This guy's movement is next level, man. That is why they picked him up, right? They want to go up against Simp and aBeZy, and so having the 1-2 punch of HyDra and Neptune, it's just got to be dominant, man. But, a player like Neptune, he's got to learn a lot still. Right, this guy was making a lot of mistakes last year, and I know Slack can speak to that.
Yeah, so I've teamed with Neptune obviously personally, and I've always said forever that his gun skill and movement is a 10 out of 10. I'm excited to see what Clayster and Kim can kind of teach him throughout the year. Hopefully they can make him more of a fundamental player and really mesh well with this other submachine gun duo and HyDra.
And speaking of Crim, aLLeY, now having a veteran of his stature, I mean, that is a big deal. This year, Crim enters another year of the CDL, and we're expecting him to just be C6 as usual, right?
Absolutely. Once again, we talk about scrims, because that's really all we have to go off of heading into our Kickoff Classic, and we've all seen Crim go off in scrims, man. He was on fire. I really think this might be his game this year. He's really elevated not only his social presence, but his gameplay as well. Now, stats from last year across the board are pretty mid, to be honest, but it's Crimsix. We know he's going to put on a show.
Yes, now let's talk about one of the newest teams in the CDL, and this one came at a big surprise to me. The Boston Breach. I love the colors, I love the logo, I love everything about them, right? Personality is a big there, but also another thing that's big is going to be Capsidal. Now, aLLeY, what is your total thought about this team?
Honestly, on paper and from their video, I love them. I want to root for this team, and I think they really could be a top 4 team going later on into the season. But right off the bat, man, I think they're seriously going to struggle. I respect kind of going out on a limb and picking up Capsidal, even though he didn't play so well in Challengers. That's not always the full story, So across the board, I think this team has a lot of potential, but early on, I don't know.
Yes, now for those of you that don't know anything about a lot of players on this team, we actually have a profile video that's going to teach us a lot more about this spectacular roster. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Thomas Haley, and I play for the Boston Breach.
Anthony Zenni.
Dylan Cope.
Kenyon Sutton.
The Kickoff Classic for us, I feel like, is just sort of a way to break these two guys in. Their first time playing on land. Me and him are pretty tenured, so pretty much a perfect event to get the nerves out, get accustomed to everything, and just get the feel for it.
Kind of just like a confidence booster going into the regular season.
I think we could probably win the whole thing.
Yes. Yes.
They put us as the quote-unquote founding fathers, so that's good to know that we're helping building the brand, so we're always going to be in the brand. As a rookie, there's always pressure because there's going to be people saying, I don't deserve to be in the league and all that stuff, and it puts a weight on your back.
All eyes are basically on us to see how well we can work together and if we truly deserve the spot, which I do think we do.
I mean, I've been doing it for so long that everybody sort of had my back every step of the way, so they know who they are.
Shout out to my family as well, and I just want to shout out to Boston fans for supporting us this year.
1v3 in real life, he's winning.
Yeah.
1v3 in game,
and in game.
Undoubtedly I'm winning.
The confidence is out with this team, and I absolutely love it. But Slack, your man's Methodz, one of your old teammates, he's talking about how excited he is to be here once again with a brand new team. You gotta love it for your old friend, man.
Man, I'm so excited that he gets another opportunity to play, obviously at the top level with his rough pass in the year with Toronto being benched and then having to sit out the entire year. I just can't wait to see what he can do with his new faces, these new rookies, and his good friend TJ.
Yeah, and Method's name got thrown around in the dirt a little bit, right? Like he gets, benched on his team, Insight comes in, they end up winning an event and becoming one of the best teams in the game. So he's got something to prove, man. He's got to come out here and play great. A lot of people call him a slow statue AR. A lot of people say that play style can't work in Call of Duty anymore. You see it all the time on Reddit. You see it on Twitter. And if you think that doesn't get to Zenni, you're crazy. He's thinking about that. And he's going to come out here and he's going to show why he deserves to be in the league. He was pleading every single week, we need more teams in the league. We need more teams in the league. I need to have a spot. Well, he got a spot. Boston Breach believes in him. I believe in the management team behind them as well, and Zed and Dens. I think they have a good thing going for them, so let's see them put it to work.
And the CDL getting bigger is even better for us right now. Let's talk about TJHaly as well. Man, TJ came into the scene, the man was hot. So the expectations for him, I mean, ultimately, is for him to get back to his old ways.
Yeah, no, TJ is very hot and cold for me. When he starts popping off, he seems to be an unstoppable force on the map, but he just needs to be more consistent. And being a veteran on this squad as well, I'm hoping his voice is as well being looked over for Cap and Nero.
I'm super excited to watch him play this year as well. With this game being super fast and aggressive, I know he's going to bring a lot to the team, and he loves challenge a gunfight, and that is what he's going to get to do this year.
Right, I heard that in the crowd. Go ahead and make some noise for one of the rookies. It's going to be big. Capsidal right there.
Yeah.
Nameless. I'm loving what I see from him. He flew under the radar, and I have high hopes for him.
Bro, he's an absolute unit. I want to see him go off up there on that stage. We've been watching him in scrims with that SMG. He knows what he's doing. He's got some veteran teammates alongside him to teach him along the way. And there's just something always special about the unknown, right? Like, we know he played in challengers and he did okay, top 6, top 8 placings, but he's going up against the big dogs now in the CDL. So let's see what he's capable of.
Now, this is a scary thing, though, because, I mean, we look at how players like Pred pop off and all these rookies having their first time up there, but Slack, it's not that easy when you're on that main stage, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're literally coming down to one best of 5 right here to see what Capsidal and Nero Poison can do. I'm super excited. I hope they come out hot and turn some heads, and I can't wait to get into this match.
Yeah, aLLeY, we have, this is the biggest year for rookies in the CDL, actually. I believe, 50%, right? Yep. Now, you coming up from challengers as well. I mean, we got to root for our boys, right?
It literally warms my heart. I am so excited here to see so many challenger players be brought up. Just from watching them, seeing the passion that they put in, man, some of those games of challengers were ridiculously exciting, and now I'm hoping they can bring it here to main stage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the players getting ready, and the match is about to start shortly. But before we do, we have a good game coming up. NYSL versus Boston Breach. We got the vets versus the new team out there, and I can't wait. We'll see you on the other side of this break for more CDL action.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two.
FaZe Clan for the first time!
Each year the game changes, but the grind, it stays the same.
Have done it. Congratulations, Subliners.
Practice, scrim, compete, eat, sleep, repeat.
Dylan, attached, ready to rock.
You don't give up though. You don't stop. You don't quit till you're the best. I'm always searching for that next competitive edge.
Yo, Dylan, you good, bro?
I must have fell asleep. What's up, Eli?
Check what came to the office today.
Looks like my next edge found me. Visit Zenni.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennis or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
Arlington, Texas, make some noise for yourselves! I know you guys are having an awesome time, but I hope you're having a fantastic time at home as well. It is time to get our third series of the day kicked off. And do that, we got to bring out the first squad. I introduce to you the New York Subliners! You got Clayster, Neptune, Crimsix, and HyDra. Make some noise for the Subliners.
And the crowd is loving it. And why not, man? Crimsix walking out like that, aLLeY. I am absolutely loving it.
Dude, I'd be terrified if I was sitting on the other side of that stage of that man right now.
Yeah, Blaze, New York Subliners are looking good, man. But what we want to see is the new addition to the CDL. Go ahead and bring them on out, man.
Yeah, we definitely want to see that because we got a new rivalry in the CDL. It's going to be New York up against, I introduce to you, the Boston Breach! You got Nero, Capsidal, TJHaly, and Methodz. Give it up for the Breach!
And the crowd is eating it up. But by the way, take a look at that absolute unit. Capsidal looks insane, man. He's amazing.
Yeah, aLLeY said she'd be afraid if she was sitting across from Crim on that stage. I tell you what, I'd be afraid if I was sitting across from Capsidal on that stage. Let's see if he goes off, aLLeY.
Blaze, this is looking like an amazing matchup, man. We're loving it.
Oh, I'm loving it up here on the main stage. It's New York versus Boston. How can you not love it? Valley, I'm gonna need you to break this series down. And chat, get ready. You don't wanna miss out.
All right, all right. By the way, Blaze is killing it on that main stage.
Great.
I'm loving the energy from my man's right there. But let's talk about the match for just a moment. Let's talk about the keys to victory for just a second. And looking at a veteran squad like NYSL, man, it should look easy on paper, but in order to win, they're gonna have to do what?
Yeah, let's talk about these game fuel keys to victory. I mean, looking at Crim, he's going to need to step up. His individual performance at times, it cannot be that great. And in this game, he's going to be a flex player, right? So you're going to have to run an AR, run an SMG. So he's going to have to be dynamic on the map. So I'm looking at him to step it up and then also develop this young talent. You look at HyDra and Neptune, they're individually unbelievable, but they have to develop them throughout this game.
Right now, also when it comes to New York, I mean, aLLeY, the expectations are high. I mean, on paper, this team looks stacked. I think they're gonna probably win a few ships this year, maybe. I'm on the hype train.
There's a big hype train for this team, and Crim and Clay, really, they just need to mold the talent in Neptune and HyDra. We've seen Clay do it before with aBeZy and Simp, so I don't see why this could be any different.
All right, and now let's talk about Boston, a new addition to the CDL, Slacked. When it comes to them, some of your boys are on that team, some ex-teammates. What's gonna be some keys of victory, man?
So the main thing I want to see from the Boston Breach in this series is kind of just use this as like a stepping stone, right? I want them to have fun when they're playing and let the little rookies like learn to perform on LAN, right?
Yeah.
I just want them to enjoy themselves, play like they're having fun at home, and then I want to see Methodz and TJHaly just do their thing, be good veteran leaders, and just allow them to enjoy themselves when they're playing.
Right, and Nameless, this is a big test for them, but it's important for Boston Breach to realize that this is a Kickoff Classic, and even if they lose today, we still have high hopes for them in the future.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the building blocks of the future of Boston, right? Keep in mind, this is also the start of the Boston and New York rivalry, right? So they don't want to start off with an L either. So they're going to have to come out the gates hot.
Lando and Steady, you guys had your hands full with some good games. Staying steady. I'm loving the energy you brought earlier, man. Lando and Steady, take it away.
Thank you so much, Veli. Absolutely. We're super stoked for this match. Obviously, because we see Boston Breach for the first time. You see a new roster in New York as well. But also, it is about the rivalry. New York versus Boston. Jay, I know you're quite familiar with this rivalry.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than this. If you just think about the New York-Boston rivalry, we already have Yankees, Red Sox, Celtics, Knicks. And now we got Subliners and Breach. I don't think it gets any better than this, man. And this is going to be a rivalry every single time they play.
Oh, yeah.
Online, LAN, doesn't matter. It's always going to be an absolute battle between both of these.
It's going to be so fun, man. It's going to be so fun. The greatest sports rivalry of all time now enters into esports. And for their very first encounter, let's go and take a look at our maps and modes. Yes, it is going to be Bocage again, and I could not be more excited. Tuscan Search, Destroy, Gavutu Control, and Berlin Hardpoint and Berlin S&D to close it out. If we can get to a map 4 or map 5, which I think this series has got the legs to do it. You also see the map bans at the bottom. But in regards to the map vetoes, in regards to the set that we do have, Jay, thoughts on this one?
I really like NYSL in this series right here when it comes to these maps. Like on Bocage, you're going to allow Crimsix to run that third sub. But you still have your two main subs, Neptune and HyDra, leading the way. They're going up against a young roster in Boston, two rookies in Nero and Cap that have to try to keep up with the levels of their play. And then when you go into that Gavutu Control, that is where we're really going to see Crimsix and Clayster really step up in that AR department. I'm pretty sure Neptune is going to be the third AR, so I feel like they're a lot more comfortable there. But I feel like this first map is going to tell us everything we need to know about New York. I'm expecting high stuff from Breach because I've been watching them so much in their scrims. They're consistently just playing really well, and I'm excited to see what this battle is going to bring us.
Yeah, and there's been talk, right, on the timeline. There's been talk coming into this matchup specifically how much pressure that is on the Boston Breach. And you know, there have been people who've discussed, oh, there's no pressure, it's just the Kickoff Classic. But I think Methodz has even discussed it. You know what? Hey, this is my first time on LAN in 2 years. This is the debut for 2 players in both Cap and Nero. At the same notion, this is the very first series for Boston Breach, and I'm sure that they would love to walk away with it, and especially in a rivalry-type match. I mean, what, Jay? It cannot be understated how important and how great this would be for Boston to start off their career, their history in the CDL with a victory, and versus a very, very solid team on the other side of New York.
It would be beautiful, man, if they can come out and get this win, man. To start with a new organization, basically a brand new roster, players coming back after some time off, players from Challengers stepping up. This is all fresh, man. I just hope that the work that they put in, they can keep that the same stuff that they were doing online here, because you know with young players, those jitters can get to you. You're going up against Clayster and Crim. These guys have been probably players you've been watching your entire life, so you can be a little bit nervous.
I mean, let's be frank. They've probably, like Clay and Crim have probably been competing whenever like Cap and Nero were born. Like, it kind of works out roughly, somewhat like that. As much as we love to, you know, mess with Clay and Crim, they still got the gun yet. Like what? They're like almost 30. They're pushing 30, right?
Yep, they're pretty up there.
You know, you call them Old Man Jim for a reason. We love Clay.
Yeah, we love Clay.
And they've got plenty of accolades that have acquired over that time, but we obviously love to give those guys, you know, a little bit of a run from time to time. But again, it cannot be understated when it comes down to this Boston Breach lineup. As you referenced, you know, this is a big series for these guys. It is going to be important, and also the same thing can be said when we look at how the kickoff goes. The way that we interpret stage 1 could very well be based off of one match. Like, we get one sample size, and it goes back to the thing that we talked about earlier. You know, if you're a team that walks away with the series, we instantly think you're great. If you come into this one and get smoked, I mean, hey, that's got to do a little bit to your confidence. Granted, it is one series, but that series sits in your mind for a while.
Yeah, it definitely will be in your mind, but good thing that it's a kickoff. This season hasn't even started yet, so if they come out and they lose this one, it's still a very young team. They just got to go back and put it in the work, man. They're going up against a veteran squad, and what I really like about the new New York team is that with Neptune now on this roster, you just got to go back and think what Clay and Crim were able to do when they won that World Championship together. That was the first year that Shotzzy came into the league. They molded that player into a totally different player, and he's a god SMG now. So if they can develop the same way with Shotzzy that they can with Neptune, that could be huge, man, because Neptune wasn't playing with Clayster and Crim. He was playing with Awakening Skies, a little bit younger players. But now he's got the veterans on his team. It's all about learning how to play fundamentally correct, like the Death said.
Yeah, without question. Like you said, literally we went from Botsy to the MVP of the season. So if they can do that, like I said, the limits are endless when it comes down to a player like Neptune. But you see the timeline going off. Methodz versus Crimsix. It is going to be a fire match indeed. John Peterson, we could not be more stoked, but we are going to send it to a quick little commercial break. When we come back, it is Boston versus New York on the cage.
I hate everyone.
You mean the big dog and the small dog?
The Kickoff Classic, what it means to me and the team is just building our confidence for the rest of the season. But I would say for us, we definitely need to get this win.
Playing this CDL was my dream before. That's still my dream, but it's just like an accomplishment in my life. So I really wanted to play in the CDL, playing with pro player, being a pro.
Who's winning a 1v3? Yeah, I feel like it depends on like where in the tournament it is, right? Like in a winners finals, grand finals 1v3, I think Crim's got that all day. He's like one of the best big time clutchers in like ever.
Shout out my girl. She's been like super supportive of me ever since I started competing.
And then my parents for making it so hard to go pro. You know, got my power cord taken away. I'd be mid-GB match and then I'd get yanked, disconnected. And I'd text the team like, good luck.
The way I feel with the transition from Florida Mutineers to the New York Subliners is a lot more confident because I have like really like good teammates. Like 2 of them are just the greatest of all times. Every single day I get on to practice and it's just intense. I feel like I'm putting in more work.
In a very short time, we've become already a pretty close-knit group. We can be loud with each other, we can criticize each other, we can kind of crack on each other, joke with each other, but just keep believing, right? This process works, follow the plan, and hopefully we achieve our goals at the end of the season.
You have got to love that New York Subliners team. That is without a doubt. We love the content. We also love the support in the crowd. You got some Boston Breach merchandise. We got some signs already. We got some signatures as well. That is a solid group of individuals right there. But I'll tell you what, man, to get back to that New York video, that is hilarious. I can just imagine, like, little Crim who's, going up to his mom like, hey, give me back the power cord, Mom. What the heck's going on? I'm trying to play my GB right now. We love Crim. But it also, like, you can kind of see it, too. Like, you could totally see the age gap, like, in that video as well. You got the 2 parents on the side, and you got the young guns in the middle. It's going to be great content all year long, but I got to imagine those comms have got to be hilarious from time to time.
100%. You heard HyDra? He's like, you're big dog, I'm little dog. And right now, you're definitely big dog. I'm 100% the little dog. But I cannot wait for this match to start, man. Like, this is going to be an absolute battle. But the player that I really want to focus on has to be Capsidal.
Okay.
Like, this guy on this first main stage match, going up against some of the best players to ever touch Call of Duty, I just need him to just do what he needs to do. Don't try to be the hero. Go out there and play your game and just be confident with your teammates. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing. Focus on your job.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the emphasis is even, kind of brighter, if you will, on a player like Cap, considering that we are going to have a Bocage to start off this series. So if we're talking about SMG players, you're going to be involved in the fight, maybe an opportunity to get your shot warm, this is the greatest opportunity and probably the best map for you, potentially, if you do get off to a hot start. But at the same notion, Jay, we talked about the SMG duo that exists on the other side. Paco and Neptune, those 2 guys together, and now under the guidance, if you will, especially for Neptune now, with Clay and Crim, that could also be terrifying too.
Yeah, it definitely can be terrifying, but you just got to keep in mind, like, this team hasn't really had a lot of time to practice.
That's true, yeah.
Over the holidays, HyDra was that player who had to go back to France and have to spend time with his family. So they were about like 3 weeks delayed on scrims.
Yeah.
And the fact that they were so high ranked when it came to all the coaches making their predictions on them, they were still in 6th spot. So I'm excited to see what these guys are able to do today. Obviously, not having as much practice as they want to, they can still definitely get the job done.
And getting back to that first map as well, like kind of referencing to that one specifically, we talked about being on Bocage versus a solid SMG line that New York, of course, has and will continue to develop. I mean, given the fact of the pressure that does exist with this Boston Breach team, the way that they have looked in the power rankings, the fact that this group has been ranking on the top 5, right, when we talk about coming into the Kickoff Classic, and having these 2 rookies being, kind of representing this organization for their very first series in this rivalry game, how important do you think that first map is for Boston and really the conference throughout the rest of the series?
Oh, it's huge, man. Especially on a map like Bocage. Like, you have 3 players who can pull out SMGs at any point.
Yeah.
Crimsix is probably going to be a little bit more uncomfortable on the NYSL side, but I just expect TJHaly, Cap, and Nero, because Nero, he's a player who's been dominating Challenger for quite some time.
Yeah.
He has to step up. I know he has the ability to be the best player on this team, and they have to show it here today.
Yeah, I know we continue to talk about the pressure factor, but again, that is always going to be a story in your very first series. Do the nerves affect you, or does it rather allow for you to rise to the occasion? Again, another look at our maps and modes. We're still working on getting into that first map, so we do apologize for the slight delay, but there you have it again. Bocage Hardpoint, Tuscan Search and Destroy, Gavutu Control, and then finally the last two will be on Berlin. Question being, can we get to that map 4? Specifically, can we get to that map 5? I'd love to see it. We haven't seen a map 5 yet so far in the 2022 season, and quite frankly, this could be the series.
It definitely can, man, because this rivalry, it just adds something new to these players. Like the fact that it's New York versus Boston, one of the best of all-time rivalries in everything. This is going to be an absolute battle from start to finish. I'm looking at these players, Methodz and TJ. TJ needs to step it up. You see his stats from last season. He has to be an all-star for this team to see success. And then Methodz, he just has to be the consistent player, make sure that he's controlling his teammates, controlling those spawns, and keeping everything calm, because with such young players, it can get out of control.
Yeah, without question. As we referenced, it's not just about the rookies, but it also is about the vets of this roster, specifically that guy on your screen. I mean, what? aLLeY brought it up on the desk. She was talking how TJ can be the X factor for this team. We've seen it before. TJ who can take over maps, TJ who can win you series, and at times, a TJ that maybe doesn't perform as great, and you see the team really get affected by his results specifically. I know he had a rough season last year with the LA Thieves. I mean, he was constantly in the rotation, out of the rotation. We know how many roster change LA Thieves made, and really, quite frankly, he was caught in the crossfire of all of it.
Yeah, he was, man. But now he has the opportunity to just bounce back. Yeah. He gets this opportunity on Boston. You can completely wipe everything that happened last year and just focus on the task at hand. He needs to be an all-star for this team to be a top roster.
Yeah, well, we've labeled it quite well. As we said, this rivalry, New York versus Boston, it only continues to get more intense, that's for sure. But I know we will be having a break here in just a moment. But hey, there's still a lot to be excited about. I know we're working out, getting some things figured out on stage, making sure that everybody is playing at the best levels possible, getting those headsets tuned up, making sure those monitors are nice and refreshing. And boy, do we have a series ready for you. In just a few moments, we'll throw it to a break. When we come back, it's time for the rivalry.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League, friends.
I need the respect coming at your neck, gunning for the top spot, baby, nothing less.
Oh, how we've missed you. And the best teams in the world, they've missed you too. As our gift to you, let's up the stakes
He's gonna stop here? You think you
and give you some of the... Oh my lord, that was nasty! New rosters, new game, new season. Let's get into it. The CDL Kickoff Classic starts now.
Welcome back, welcome back. Whether you beautiful people are here in Arlington, Texas, or if you're watching from at home, I want to say welcome back to the Call of Duty Kickoff Classic here in Arlington, Texas, presented by none other than Zenni. And here on the desk, belly slacked alley cat and nameless. Let's talk about what's been going on so far this event, right? And actually, if we can take a look at the bracket as well, that's going to be a big help because this event has been single elimination, and so far, 2 teams went home. And nameless, the first match of the day, man, it went by so fast.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we were expecting a lot out of LAG, and they come in here and they end up losing that one. And the big player that we were looking at, it was Hoof, man. And he did not have a good series by any means. I was expecting him to go off, especially when I heard that Bocage was map number 1.
Right?
So, you know, there's going to be a lot of pressure on these guys when we finally kick off the season for them to step it up.
Yeah, and Slack, looking at a team like LAG, I mean, dude, they're filled with vets. They're used to winning, like, historically, right? But a big loss like that, you know they're not happy. Next event, do you think they're going to have a little chip on their shoulder? Do you think they need a little bit more time to get things in the groove?
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to go back home, right? Your LAG lost 1 series. It is what it is. You're out of the Kickoff Classic. But I think for the main thing for them, they just need to focus on just the fundamental things, getting in the groove of each other and just figuring out how certain people like to play certain scenarios. I think with their coaching staff and things like that, they'll be fine. Like I said, it was a single elimination, 1 best of 5. I'm not too worried about them.
Right, and aLLeY, talking about the Florida Mutineers, teams better be worried about him because those boys popped off, right?
No, absolutely, especially against such a stacked squad like LAG. And for me, it was big wake. It was Awakening just popping off. He was clearly the big slayer on that team. Sky's just turning on people ridiculously. And then Vivid and Dave Patty, man, Vivid being the route man, and Dave Patty just really falling into that main AR role, man. That was just such a great series.
Right, and also, let's talk about Seattle Surge versus the London Royal Ravens.
Yeah.
Seattle are looking nice, nameless.
Dude, they're looking nice. And there was a crazy stat from this map on Bocage. They outscored them, I think it was 81-18 on P1 on the first hill. That hill's in the center of the map. It's like so hard to control that. They got 81 points on that hill. That is wild. So it just shows the amount of practice that Surge put in and how in the chaos that is Bocage, they're able to control it and manipulate the spawns to the point where they can get that much time on a chaotic hill.
Yeah, the vibes are good and the whole team is smiling, man. And Seattle Surge, I'm going to be completely honest, they're looking like one of the best teams in the CDL this year.
That's early.
It's early.
Yeah, you got to reserve that one.
We gotta admit, they do look nice, though.
But in terms of, like, you know, coaches and other players, how they rated them, they put them like top 4. You know?
Yeah.
So they're in the 4th place spot on a lot of people's lists.
I will say,
I'm not capping.
I think if you're a Seattle fan here, you're happy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there hasn't been some good years in MW and in Cold War, but now here, starting off Vanguard with a 3-0 dominant win, I think you're happy if you're a Seattle fan all day.
Right, and also, I'm going to be completely honest, man. Pred was showing some big scrim energy. Yeah, he didn't go positive 1 million like he did in scrims, but also, he still went big. I mean, the rookies to the vets on this team, Seattle Surge, as a whole look great, but the London Royal Ravens, looking forward into the future, aLLeY, what is more that you would like to see from this team?
You know what? I think they pushed Seattle Surge a little bit to the wall sometimes. You know, there was moments of excellence from this team where I don't think this is the end of their run. Obviously, it's Kickoff Classic. Everybody's getting their land legs for this season. And for London Royal Ravens, I said they would probably push Seattle Surge in the S&D, and that's what they did. London Ravens, at the very end there, started popping off. We saw Afro getting some gross kills in situations that he had no business having any sort of momentum in his favor. So I don't think this is the last we'll see of them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like you said, they have tons of talent top to bottom. They got Afro, one of the greatest submachine gun players still. I'm a big fan of him, and I expect a lot this year. I'm just excited to see kind of over time with more lands going on, more matches being produced. I think they'll be able to kind of find a more comfortable footing with the roster and just kind of playing together. Like I said, this is the first time you've seen Afro, Nasty, Gizmo, and Trey play together. Trey's been out of the league for a little bit now, and he's in that main AR role, so he's got to find his comfortability.
Yeah, you know, trying to figure each other out, right? And we did see some great moments out of the Royal Ravens. Like aLLeY touched on the search and destroy. I love that we saw Zero pulling out that sniper. There were a couple rounds where he got big kills. You know, in the final round they ended up losing. He got 2 big snipes to start that round, but the push was just split. They had 2 players over by that B-bomb site. They weren't able to gather up quick enough to secure that victory, but those are things you'll learn from, right? So I believe in this Royal Ravens team, and this is a team that the management's going to have to commit to, right? Like these guys, they've had so many changes over the last couple of years. They're finally stacked with talent. You got Zero back, so the future is bright.
Talking about things to learn from, and I'm happy you brought up Zero because he is the OG on the team, right? And with young players like Afro, I can see a little old man, young man duo forming up there, right, Slack?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Trey's been a guy who's been around for a long, long time. He has tons of experience across multiple different titles and running different roles, so he definitely can be a big light on these new guys.
Touching off Veli, talking about that old man, young man duo. I'm looking at Skies and Awakening now. I'm sorry, Skies. I don't mean to put you in the blender like that, but you certainly did during this hardpoint on Bocage. Once again, Florida Mutineers, they were outslaying LIG by so much, but LIG still pushed them to the wall. They still made it a close matchup, and I think that's kind of the light at the end of the tunnel for them. But Florida Mutineers, again, their ceiling is so high, especially with Awakening popping off the way that he did. I'm excited for this team to move up the ranks.
Yeah, I think the biggest W for the Mutineers in this series was like proving that they're good in their new roles. Like seeing Skies go off with the SMG on that map one, making the right plays while doing so, and then also you touched on Awakening. Like since we started going back to LANs, he hasn't been the Awakening that we're used to seeing. Like he was a demon online, and people know, like for the OG CDL fans out there, I was the biggest Awakening fan ever. I used to gas him up so much, but he did have a drop off in performance. So to see him come out here and do that in that series, I mean that's good for them going forward.
Right, and for those of you beautiful people that are currently watching this event, we're working through some technical issues at the moment, but once that is done, believe me, we're gonna get this game started, and I can't wait for it to go down. I want to see NYSL, man. But also, I want to have some fun. Here on the desk, we talk a lot, right? But I also want to hear what you guys, the fans, have to say. Between these two teams, are you guys rocking with the Boston Breach?
Hey, we see the little Boston Breach poster right there. People getting creative with it. Okay, make some noise.
I'm loving it. Now, if you guys like legends and OGs, who's rocking with NYSL? Make some noise.
Okay.
I think we got a winner.
Yeah, I think New York has.
I think we got a winner. So, if we're going to rock off what the crowd is saying, NYSL is going to, what, 10-0? Something like that, right? aLLeY, the prediction goddess on the desk, actually, I would love to get into predictions a little bit, aLLeY. So far, you are 100%. This is crazy, 100% on predictions and also the map count, which is absolutely insane. You're killing it, right?
Nah, man. With this next prediction, I know a lot of people in the crowd are going to want to fist fight me right now, man. Listen, going to this matchup, I'm looking at NYSL taking it 3-0. But listen, Boston Breach has such a high ceiling, okay? I definitely expect this team to move up the ranks later in this season. But I think right off the bat, man, I think there's too much that the Kings said they got to work out. And I just don't think going up against a team like NYSL, who is, again, built, like Nameless said, to be FaZe killers. Yeah, dude, and HyDra, that sub duo who pushes aBeZy and Simp against the wall, I just don't think they're ready.
aLLeY, you're killing it on the desk so far. Nameless, I want you to be honest with me, man. Can we keep it real for a second?
Let's keep it a buck.
All right, so Toronto Ultra was the second best team in the CDL. You talk about the FaZe killers with NYSL, and also Atlanta FaZe are the best. Do you really think NYSL has what it takes to win ships this year?
I think we have a few teams that are going to be able to contend with them as the season goes on.
Really?
OpTic Texas and New York are the two that come to mind for me, just because of the team composition of these teams. But for New York, man, I think it's going to be a little bit of a rough start. I still think they're going to take this series versus the Boston Breach, but they're going to be out there pushing P. It's going to be lit.
Slack, man. Honest opinions about this matchup. Do you think Boston is going to have a rough time hanging out the likes of this team?
So I want to have a different perspective here on this desk, but I just don't know if I fully believe in Boston right now. I want to believe in it. I want to see these new guys pop off and do their thing, but I'm just not sure that they're going to be able to get it done in this one best of 5. I'm going to go New York here. I think, with the likes of Crim and Clay and obviously the new SMG players coming in under their wing, I think they got it.
I'm going to be honest. I could be easy on this right now because I'm the new guy on the desk, so, I can make hot takes for predictions.
Let's hear it.
You might say, okay, Veli, you're stupid, whatever. I was watching Boston and Scrims. They're nasty. I love TJHaly. I love Nero. I love everything about this team. And you hear it. The crowd wants it. They want it as much as me. I'm going for the upset. We're going the full distance, hands down, baby. But Slacked, if Boston were to win, who would have to step it up the most on this team?
I want to see Capsidal fry. I think he is such a key part of this team. He's the new guy on the block, and if he can do it, man, I'm backing it.
All right, aLLeY, I'm going to throw it to you for NYSL. Who's going to be the biggest standout on this team? You got the young guns, you got the OGs. Who's going to be the X factor?
I think it's going to end up being Neptune. I definitely expect Crim and Clay to come out hot, and I think HyDra will as well. I think Neptune really needs to step it up and be there with his duo.
All right, now, Nameless, what is the point of urgency for this team to just kick things off heavy and just try their best to be at the top?
For New York?
Yeah, man.
I mean, for New York, it's the sub duo, man. If they're making the right plays while going out there feeling confident, these guys are going to be a force to be reckoned with. And then also, it's got to be Crimsix. If Crim can get back to being in top form, it's going to be huge for this team. Being that flex player in this game, it's so important. It's more pronounced in Vanguard. I'm looking at Crim once again. Get back to top form.
Come on, Crim, baby. Matter of fact, you know what? We're having a good time on the desk. The crowd is getting involved. I say we get the casters involved as well. Lando, steady. I'm going to put you guys in the hot seat as well, Lando. Starting with you, baby. Who do you have in this series, man?
Oh, I got to say, you guys have made some excellent claims so far, but I'm going to rock with New York. I am. I'm going to go with the New York Subliners. All right, you know, bing bong, that's for sure. I'm getting some booze, and hey, you know what? It's all good. Although the crowd was just for New York, by the way. I don't know how it just turned in a matter of like 15 seconds, but I'm going to go with 3-1. I get Boston Breach a map. You know what? No, I'm going to go Game 5. Screw it. Game 5.
Okay, I respect it.
Yeah, how about
Bella, you don't even need to ask me the question because you know exactly where I'm going. New York 100%. I feel like we've been dominating that rivalry for a really long time. It's just another stepping stone for NYSL to come out here and get the job done.
Oh, boy. I'm excited for this one. This is going to be great.
I'm so excited. So wait. Yo, Jay, you telling me right now there's just no upset potential in this matchup right here?
Nah, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think, like, you got veterans on the opposite side for NYSL. These guys have done it multiple different times. And on the fact that Boston have 2 rookies, their first main stage match, they're going to probably against the 2 players that they've watched through their entire career. There's going to be some jitters there. If they can equal that out, it's going to be a little scary. But I still got New York. They're going to handle it.
Yeah, I'm going to let you guys know at home. If you think Lando's smart, yeah, we're all right about that. But the guy's an absolute nerd. In the green room, he brought out binders with like notes and stats.
Oh, he's the man.
On everything, Lando. Do you have it with you?
I got the binders here. You know, I got the binders. It's all good. You know?
Everybody's favorite nerd, right? All right, yo, Lando, let me ask you this, okay?
Yeah.
You're rocking with NYSL. But in Boston's case, if they were to make this game closer, even happen to win it, who do you think would step up, or why do you think this team would even be in that position?
If we're talking about Boston specifically, I agree. I think it has to be on Cap. To me, I think if you're going to be talking about a player in specific, I'm looking at Capsidal. I think to be a little bit different, because I know that's obviously what aLLeY brought up, I am looking at TJ as well. I think we can all agree that TJ is a player that when he is frying, when he is at the top of his game, this is going to be a complete team. So if the rookies step up the way that we expect them to, or that we hope that they can, I feel like TJ is the guy that gets them over the edge. And hey, I love me some Fat Bob, that's for sure.
For me, nah, I'm not going Cap. My main focus has to be on Nero. Like, I've been watching this guy ever since he was in Challengers. He's a phenomenal player from top to bottom. S&D, Hardpoint, doesn't matter. And I've watched him throughout scrims for the last couple of weeks. He is their top slayer. Like, when he goes to a Gavutu Control, when they get to that map 3, he's going to be that guy pulling out the third AR, just making it look easy. The guy has the potential to be an all-star, and I can't wait to see him play.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time. Desk, thank you guys so much for setting us up and allowing for us to give some of our expert analysis, even though you guys absolutely hold it down. But here we go, folks. It is time, Arlington. New York versus Boston, and the rivalry begins in the cage.
And here we go. That's going to be 3 early kills going in favor of Boston. So they're going to start off with the initial time on this Hardpoint. They're spawning all of NYSL back Grandma, so this is going to be a good chunk of time going in favor of Boston. You see what Nero's doing, just being super aggressive. He knows the spawns. They're still picking up those kills in the middle of the map, but Neptune's going to be able to find 3 in the feed. Fortunately, he does get dropped, but the spawns do flip for New York.
And you can just see the instant impact that a player like Neptune has in this series. I mean, you talked about it, Jay. The skill that he had on the Mutineers, which was incredible, a little inconsistent, but playing with guys who maybe didn't fit him the best, who couldn't promote him the way that we can expect to with Clay and Crim. His potential on this map and with this group, and now alongside an incredible SMG player like HyDra, it is terrifying, but a very low-scoring affair over at P1. Meanwhile, it's time for Field, and it's Boston who are there early.
And you look at New York, they're still having the spawns coming in from back stables. That's still Gonna be 2 dead in the feed. Methodz hitting shots like that. Him and TJ all over the kill feed, holding this hill from the front side. They find all 4. They're able to flip the spawns, and this has been a great start for this young Boston roster.
It absolutely has. Methodz finally gets taken down off of that 4 spree. And Methodz, man, like I said, this is a huge series for this guy as well, Jay. We talked about it. This is the opportunity to kind of revive his career after Toronto Ultra last season. He's the face of this team. He's the face of this franchise, this new brand. And like we said, his stream's been kicking off, but his skill in this team, rather for this team, is incredible. Also is going to be one of the vocal leaders for this roster as well. A great start for Zen, but the final few seconds going down over at field, a neck-and-neck game. But when it comes down to our next hard point, it's going to be New York with spawns to start. But TJ trying to get up and aggressive inside a kitchen, but he gets made quick work of.
And the way you want to set up around this hill, obviously you want to have that back control, but the main focal point has to be this kitchen area. Neptune so far, he's holding it down to the T. One player in Methodz is trying to work his way towards the lower tanks area, and that's actually going to allow Boston to start spawning in the back. That's going to completely throw New York off. That's going to be a clean 4 dead, Boston to break in.
Impressive stuff there, right? From the Boston Breach, Methodz, the farthest pushed up player, HyDra, making quick work of him, but 35 very valuable points still left inside of bottom house or grandma's, depending on how you like to call it. But this is exactly where Neptune loves to reign at 3 in a row. Ton of engagements to start, and he's gonna have quite a few more as this Bocage game is still early in it. Skinny turn on Methodz, not gonna be the case, but Crim is gonna be there for the return. 15 left, and right now it's Breach. Mere seconds going back and forth. Right now, Capsidal, a little bit of a slower start at 4-9.
Right now, they do have the lead. They did lose the spawns for that barn hill, so that's going to allow New York to set up nice and early for that one. Potentially take the lead here. As you still see 2 New York players pushed up in towards Grandma's. Crim and Clay going absolutely huge, picking up every single kill in the feed. Last player up is going to be Capsidal. But they have so much pressure out towards Flat. Cap able to find one. Clayster still holding down his tank area. So far, they have taken the lead. This has been a great hold from New York.
We'll see how Barn looks at times. Teams will kind of rank this as one of the money hills of this map, even if you want to even label a map, or rather a rotation on Bocage as a money hill. But a good start for the moment for New York. A time to take a breather, but right back into the action as Capsidal from the top of the stairs. He gets dropped. HyDra and Crim, some great team shots for the start. With 18 seconds left, we'll see how they can manage the middle side of the map as Zenni turning on Crim, and that'll be 4 down for Boston. The crowd getting loud for this team, but let's go ahead and step aside and go to a listening with NYSL.
I got this one trench. This one trench. Nero. Okay. Let's trench. They might spawn here.
One shot tower. One shot back tower. Laying down back tower. Laying down back tower. Right there. Laying down.
Nice.
There's
I'm
2.
pushing out long. I'm pushing out long.
On you. Nice. Zero dead. Get to. I got time. I'll get time.
I'll play tower. What's the back? What's the back?
I'll get time.
On the back. Yeah. One's going long on me.
I'm stunning over you, Porter.
I'm stunning. Yeah. Back window. Back window. Back window. Yeah. March the tower. March the tower.
I got naded.
I killed one
shot. I naded another one, Porter. I naded another one.
Okay.
What dead? Fucking
the last guy right. Dead. Nice. Pushing out the back.
We're going to turn. Puck, turn.
Yeah, we flip now. We flip now. I'm watching Z.
I'm getting naded.
Z on me. Come sit down. I'm watching mid engage.
In one shot trench. Deep trench.
Bottom.
I got one. Another one. Trench heading one shot. He's one shot there.
He's going top. I got him. Oh, yeah, I got him. Last guy. Wait, in the left. Nice. Good time. Get ready to bomb. Watch left too. Yeah. Get ready to bomb.
Dead middle.
I'm getting naded from trench. One deep trench, I'm pretty sure.
Bottom barn, one bullet.
Go.
Top barn, one shot. Nero.
Top
grandma. Gate.
Bench. Oh shit. Got him.
Porter trying to stay alive.
Yo, what was up, grandma? Come with me. Help me clears. Yo, one's pushing me out. Tank. Dead.
Gate spot, maybe mid hunt, Porter.
Mid hunt. Yeah, T's weak. It might bench.
One shot mid hunt. One shot bench. One shot.
No, bench. Yeah. Let's go. Bottom gate. Watch out gate. Bottom gate. I'm coming right with you, Porter. He's gonna be somewhere. Yeah. He's top room.
And there you have it. First set of rotations are done and dusted, and so far it has been all NYSL. Some good moments from Breach, but I gotta say, Jay, one player that I'm really impressed with has gotta be Crim. I mean, he's looking great on the S&G.
Yeah, I know, that's completely throwing me off, man. But their comms right there and that listening was beautiful. Everyone was stepping up in that column. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Hey, I'm spawning out. There's still potentially one more player back there. And eventually they got the job done and had a phenomenal hold on P5 to grow the lead that they have now. Now off the rotation, only 10 seconds left on this P1. They find 3. They are able to secure the spawns. And once again, New York should be in a position to grow this lead even more.
Yeah, they got preferred spawns, as you mentioned. They've also got quite a few players lingering to the middle side of the map. One of those being Clayster. trying to lock down a few of these pushes that are trying to, of course, flip those spawns. TJ, meanwhile, inside of dirt, he gets dealt with too. Great spot right now for the Subliners as Breach struggling really just to get past Grandma as that middle side of the map is totally cleared out. And now here comes an opportunity for the fight. NYSL, they hop off and maybe allow for Clay to try and grab a pick. Sits on 5 in a row. Streaks very well could be in his future. Takes down 1. That's going to be the glide. And those will be double streaks. Great plays coming in from Clay as a look to try and extend it. 23 seconds left, but it has been all New York so far at field. Boston pretty much walking away with their tail between their legs because they have to rotate for the next one. Clay continuing to dominate on a map that's not necessarily fit for the weapon of choice, but he is using that auto to the best of its ability and maybe even contesting a few players off the side. Does get shut down from Nero, and a sweat off the brow situation for Boston as now they set up in house.
Stand clear of Clayster. He just went on an absolute 8 kill spree, just made it look easy. Now he has those kill streaks to work with as you get towards the later hard points, but that's going to be a clean 4 dead. New York just breaking with ease. You see the positioning out of Crim. He's slowly working up because he knows this has to be the way that they rotate into this hard point. He's eventually going to drop. New York is still holding control, but on the opposite side you have Clayster set up, still putting them in that spawn trap, and New York have been uncontested so far in this P3 hard point. This lead is getting absurd.
Yeah, this is getting quite scary on this one as HyDra walking through bullets there versus Methodz. But an interesting setup and kind of applies to the roster that you have as Clay and Crim continue to go on sprees. Like I said, they had 2 players on either side of the spawn with the SMGs inside of the house. A picture-perfect start for the Subliners, at least in these last few hills. Methodz even pulling out an SMG just to try to get some work, trying to change the script a little bit. Takes down 2, but it is NYSL who reached the double century mark.
And let me tell you, Crim has a strafing run to work with. Clayster is fully streaked out. 200 to 100. This is a beat down right now. We usually don't see this on a map like Bocage. It doesn't happen, but New York, they have been in the driver's seat this entire time, but Boston, they were able to flip these spawns. They can get right back into this game with a great hold on this P4 hardpoint.
Yeah, a massive hill already for the Boston Breach, in which could very well decide the game in terms of if NYSL can continue to roll or if Boston, this could be their chance to bring it on back. Neptune overall winning the trades, and look at those engagements already. 31 and 21 out of Neptune. His Methodz, again, trying to do all the dirty work he can through the middle side of the map. NYSL continually putting themselves in the favorable positions, making a dent, but that really seems to be just about it. Final 10 here at Barn. New York now within 20 seconds of closing out this Bocage. Great starts pretty much from everybody, and here comes the streak. Clay calling out the glide bomb, giving at least information over to his teammates. And they're continuing to win the fights.
238 and climbing. Only need 12 points away from closing out this game. New York have played this flawlessly. Look at Crimsix sitting at 32 and 28, really stepping up in the SMG role. And I know he has to be feeling really confident with that stat line because usually Crim is an AR guy. But the fact that he's going to be that flex player, he's stepping up tremendously right now alongside Neptune.
What can Boston do? I can literally hear Clay from the stage myself, as that's going to be 2, make it 3, 4 down in the feed as New York continue to roll. Crim is beaming with an SMG from range, for God's sake.
He's still alive.
5 more points, and Crim, he's still alive, 36 and 28, leading the lobby. We had questions about if he could even run the roll, let alone lead the lobby in kills. They can't win it off of this hill, but you gotta think they're in the best of situations. A 5 spree right now for the GOAT, make it 6 in a row, final 2 points, and that will be it. A statement on Bocage, as it's the veterans leading the way.
And that threw me off, man. I thought it was going to be HyDra and Neptune really leading the show, but Crimsix stepping up when he needed to the most, man. That's what makes him the most winning COD player of all time. He had great plays, picking up kill streaks left and right, but I think the turning point of the game had to be that P4 hardpoint, the P2 hardpoint, when Clayster was able to go on that 8 spree and pick up those kill streaks. And the back of the mind for all the Boston players is that P5 hardpoint is going to be basically impossible to try to get a hold on.
Right.
That's why they allowed Crimsix to push up to that back tank, basically get a 4-piece as they were running out of their spawn, and New York just made that look so easy on a map that shouldn't be that easy.
Yeah, not at all. Like, so it throws you off. It totally throws me off too. Like, we were expected to see Neptune and HyDra, which they had solid games as well, but it is the veterans. It is Crim showing off that S&G shot. He's been putting in some work with the MP40, and clearly it is paying off. New York, a statement hardpoint victory there on Bocage. We'll take a look through a majority of these highlights, but I mean, Jay, like you said, there was a number of different moments, some hills in particular, but those streaks were huge, and I felt like there were different moments where New York, they were able to slow the game down, much like how we saw Seattle Surge do in their prior match on this very hardpoint. Slow the game down, allow for the aggression of this team, and really allow for, rather, the Boston Breach to run into that aggression of the Subliners. Really just an excellent game plan all the way around.
Yeah, what New York were able to do was pick up every single kill at the same exact time.
Right.
Like, they were getting a clean 4 dead, which basically leaves the hill uncontested for about 10 to 15 seconds. But they were just holding it down, picking up those streaks, holding down their lanes, and forcing them to spawn all the way out. Like, on their P2, it was absolutely stunning. Even though Methodz, he was trying to contest it from the front side, once Clayster takes him down, he pushes up to the tank, they're going to be spawning all the way out towards back tower. Yeah. And they just made it super easy for NYSL to just get uncontested time and eventually walk away with map 1.
Yeah, and you see the moment that we're discussing, right? The plays coming in from Clay, Crimsix as well. Just excellent end to what is a chaotic map on Bocage. Just excellent shots out of the veterans, but still, that's kind of shocked you a little bit, right? If you're the Boston Breach.
Untradeable kills, non-tradable. 25, 26, 26.
Yeah.
Someone's got to get a trade on Boston.
You definitely.
You can't win a map like that.
No, and I think the score indicates exactly why that's the case. You know, 50 to 140. Not a solid start for the Boston Breach, but still, I think that we discussed coming into this series how important it is for the rookies, right, to get that first map under their belt. It's going to be a chance for them to really show off their SMG skills, to show off that reaction time, all of those things, and they're losing it to the oldest players in the league.
Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense to me. And then keep in mind, they're also 3 weeks delayed on practice.
Yeah.
This is what makes them veterans. This is what makes them some of the best of all time.
They literally played, I think they had 12 days of solid practice in New York.
And that's absurd, man. But the fact that you have Crimsix and Clayster, these guys have done it multiple times. Any situation, they can get your job done, and they make it look easy on that map number 1. So now we're going into a Tuscan Search and Destroy. And this is where those reps really come into hand. Because Boston, like I said, they've been putting a lot of practice. Watch them play Search. They're a great Search and Destroy team. But if you lose the Search and Destroy here, this is where Clayster's going to start roaring, and the NYSL roster is just going to have so much confidence to close it out.
Like I said, I could literally hear Clay from here.
From here.
Like, I have a nice little bird's eye view of the stage, but I got to be like, what? I don't know how many feet away, but like I said, Clay is already getting loud on the stage, and that has got to shake you up a little bit, considering that this is a debut for both Cap and Nero. But at the same notion, when we talk about those two players, they're known as Search and Destroy specialists. Capsidal specifically, Nero, of course, very well known for their Search and Destroy game. There's been a lot of people talking about how if Boston can be great at Hardpoint, that would be perfect, because this roster is well suited for a game mode like this one in Search and Destroy. But again, it creates a bigger emphasis. If you drop this, how does that control look? But you got to focus in. Methodz has got to rally the troops and make sure that they're prepared for anything and everything that New York will throw at you on a map like Tuscan.
Yeah, Tuscan is going to be an absolute, it's going to be so fast, man. Clayster's actually going to have the sniper out towards the left side, but you see the pressure coming in from mid-map. Crimsix actually able to find 2 before Cap was able to find 1. So now in the 3v2 advantage, HyDra's able to spot Methodz, hits him with a nade. He's going to be a little bit hurt, but he does have that bomb. Just keep paying attention to where Nero is on the minimap. Able to find that kill on HyDra, make it a 2v2.
That's still alive, Clay. Shot whistles past the ear of Methodz is now. With that bomb, see what they can do with it. Still lingering through the middle side of the map, and player 1 and player 8 very well could meet soon, as now it's all going to be on to Crim. It's going to have to be the aces. That's going to be 3 to start. Can he turn on the Methodz? Not going to happen. It got a little dicey there for a moment. The hat trick there from Crim, but it's Methodz who sets the tone in the first round.
And that's good work right there out of Boston, because defenses are kind of hard on this map to try to win. Usually on the offensive side, it's all about taking control of that middle map, getting that A-bomb as fast as possible down, so then you can just play the man advantage if you do find that first blood. But once Boston was able to attack middle first, it completely threw off the way that New York wanted to play that round. Cap, even though he was only able to find 1, Nero works his way through the late flank to even up the numbers, and then eventually finds the second to close out the round.
All right, now it's Boston Breach's turn again. We know how attack works on this map. You're going to see A hit quite a bit, and no shock that 1 smoke is going to be tossed there, but the nade spot out of Crim. Excellent work to stop the early plant. And HyDra with the engagement on the cap is the wave goodbye for now.
And just look at the mini-map. Look at what Clayster, the positioning he was able to get. He's going to be their side view. And he does have that sniper, so you hear that rat going off. He does have a great trigger finger, even though he's kind of old. But Neptune's able to at least find the second, force it to be a 4v2 situation now.
And now it's all on the TJ and Methodz. What can they look to do? Again, that early nade just totally sets the tone. As Methodz falls, it's all on to TJ. Takes down one on the Crim. NYSL aware of his position. And again, the attacking side already displaying its struggles, especially if you have some good mid control.
That's just good work by Crimsix, hitting that nade on the player on bomb. Once that player drops, that allowed Clayster to push all the way up the A street. I don't know why Boston didn't have anyone on that side of the map, but that was the game changer of the round as they were able to clutch up there. Now they're going into another offensive round. We saw the way that Boston attacked it on defense was being all-out aggressive towards middle. They're probably going to slow it down here because Crim was able to pick up a couple kills that last round, sitting at 5-2, having himself one hell of a series.
This is a great start already from Crim.
Here we go.
Is it going to be the snipe? Does not look like it, at least based off the mini-map, but it's Crim again with the nades. The nade spots out of the vet will then set up the plant from Neptune. Some great utility already from the Subliners as Capsidal looks to try to ruin the setup, but bing bong from Clayster. A good old headshot there on the cap as we say goodbye to Methodz as well. And good night to Nero, a plant, a round secured, and again, the wonderful nades.
Just a great first blood coming in from Crim. Once they find that first blood, even though the bomb was already planted, that's usually how we see a lot of our offensive rounds on Tuscan. You work that A plant quick, you play your man advantages. Unfortunately right there, if I'm Nero, if you would have took the long route around the back alley, you find Clayster. Unfortunately for him, he got sniped in the back, bing bong, and now that's going to be New York up 2-1.
By the way, crowd, anytime we see a sniper from New York,
yeah, it's
we're calling
bing bong, guys.
It's bing bong. Yep, it's official. We just go ahead and decided it. And that's the way we're going to roll. 2-1 already for New York. Again, Crim having a great start, and there is another first blood. Whether it's nades or the shot, he is out for blood as there goes TJ, one of the faster rounds that we've seen. Methodz wondering, what just happened to my teammates? He drops in a convincing round again from New York. Clay can't believe it.
Crim has continuously opened up with that first blood. It's throwing them off. The fact that he went top church the first defensive round, then the second round he goes bottom church and commits to the gunfight. You usually do not see people commit to the gunfight because if you go to the opposite alley and you're sitting on that little head glitch, it's usually a free kill. But Crim, the player that he is, the most winning player of all time, he's going to be confident in every single engagement. Makes it look easy. And I love the play call for them to just be super aggressive on that A-bomb while Crim was challenging mid. Just great coordination from New York.
I'm just curious what Crim has in store next. I mean, like, are we actually going to see another nade to start? Oh, you bet we will. You bet we will. Is it going to land?
Look at the strategy coming in from New York. They're actually going to commit this toward B. Nero's, he's going to be able to find one at least. But Clayster not able to spot him through the wood. Going to force it to a 2v2. Methodz finds two. Now it's all on Crim. Already on a 4 spree. Does not have that bomb to work with. Has the potential to pick up some streaks here if he can clutch this one up.
See how he looks to play it. TJ hanging out toward the tank. A matchup that I look forward to every single time. You know, seeing TJ versus Crim, there's some history there. It feels extra good to take away Crim, given the nice little rivalry between the two, but also because Crim has been destroying you, to be quite frank.
Crim has been absolutely dominating so far throughout this series. But this is a good answer for Boston. Slowly but surely just creeping their way back into this game. Down 3-2 now. Going into an offense. Capsidal not having the best of a game, sitting at 1-5. But it's all about just working this A-bomb. Just get it down as fast as you can.
Early sniper battle, you know that Clay's got it as well, and he's got the better shot. The veteran showing the rookie a few tricks as well. As he'll lock down field, again, the first bloods favoring the side of the Subliners. And that plant, it is going to get down. Crim with instant visuals through the middle side of the map, so they've got quite a few lanes right now due New York. As Nero takes down Clay, it is a 2 versus 3. Subliners with man count advantage, but that looks to potentially change. Methodz quick to get out of dodge. Meanwhile, it's Nero who has to make sure that nobody is going to be on the defuse. Methodz playing the long route, able to bring it to a 2 versus 2. Time continues to tick away. HyDra and Crim looking to go for the play. Smoke begin to dissipate, but here comes Nero. And once more, Boston Breach fighting back again.
And that was a 2v4. That round was specifically all on Nero. The fact that he won his one-on-one versus Clayster, obviously Clayster has a sniper, but then he continuously pushes through, flanks the guy in towards Church, and allows his teammate to just work it. All you have to do, Methodz, is get one kill. He got that done, and then Nero closes out the round. Just great plays from Nero to call the adjustments on the fly. 2v4s usually don't happen, but they get the job done there.
Yeah, and sometimes plays like that, clutches like that can get you back mentally into a series, get some confidence under yourselves. As they'll bring it now to a 3-3 scoreline. Some early checks from that mid alley, and I think it's fair to say, Cap, learning from that prior round, you don't want to contest Clay, especially right now.
You see New York, they're delaying their A plant. They know that eventually this attack has to come to middle, but Nero with the good first blood on the HyDra. TJ finds Neptune. So now it's all on the vets to try to clutch up a 2v4 of their own. Bomb is going to be down on that A bomb. Clayster does have that snipe, but the way that Boston are set up right now, they have full rotation to B. They have everything at middle map, and they know the bomb is down A. This is going to be a difficult round for New York.
Methodz watching out for Cap right as he tossed the nade. Could have been the opportunity for a shot, but Crim, the early kill onto Methodz. Also has the bomb as well. Cap has pushed up. And Crim knows someone's got to go for him eventually. Nero making the long route. Meanwhile, Clay making a route of his own. He'll reference all the way back.
He's going to plan it.
In toward B. In Boston, they're not prepared for this at all. Look how far pushed up that they are at A. Meanwhile, Clay's on the opposite side of the map.
Now they cannot lose track of Crimsix. You see number 5 on the map, Capsidal.
They have.
Trying to still locate him, but Crim's able to find the second on the round. Almost for the third, as TJ's going to win a huge one-on-one. So now it's on Clay in a 2v1 situation.
He's got the sniper in the best of positions. Watching over that bomb continually. Cap and TJ, a huge round for them. This Cap will hop on the defuse, spots TJ, bing bong for the first. And he'll toss out a fake shot. Cap, he hops off the defuse. Cap hops off the defuse, the shot scared him in fact, and again, Clay.
Ooh. Let me tell you, I'm so happy the sniper's back. Because I live for those moments. And so does he. What a clutch coming out of Clayster. Like I said, stand clear of Clayster. Making it look easy. Another 2v4, back-to-back rounds. Both of the Redovans getting the job done. Just great plays from Clayster, playing the clock beautifully. That round, if TJ doesn't over-challenge right there, it's probably a little different. But Clayster knew, I know TJ, he's coming back. I should be able to win this one. Great round out of Clay.
We love the sniper. We absolutely love it. Are we going to get a treat again? Maybe later. Maybe later. Nero trying to toss all those strategies out the window as he'll just run right into Church and take 2 of his own. Changing the tide as HyDra is able to trade him on out. It would be another 2 versus 4 clutch, but it's all on to Neptune, and that's a good start for him. Does get cut down inside a radio. But again, you love that play out of Nero to try to change up the pace a little bit. Runs right to the middle of the map, gets inside of Church, takes down 2, catching the Subliners off guard.
Just great work out of Nero right there. Like you said, man, he just knows the opening on the map. He knows that Clayster's been sniping aLLeY every single time. So as long as you find that first kill in Church, it's a free 2-piece. He, no hesitation, broke through that door and find that second kill. Just great work out of Boston to not let the previous round get to him. Tied at 4-piece. This can go either way now.
See what New York have got planned. Early utility toss from Nero over the top, and not feeling nearly as comfortable with that A plant for obvious reasons. As they'll reestablish some control inside a well, as they'll hide out for the moment while the other Subliner players look to try to find that early pick. You notice Clayster toward the top side of the map. Something to keep in mind as the pressure on the Church only looks to elevate, but a plant with nobody looking, that one's gonna go down scot-free, and HyDra as well. Takes TJ's head right off Crim with the instant reply. It's all down to Nero in just a matter of moments. But what can he do from top fire? 30 seconds left. And what a huge clutch this could be. Set the tone in that last round, but Clay continuing to be over at the field. Lanes watched, and New York, they get the plant for free. Boston instantly challenged, and from there, It is a subliner round.
That's just another beautiful setup out of New York. Like, they were slowly working up towards that A-bomb, but they worked it so well that Clayster was able to push up to the opposing side of the base. So now he's not allowing Breach to wrap back and try to break it. They all have to try to attack this through middle and through the flank, and they had the perfect crossfire setup for that. HyDra finds one, Crimsix finds another, and then Clayster eventually closes out the round, man. Just great work from New York on such little practice.
Yeah.
They're making this look easy.
They absolutely are. Crim has been practicing those nade spots. That's without question. Meanwhile, Boston fights. The engagements are going down inside of P5. TJ is there. The plan is successful, and he'll have some words for Crimsix. A quick 3 for Tej in Boston. Just like that. Send us to overtime. It's time for round 11. The first one of the season.
Unbelievable. New York had 3 players pushed towards P5 right there, and TJ took all 3 of them down. That's something you usually don't see. Now we're going into a round 11. This is crucial because I feel like the team that gets offense here is going to be on the stronger side.
We'll see who it is. OT time. Boston going to be on the attack. A huge round for the Breach. Trying to level this one out, but it's Crim with the early first blood cap. There for the reach out. A 3 versus 3, but that bomb does in fact get dropped. Meanwhile, Cap trying to make the route. And look at this potential for HyDra. Gonna try to play his life. A minute on the clock. And here comes the engagements. Neptune ends up getting found out once more from Capsidal, but again, they have no idea that HyDra is in this position. Most likely here's a call up from a teammate notifying that they have wrapped around the back. And what can HyDra do in this position? What could totally explode the rest of this series?
Bomb's still down. Clayster has eyes on it. He's able to at least spot TJ for the time being. HyDra still trying to hold their spawn, not allow anyone to push through. As you see number 5 on the minimap, Capsidal trying to work his way around that B site as HyDra might be able to spot a couple players rotating towards B. He might have got great timing here. This could work out in his favor.
This could be great. TJ's still alive.
Got a plant.
Making him have to plant. Clayster falls. HyDra there, aware of his position, and Boston clutching up in overtime. It felt like at any moment HyDra could make the play, but Boston are able to hold on and secure their first map in the CDL, and a well-deserved win considering how great that New York started. The highlights that were with them, Crim, Clay, they were continuing their dominance, but Boston, you gotta love the grit, man.
Those last 2 rounds were absolutely insane.
They were.
TJ getting a 3-piece in P5 to clutch up and force it to a round 11 was huge. But then when we get to the 5-5, Crims opens up with that first blood, and that was the bomb carrier. While Crims opened up with that first blood, even though he was traded, Clayster pushes all the way through that A-bomb.
Yeah.
He's giving the comms to his teammates like, hey, they're either hitting through middle or they're pushing all the way through B. And unfortunately, HyDra, he put himself in a position where he really couldn't watch anything but plat. So now they were able to sneak through the back of the spawn and then eventually take control of that. And then it kind of got scary towards the very end. Like,
oh, yeah.
Breach, they almost had the opportunity to not even plant. But once they secured that kill on Clay, it's 3v1. It was just great plays from Capsidal. I'm pretty sure he actually picked up the ace on that round. He wasn't having a hot map, but the guy in the final round of the game picks up 3 or 4 kills to close it out. Great work for the young man.
And that just makes you question too. Now, how does this rejuvenate a roster like the Boston Breach? Given that you have some younger players on this team, they wanted to have some confidence. We talked about a number of different players, right? Nero's push inside of Church, how that changed things. TJ's play inside of P5, and then Capsidal going big to close out the game. Again, a number of different highlights. I gotta say, man, I could not be more stoked. I could not be more stoked to have the sniper back. This is great. We're loving Vanguard so far, but the series, it's been a treat.
Just a great work from Boston, man. Especially TJ in that final round. Like the fact that he was able to play his life the way that he did. Crimsix was having himself a map, opened up with first bloods left and right. But it all just came down to that round 11. The fact that Clayster was able to push all the way through their spawn and not give any information to his teammates, but the fact that they were pushing all the way through because HyDra was laying down flat, that's what eventually cost him there. Like, if HyDra's sitting in that corner, he at least spots 2 players trying to push through. Potentially gets at least 1 or 2, and eventually Clayster goes in for the trade. But now this series is tied up at 1 apiece. We're going into a Gavutu Control, and this is where it kind of gets scary for New York. Because I love Neptune with a submachine gun, but he's going to be their 3rd AR. And on the opposite side, for the Breach, TJ is also the 2nd AR, and then Nero is now going to be the 3rd. So this is going to be an absolute bloodbath between both of these rosters on this map 3.
Yeah, and we've seen them both during the offseason a little bit scrimmage on a map like Gavutu. So like you said, it definitely sets the pace a little bit, but we cannot understate how important that map was for the Breach, just to get some confidence. Again, if you allow for Clay and Crim to walk away with that series, they were not, or rather with that map, they were not going to allow you to forget it for the rest of the series. But as we said, folks, it is the rivalry. New York versus Boston at a 1-to-1 scoreline. Who will take the lead? We'll find out on Gavutu Control after this.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Welcome back, folks, to the Call of Duty League Kickoff Classic presented by Zenni Gaming. There you see all of our lovely fans joining us in Arlington, Texas. By the way, if you're not here, you're missing out. Like I said, we got a great series going on right now. I just watched the guy do like 300 push-ups in like 30 seconds. It was spectacular. But no, if you're in the area, make sure to join us here at the Esports Stadium. If not, hey, you still got the chance to join us for Major 1. But let's go and check out a little bit of social media. There you see, we love round 11s, and then there, the big clutch from Boston Breach. You love to see it. And that is a way, my friend, to kick off your CDL season. That's the way to kick off your new franchise, is to walk away with a round 11 for your first map. You'll take it. Yeah.
Definitely, especially for a young player like Capsidal. The fact that he wasn't really having a hot map 2 from start to finish, that final round, he picks up 3 kills to close it out. You have to be feeling really good if you're him, because you feel really terrible if you're sitting there dropping like a breadstick or something. Your
Especially
very
with
first
the clay
match
clutch
on
as well, right?
Yeah, with your very first match on main stage, you cannot let that happen. I'm happy that he put that behind him. Now he has some more confidence going into this next map.
Yeah, of course, we're rooting on the rookies. We want to see them have a great series. And like I said, a huge win for Boston Breach, not just in regards to their first win in franchising, but given how this series was looking coming into that control, you could say it was quite necessary, as a matter of fact. But it is time to see a new map. We've yet to see this bad boy so far on the main stage. It's time for some control on Gavutu. You can pronounce it however you like, but we like to call it Gavutu for good reasons. Again, a number of different power positions, and essentially, Jay, the way that I would describe this, opposite of Bocage, right? You're not going to have 3 subs. In fact, you're going to have 3, if not 4 ARs sometimes. It's going to be a fun one. We'll see, like we said, who can grab the advantage in this series.
Yeah, so this map is going to be really difficult. The way you want to play this map is always attack that A point first, because B is going to be so difficult to try to push up on unless you hit them nice and early and can get to their base. Usually a lot of teams are going to attack this A point to try to extend this time by a minute, and that's what you see NYSL is starting to do. You see Breach pushing through ring as Clayster's going to be holding down the middle of the map. Methodz is going to be sitting top green. He finds 1. HyDra with the trade, able to find 2. The first tick of progression is going to come in for this 8 point. Pay attention to number 6, though, on TJ. He will get taken down, so no pinch is going to come in. That's going to be almost the second tick progression coming in for NYSL so far.
And keep in mind as well, while this progress is being made toward bottom ship, you also do have HyDra, who's not just being annoying at B, but also cutting off your spawn as well. So a number of different things for Boston Breach to worry about. On top of that, you also have Crim, who happens to be sitting at top gun, one of the more difficult positions in the entire game of Call of Duty Vanguard. HyDra over at that power position. He finally gets cut down, and the farthest pushed up player being Crim, trying to be as annoying as possible. He's got the trigger finger finally dropped, but it was a good old 5 spree from C6.
And there goes Nero, able to at least even up the numbers, finds 2 in the feed. TJ finds the 3rd. So now Neptune, the only player pushed up in towards ship. Second tick of progression is going to be completed. Now all the players are going to be spawning out towards that back cliff side. Just want to make sure you pick up the kills when you can. 3 live advantage currently for NYSL. And this would be huge if they can potentially pick up some streaks going into that B point capture.
Yep, live count, nothing necessarily to write home about, but it could start to turn into that. Granted how New York can look to push this off of top ship. TJ looks to wipe them away. The big thing for New York is once they capture this point, they have the ability to push in toward your green building. If they can get there, that's when things start to get problematic. That's when a spawn trap can really begin to be established. So that's the reason why Boston are focusing so much on this ship position. If you allow for them to push through this building in particular, it can make things difficult throughout the remainder of this round. And speaking of it, we've got 1 minute and 15 left.
Yeah, and Nero the entire time, he's holding down ring. He's making some players from NYSL play super slow because that position is powerful. If they can take control of ring, they can potentially attack this from the front. As you see number 2 in the minimap, Neptune still picking up kills from this ship side. Now all these players are going to be spawning out towards Red Tower, and that's going to be a clean 4 dead. This should allow NYSL to start getting pushed up on the map, eventually get someone on this point to eventually stop that clock.
And HyDra, he's hanging out toward the weeds, does get found out there from Capsidal. A little bit of a slower start off of this first and early stages of the round, but again, Breach looking to recompose themselves right now in terms of lives, down 12-7 as TJ continues on the spree himself, nearly finds 4 in a row. Does get cut down, and so if you're Subliners, you've got 1 to 2 more good pushes at it. And they're going to bet quite heavily on HyDra. If he can make a play, that can set them up off spawn. But Boston, Clay, He's able to take down 2. Meanwhile, HyDra is in the back of the base.
Play spawn kills.
This could be the moment. Boston Breach pretty much playing search and destroy, considering that they've got no lives left. So there goes Cap. He's going to be away for the rest of the round. Methodz able to drop 1 for the moment, but 15 seconds left. It's going to come down to lives most likely. Players pressuring from behind. That's going to be HyDra. The flank. It's taken a while, but it's worked out quite nicely. Nero doing everything he can. It's a 1 versus 7. A hope and a prayer. Maybe he wouldn't even save him at this point. Clock stopping at 9 seconds, and there you have it. NYSL, a solid round to start.
Great work from New York. They were able to capture that A point, have at least a 3 to 4 kill lead, only focus on that B point, but you can see you continuously saw those players push up towards green. Once they won that 1 gunfight on the ring player, which was Nero, they had that position. You have players pushing up green. It's all about getting the kills at the right time. They were set up for basically playing the kills. They weren't even worried about the point there, and eventually they had the numbers advantage at the very end to close it out.
Yeah, I feel like we basically saw exactly how Gavutu plays from the defensive perspective, right? If you allow for top boat to be given away that early, the power that you have to push through and toward top green can be very, very difficult. But off the rip, some trades either way. Methodz doing everything he can toward the top side of the tower, but he gets picked. Meanwhile, it's Cap hanging out toward the beach, having a few moments to sit inside of the point over at B. Right now, I want to step aside and see exactly how the comms sound for the moment. Let's go to a listen-in right now with Boston Breach.
I'm going cliff. Nice. I'm going cliff side. I'm going cliff side.
Wait. That was
HyDra top boat. HyDra top boat. He's top right boat. He's shouting out top right boat. He might go look cliff.
They could have. I'm one shot here. I'm staying down for a second. Wait. Yeah, he's cliff HyDra. Wait.
Just running past him. Try and go little beach.
On the fence spot deep.
There's 2 on the fence.
2 deep left, bro.
There's 3. There's 3 deep.
Try to get this kill. Go right now, guys. We gotta go right. Covering, wait.
Good tank.
On tank.
Yeah, in cliff.
I'm gonna be. I don't see him top ring. The top cliff. Ring on me. Ring dead.
Behind the rock. Lean down behind the rock.
Dead. We got a hot point. He's their side boat.
And mid. Absolute 3 ring steps.
He's top right boat.
Almost the ring steps weak.
I said suit. HyDra Clay.
He's gonna be.
Well, few seconds left, and Breach just happened to hop on the point, but there goes Methodz. Nobody's going to be in range. It looks like a Nero slide. No, he's not going to be able to do that. But throughout that listening, Jay, I was looking at your face. You didn't seem too happy, my friend.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't like the way that Breach approached their start off to that map. I mean, that round right there. It's like attacking B, allowing HyDra to get pushed up all the way at cliff. There's only 2 spawns on that side for the offense. You're either spawning in the close left towards the cliff or all the way back on the beach. The fact that HyDra continuously was pushed up on that left side, they just kept shutting them down when they were trying to approach ring. And then at that point, when they tried to rotate back, it's only 20 seconds left. Not that much time to work with. NYSL made that look easy.
Yeah, and we talked about it, like on Tuscan, as well, obviously, here on Gavutu. Like, if you want to try to go for that B point, the more difficult one off the rip, you know, high risk, high reward, but it is very high risk with potentially little to no reward whatsoever. So, given all those things, Boston going for the interesting strats off the rip and not working out in that attacking side is New York once more in their own positions. And as we talked about the last attacking round for New York, HyDra being ever so annoying inside of green as Cap finally able to find himself on the flank. A few shaky shots and gets taken down.
Second tick progression doesn't get completed as well. So now New York, they have to work double the trouble as Nero's going to be decapping this for the time being. But you see still, the plan for New York is to make sure we capture this A point. Up by 1 kill currently. See Neptune going to be able to work his way towards top boat. Able to find one, able to find the second for the third, but TJ's going to be able to take him down. And that's going to be a clean 4 dead. Now Methodz last player in green. The second tick progression should come in for NYSL so they can extend this time.
Yeah, and you notice Crim instantly calling out, said, hey, you know what, guys, I got ring. Meanwhile, you guys go ahead and fight for the bottom boat position. A player pushed up inside of green. Again, power positions held right now from the Subliners. Crim running right through the wall. Gets taken down. Meanwhile, it's HyDra on the other side. Again, continuing to push this spawn out. They feel good about that A capture point. One more player inside a bottom boat. That was Cap. And so look to try and stay alive for as long as he can. He gets dealt with. Oof. And still, New York hanging on off the back of Nero's 3-piece, and TJ finding the 4th. What nearly was a successful capture at A. Now is a back to the drawing board type of situation for the Subliners. And Jay, they've only got 30 seconds to do it.
Yeah, with 30 seconds, they do find 2 kills in the feed. This is going to allow them to get pushed up, but Methodz able to even out the numbers, slow down the push at this 8 point. Finds 2, HyDra with the trade. 20 seconds left. New York have the live advantage, but they have to get on this point. They have to try to extend this clock. HyDra, unfortunately, not able to pick up that kill on Methodz. He's going big from this top ship. Spots another player and Clayster down low. Capsidal finds another kill, so Clay's going to be the farthest player pushed up on this position. And with 5 seconds left, this has been a great hold from the Breach. They should be able to win this one.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks great, in fact, right now for Boston. Nobody in range, and the Breach will hold on after what was a interesting first attacking side. But again, it comes down to time, not able to grab really that final tick over toward bottom ship. Got close for Subliners, but some big plays coming through from Methodz and some clutch kills really from Nero specifically that allowed for them to see another round. But as we talked about for Boston last time, it was an all-out B hit, doesn't work out, and learning from their mistakes, Jay.
Yeah, they're definitely going to attack A this go around. So it's all about winning these initial gunfights. HyDra and Crim are going to be the players trying to contest it. HyDra's going to work his way up the ladder with the pistol, find that first blood on the TJ. HyDra having himself a map, 22 and 11.
Oh, come on.
23, 2 pistol kills, make it the third onto Nero. He's just shutting down this 8 point single-handedly. If he would have picked up that kill, oh my God, he's a monster.
Oh, he is. You give him a pistol on the ladder, in which he can kind of move up and down from time to time. Oh, goodness. HyDra wowing us already to start off this round. As again, Boston still holding regardless of that push that HyDra makes. Cap, lock it down. Really the time for the moment. Play and the boys from New York have to get ready to make the call. When is the time to try to engage? But it's really that mid presence, the automaton, looking out for the SMGs inside of the point. As Cap sits on 4 in a row and inches ever closer toward a successful capture here at A. It looks good potentially as Crim, the only player still up. He gets dealt with in a minute, gets added to the clock.
That's great work right there from Boston. Now you have 2 minutes to just work this B point by yourself. Now, you just have to find a position of Clayster because he's so far pushed up in their base. He can cause mayhem as Capsidal is going to be on a 5 spree. Clayster trying to pick up the 2 in the spawn. Able to do that. They still do not have ring control though. Huge one-on-one coming in towards lower beach. As Nero is not going to win that Crim. Huge engagement there. As they're going to take control of top ring, or at least attempt to, but still a lot of pressure coming in from Boston.
Here comes the strafe. Here comes the strafe from Cap. Or at least it says that he's activated it. And there it is. A little off cue, but all good. Calls it in, really no damage for the most part done. At least it makes New York have to distance themselves off the point and allows for Boston to really try to go for the stack already. They've got 2 players in the point. Meanwhile, it's Cap trying to hold off some of the early spawns, the turn and burn, as that's 3 who fall from New York. Clay doing everything he can to try to stop this progression, getting some ring control, but the shots instantly met from Nero. Moments away are Boston from sending us to a round 5. Can New York do anything off of spawn? Neptune at least does a little bit of damage. He does the job that he has to, as now it sets up Clay for a big 1v1. He locks it down, and Boston, all of that progress starts to fall moment by moment. NYSL, you see it. No respawns left. A 4v13. A minute left. It would be a miracle if New York can hold on to this, but Cap, the quick challenge, he gets taken down. And if you're Boston, you got to be careful. You don't want to throw away these lives.
You want to take your time. You want to find these kills, at least get trades on it. As TJ was able to find 1, Methodz with the trade. Now it's a 2v10. Just take your time and find these kills. This should not happen. Neptune finds 2 in the feed. Nero's going to work his way around the long flank. TJ with a great nade on the HyDra. So now it's all on Neptune. Pretty much an impossible task to get done in Boston. They have brought this map all the way back. We're going to a round 5.
We are indeed. These maps, not easy for the Breach. NYSL making them work for it, but we saw round 11 in that search and destroy, and now a round 5 here in the Control. It's based off of kills to see who gets that defensive side here in Control, at least to start off the Vanguard year, so we'll see who exactly that will be.
And it's going to be New York. New York are going to be on the defensive side. This time they cannot allow to give that 8 points so much. I mean, so easy the way that they did first go around. If I'm Clayster, you see him slowly pushing up towards that right side. Crim and HyDra able to find 2. Is they're going to go on the immediate flank here. This can throw a couple players from Boston Breach off.
It looks like it just might, right? They put 2 players toward the close cliff watch, if you will. Meanwhile, Crim trying to go big inside of the point. Clay from one side, but it's the fights that are being won inside of the bottom ship. Some big wins there from TJ and Cap, so not a ton of support off of spawn. Why? Because Clay's pretty much gunning everybody in sight. Methodz finally there with the nade, as that will allow for that path to be much easier inside of the boat. And with 4 players pretty much surrounding it, you like Breach's chances to have it. And it looks like we do have a small technical difficulty, so apologies for that. Just makes it that much more intense. Like I said, don't believe the current score. It'd be great if Boston Breach was able to walk away with it, but I'm being told it is an audio issue, which is pretty important, Jay.
It definitely is.
You got to hear what's going on.
You definitely need to. And if I'm Clayster, I'd hit the reset on that round 5.
I would too.
You have to put your main focus on winning those first gunfights at that A point.
Yeah.
I know they sent 2 players towards ring, but the fact that both of those players at A won their gunfights and then eventually were traded, it allowed Breach to still get on that point uncontested. Clayster was in the back of the spawn trying to set up the cross to allow his teammates to at least know, I have the cross, they're going to be weak as they're crossing, these should be easy kills for you guys. But what Breach was doing so well was just winning a majority of those gunfights, basically making Clayster useless on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, it's a situation where it's a high risk, high reward type of play. We've talked about that a lot so far throughout this series, so far throughout the day, and it's a position rather that does not work out favorably from NYSL. Again, still waiting to see what exactly will happen in this round number 5, as it will be a 2-2 scoreline, and maybe some players talking to each other across the stage, letting them know, hey, you know what, that was kind of a garbage setup a little bit, Clay. You know, you could have done a little bit better in that final round. I don't know. You love to see the players talking to each other, but let's go ahead and check out exactly what how socials are reacting to this. We see this one from Brian. Subliners are looking really dangerous with both the Crimbot and the fall off the map god going nuts. Yeah, you know, Clay, he's prone to falling off the map from time to time.
Yeah, so far he hasn't done it throughout this game, but you know, it's bound to happen.
Is it possible on Gavutu?
Yeah, I watched TJ do it in the very first round of Control. He jumped off top 3 and broke his ankles.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't jump off the map, though.
Yeah, he did.
He jumped in the map.
Just
and
high
broke
ground.
his legs. Yeah,
it's okay.
I'm sure that Clay will figure out a way at some point to do it. Has he already done it in scrims? Like, has that been like a clip that I haven't seen?
I haven't seen it, but I know it's bound to happen.
It definitely is. Hopefully not in this round 5, because that would just not be ideal whatsoever. Again, if you're a Boston fan, which it sounds like we have a lot in the crowd right now, you would be rooting that on. But again, still waiting for an official update to see what exactly, how we're going to approach this round number 5. Again, as we discussed, we kind of knew the sides. I don't believe anybody had some streaks.
No.
I know Cap had earned some, but I'm pretty sure he did use that in that round number 4 to help things get secured. But again, we're just here to banter. We're here to talk back and forth and just give the information that we have, which is currently nothing, but that's all right. You know, it hypes up this round 5 that much more.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm just excited to get right back into the game. At least we got a map 4 to look forward to.
It's true.
And that's going to be great.
I really hope we see a map 5 only because of the sniper. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I just want to see the sniper again.
On Berlin, too?
Oh, yeah.
That'll be good.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know Clayster, he's going to be shooting.
I'm ready to toss out some more bing bong. Who's a sniper for Boston? Do we know?
Cap.
That's right. Cap had it out a few times. That's right. So, oh boy, like we said, only sets the stage that much more, maybe makes the intensity a little bit. You wonder who's going to have their head in the game, if you will, when it comes down to this round number 5 that is still being set up. Like we said, folks, we do apologize for a little bit of a delay, but you see the coaches trying to keep everybody engaged, trying to keep their mind in the game, which it can be easy, you know, being in a series like this where everything slows down to kind of zone out a little bit, to not really be focused in on what we just witnessed. But speaking of what we just watched, Jay, some highlights of what we got to see so far throughout our first 4 rounds of
These first 2 rounds from New York were just beautiful.
Yeah.
The fact that Crim whips out the pistol right there makes it look easy. HyDra's just been running around the spawn of the Breach players the entire time. Offense, defense does not matter. But at least early into this game, New York looked like they were going to walk away with it with ease.
Yeah.
But now that Boston are right back into this game. They made the adjustment on their offensive round to not attack B. They know they need to get A, and they have such a great coaching staff that Zed, he's an objective mind player. I love the fact that he's their coach because he's always going to think about the win rather than everybody just playing for stats. So the fact that they were able to get themselves back into this game, it shows that they were composed. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They just needed to execute.
Yeah, I got to say, I mean, it is great, obviously, to have Boston Breach in the CDL, but you cannot give them more props, right? Yeah. From the coaching staff, the GM that they put in place, both Zed and Dens, obviously have a lot of history with each other, from Reciprocity, also part of that Paris Legion team back in MW, but I could not agree more, my friend. I have to say, I've actually texted Dens or like emailed him a few different times. One of the most eloquent speakers that I've ever actually seen.
He's beautiful.
It's actually unbelievable. His vocabulary, it's probably best in the league, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's definitely better than mine.
It's
Guy's also
definitely better than mine.
handsome. He's really handsome. He could be a model.
He definitely
promise.
Could. Yeah, it's definitely in his future, but I think this Boston Breach thing is working out 100%.
Quite well. It's working out well so far.
It is.
You know, we tied 2-2 going into the control. Round 5. Both of these teams got to know what they need to do to get it done. Like, if I'm New York, I'm sending 3 players at that A point. I'm not allowing us to lose the initial gunfight.
I think they learned.
Yeah, they have to, right? There's no way they can make
You'd like to think that you'd learn. You know, you do get that little bit of a reset, which nobody wants to have happen. But you got to learn from your mistakes. And if you're New York, hey, you'll take every advantage that you can get, especially in a rivalry game like this, which I'm being told the game is just moments away.
Go.
So let's get excited. Let's get hype. Round 5, overtime. Arlington, you can do better than that. Arlington, you can do better than that. Let's get excited. It is round 5. I'm nearly falling off the stage right now. We're in a high place. You gotta hold me, Jay.
It's okay, pal, but here we go. All-out attack from Boston coming in at that A point. Once again, Neptune and Clayster are going to be working their way through the middle of the map. HyDra's able to find 1, finds 2 as Clayster finds the 3rd. And this can get scary because we saw the positioning from HyDra, how it worked out their very first defense. That's going to be 5 straight kills, make it 6. They have the positioning. They have them in a spawn trap. This is going to be difficult for Breach to try to break out.
Well, Jad said this is a better start.
Way better start.
Yeah, it's just at least a little bit as HyDra finally gets taken down. First kill coming, at the 30-second mark there for Boston. Few picks, and there we have it, 3 down. But again, the one player who continues to put himself in toward that cliff position, trying to watch the cut, is going to be Clayster, still alive, but Capsidal to take him down. Nero watching the flank, and Breach, after what was a very, very slow start to this round, finally get the opportunity to take a look at that objective. But the point currently going to be vacant. Fights is being established for that top boat control, as Cap currently sits on 4 in a row.
And time's starting to dwindle. It's only 30 seconds left into this round. They were able to take down Clayster off, though. That's going to be 3 dead, but Crim still causing problems at this B point. This is going to allow for Breach to get on that A point. Allows for his teammates to eventually get pushed up, but HyDra, he's going to be able to take him down, and time is starting to dwindle. They do get on that B point. It's only a matter of time before NYSL should be able to take him off. They have full A control right now. You see on the minimap, HyDra is going to be pushed up towards ship.
What?
Right now, Breach are just committed. They're committed to this B point.
Thought the tank would surely be stronger than that. It was a great play, right, from Cap to hold on for as long as he did. Obviously, the game's in time at B, but to at least stop the clock. But Nero there for the trade, trying to get to a position as he ends up getting dropped. Meanwhile, the fight continues to progress over at that A point. Methodz tempted to maybe try to make a route, trying to make the flank. Time going to be stopped at 9 seconds and some change. Neptune jumps on in, the pistol is out, and it's firing quite well. Does get traded. HyDra, the last line of defense toward the bottom side of the boat, is able to turn on to Nero. Time continues to tick away, and Boston, they've got to do something. They have to hop onto the point. One player's going to be here, and it's Capsidal stopping the time for a second. He gets off the time, and NYSL will clutch up in the round 5. They get the chance for the restart, and boy, did they take advantage of it. A wonderful start and a great finish. Oh boy.
The trap that they set them in right off the rip of that was beautiful. Clayster made the adjustment though. He doesn't full flank around ring. Him and Neptune both cut down the inner ring steps, and they were able to find not 1, not 2, but all 4 kills. Now this allows your teammates who push through that A point to push up towards Cliff. It allows Clayster to push up towards the right side because they're all going to be spawning back P4. Just easy. They started up 7 kills without anyone dropping right off the rip. And with only 30 seconds left, it was just really difficult for Breach to try to get anything going on that A point. It was just going back and forth the entire time. But eventually NYSL, they closed it out in a dominant fashion.
And it felt like, too, like, you know, given the way that round started, Boston Breach were, I guess, to kind of describe it specifically, they look like they're chickens with their head cut off.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't really seem to know exactly what they wanted to push. Cap was holding over at B, and it was like, do they want to try to establish control over at Beach, or do we want to try to retake control at A? It just seemed like there were too many fights going on without a really solid plan coming into that round 5. But again, a lot of that has to be described based off the way that NYSL began that round. As you said, Jay, I mean, what? They started off like 7-0 in terms of life count. It took about 30 seconds for Boston just to find a kill. Good round to close it out there for New York, as now they will take the lead in this series. 2 rounds to 1. We'll take a look back at Gavutu, but set the stage for me, my friend. What do we see on Gavutu here? And I don't know. What do we expect from this Boston team coming into another respawn?
It was a lot of back and forth between both of these teams, at least early into the game. NYSL took the first 2 rounds. Boston, they responded to the very next 2. And then obviously after the reset, I just feel like New York knew that they messed up off the initial push before the reset happened. They cannot allow that to happen again. Once they won a majority of those gunfights, they put Breach in a situation where, do we decide to wrap back and fight these guys at ship, or we can just push through and try to go right up the middle, or at least the left side to go B? So they won a majority of those gunfights at ring, but then to try to complete that B point without having A, you're just allowing people to set up on the flank towards ring. You're allowing people to set up on crossfires, nades to come in. And eventually NYSL, they just did a great job of just slowing down the game, picking up the kills when they needed to, and eventually winning a majority of those trades.
Yeah, absolutely. You called it out quite well, my friend. But another look here at this round number 5. Just again, Breach doing everything they can to try to keep that point up, to try to keep it alive.
Nasty.
I gotta say, man, HyDra had a phenomenal map. Just in terms of what Breach had to deal with specifically, when it came down to boat, when it came into top green, he was always in their spawn, always causing issues. But here we go, taking a look at the, Bocage Hardpoint numbers there versus Breach, and it was Crim leading the way on Bocage. Who would have thought? Crimsix, the SMG that was in question, leading the way. What, he dropped like 36 kills?
Yeah, he dropped like 36,
something.
Double digits in the search and destroy. They clutch up in the control right there. Now they're going into another hard point. And this is a hard point that I feel is going to favor them a lot, because you have veterans on this team. They know which one are the money hills. That P3 on Berlin, you have to make sure you're getting control of that street. Once you shut down the street control, it's all about holding fire. There's no way they flood through the front. They're going to attack it through fire. They're going to attack it through front. As long as you shut down their initial push, New York, at least the way that they played the very first map, they know exactly how they want to set up in hardpoint.
Yeah, at least if you are Breach, the one positive coming into this next hardpoint is that, hey, at least it's not similar to Bocage. It's going to be a lot different, right? You have a lot more longer rotations. You can definitely see that auto get involved much, much more from players like Methodz and players like TJ. But talk to me, man. What's your confidence level, right? Like I said, we've seen some very, very close maps in the search and destroy and the control. We go to round 11 in map 2. We go to round 5 in game 3. Well, you know, we could talk about the Bocage Hardpoint, but we'll go and toss that one to the side. Like I said, a different map, but what's your confidence level right now with this Breach team? Do you think they have the ability to send it the distance?
100%. If I'm them, I'm 100% confident, because both of those last 2 maps, they went down to the very last round. A couple key mistakes, if you just fix those little things, it potentially would be your map. These guys are playing some of the best Call of Duty players of all time, really tight. The fact that they're only down 2-1 in this series, keeping it as tight as they have, they can go into this hard point and just say, hey, we need to make sure we're doing the things right. We cannot allow it to go 4 dead at the same time. We need to make sure we're prioritizing the spawns on this map, because it's huge.
You set the stage quite well, my friend. As we mentioned, the greatest sports rivalry ever meets esports. Is this where we call it for their first encounter of the CDL? Or can Boston clutch up, continue to fight to send us to a map 5? Here we go, in toward map 4. Breach, potentially their final map here at kickoff. We'll see what they can do. As New York off the rip with the preferred side in terms of spawns, they have the ability to get here first, and in fact Gold just happens to sit on their side of the map. So given that, we'll see what they can do with the control. A few early kills going either which way, but majority of points, of course, going the way of Subliners, 18 unanswered.
Good work from New York, but this is, look at the mini-map. You see number 8, which is going to be Nero, trying to set up the pinch for Plat, able to find one, tries to take down the second. Huge one-on-one between Neptune and TJ to secure the rest of that time. That's going to be basically all this P1 hardpoint going in favor of New York. You have to start thinking about that rotation. You see number 1 cutting off through middle broken. That's going to be Clayster. And then also HyDra, he actually attacks Broken too. I would have liked to see him go up street. You want to make sure you secure that side of the map. But he's able to find one, not able to find a second, and that should be breach off the rotation.
Yeah, one thing too, Teach decides to go and challenge Old to try to put some pressure on the players that were locking down the final few seconds of scrap. You gotta imagine they weren't expecting that particular strategy, but as you called it, early Hill held down well from the Subliners, and now it's about the rotation game. A big Hill already off the rip here in Library, and Clay finding a lane, running through walls, and, well, has a few players in his line of sight potentially. He's got some players off of spawn. They're gonna do their best to try and support him. But trying to lock things down. One player toward the top, that's gonna be Capsidal. Breach, they look to force the issue, coming in from mid, coming in from that train station side. The pistol was out, and really Breach, despite having this rotation, it has at least been a majority contested time, or rather going the way of New York. Not the way that you want necessarily if you're Breach, but with only a 10-point game, these final few seconds are big, but you gotta be aware of that next one over and fire. A good delay there from New York. A lot of contested seconds as now we've got a money hill set up for fire.
Now it's all on New York to hold down this initial push on street. They shut that down. They're keeping control. That's going to be a clean 4 dead. Now all these players from Breach are going to be spawning out towards Plat. This should allow HyDra to start getting a little bit more aggressive towards the middle of the map. You see he's going to be playing it towards Statue. He finds one. He will get traded. But Boston, they have to attack this through fire. You have to try to pinch this from the front and fire if you want to break it. But multiple players are attacking the street. They have flipped the spawns now. And New York are going to be spawning out towards the front. That's great work from Boston to not give up all this time.
Yeah, that is a great flank, specifically there from Nero. Is able to make his way up the street, finds one on the flank, and again, an unpredictable type of situation, and he's able to make it work. A huge hill in which Boston are able to break on in, and with these final 15 seconds, we very well could have a tie game. But let's go and step aside and listen in with the comms. Let's go do a listen in now with Boston Breach.
aLLeY done.
One shot P5, he's just sitting behind the fucking
P5 dead, P5 dead.
Lane top.
Take close. Another one P5. Cutting.
Okay.
Oh, he's top P5, nice. Dead.
Don't back right.
Nice, stay down. I'm pushing P5. Yo, you can push P5. I don't see top tower. Stay down. Get time. I get timer. Actually, I'm gonna go top tower. Stay down. One back left, guys. One P5 here. Top house. P5. Take one top P5. I need it. I'm gonna win P2.
Oh.
I'm trying to hit left.
I'm watching my
One shot. Go front house. One shot. There's 2. Front house.
Back.
Yeah, front house. Great. Left side.
In my back. Going with time.
Going P5.
Good.
I'm gonna go in. Just one in front of me. I'm being fired right now. Yo, take it low. I don't see him. Yo, fire. Wait, top fire right now. Fire tank, HyDra.
Grim back aLLeY. Nice.
Stand up. Give me low P2 on me. Low.
Trying to
Left. Low P2, HyDra.
I'm gonna go left to you. I'm trying to go left to you.
I'm
Work it left.
I see time. I don't see him back aLLeY.
Close.
One shot time.
Nice, good shit. I'm dragging P1. I'm going to P1.
Nice. I think P2.
I'm in P1.
Only 30 seconds more in our first set of rotations, and I gotta say, Jay, I like the comms there with Breach specifically. I felt like Capsidal, who was not just going on streaks, but making plays, obviously having a big performance there over at that train hill. This guy is looking to finally really pick it up. He's had a few slower maps, but I guess he's finally caught his bearings. Now 16-9 and forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside of their face, as that's gonna be 5 in a row. How about 6? It's 6 for Capsidal. He is woken up and erupting right now on the Subliners. Making 8 in a row. Boston feeding off the hype that this man can provide. 21-10. Big Cap. Welcome to the series, my friend.
Woo! He's going to be fully streaked out, man. And Boston, ever since they went into that listening, they were able to break that P4, have a good, at least scrappy hill for P5, but they are just taking control of this game. Big Cap is going huge, not only in the comms, but in the gun skill as well, man. 128 to 100 right now is going to be NYSL still holding down this P1. 25 seconds remaining here. If I'm number 7 on the min-map, which is going to be Methodz, I'm starting to think about that rotation. I want to work that way towards this deep street. It's going to be a huge one-on-one between him and HyDra.
So he was able to secure it. Methodz may not know that somebody's already pushed up toward the backside of docks. In fact, Clay, he's going to make his job that much more easy. Cap at least gets some visuals before getting picked off, and that will allow for Nero to go there for the 1-for-1 trade. It is New York, somewhat late, but also getting to the hill earlier than the Breach can. 24-12 right now from Capsidal. You can just feel that this guy is really starting to pick things up, helping break open the setup there at Library as he'll find 2. It's an overall 3-for-1 trade favoring Boston. Did a good job at P1. And this could be their opportunity to really start to extend this advantage. 30 valuable seconds left here at Library.
And you see the big-headed play coming in from Breach. That was Methodz. He pushes his way into fire. He was able to flip those spawns. So if you're New York, you have to get this remaining time, but you also have to flip it once again. You see that number 4 player in Crimsix spawning all the way out towards Warehouse. If I'm Boston, I'm just sitting back. I want to make sure I'm setting up the cross, but I want to play it safe because this hill can be a full 60 if you can hold it down correctly.
A huge hill in store. Kind of Breach. Look to play this again. You've got one player established toward the dockside. That's going to be Methodz. As long as he sits here, you can imagine his team is going to hold on to control. A few early shots in the HyDra. But again, a power position right now from Zenni. The longer he stays here, the more difficult it is. As we said, Neptune finally there to shut him down. But again, for New York, it is a multitude of different players you're going to have to take out of positions just to even get toward this hard point. But Clay, he's found a lane inside of Black. Nobody's looking over toward this position, but he's made his way in, and that's going to be 2 for him. Boston's still spawning close, but Clay, a great little turn there, but at least sets his teammates up as New York, they're rushing on into the hill.
And this is great work from New York. They knew that they cannot allow Breach to get all this time on P3. Capsidal still has those streaks to work with. So it's just be easy break as Crim finds 2 in the back on a 4 spree of his own. Huge one-on-one versus TJ, gonna come in. He's able to win it as well. 1 kill away from picking up that strafing run. You see off the rotation, look at it. NYSL are gonna be set up early, but you have to keep in mind, Capsidal does have those streaks. So if you're New York, you have to play this a little safer.
We'll see how they do look to play it. As you mentioned, how often do we see teams go from P3 to P4? Not super common, but it can be one of the more deadly streaks in the game. Capsidal bringing down the glide bomb. Not going to do too much damage. 80 as a matter of fact. But again, with that flipping of spawns, it allows for New York to be in a much better spot. They know exactly where they're coming from. Right through the train station is where Boston try to funnel themselves through. But Clay primed and ready for it, as that's going to be 4 in a row now for him.
Unfortunately, he gets naded there, so not any streaks to work with. But New York do take the lead. Just great work from them. Even though Capsidal did have streaks to work with, sitting at 31-19, the young man is having himself a map. He's trying to force this game 5 at any cost. But Clayster with a huge 2-piece off the rotation. New York are going to be spawning at the warehouse side. You see number 3, he's trying to focus on where Methodz can possibly be. Methodz is trying to cause problems, but HyDra still playing it slow and fire. This game is so close right now.
It absolutely is. One thing, too, you have to consider is not just who's at P5, but who has rotations as well for the next P1. Both teams looking to try to secure that for their team. It was Boston for a moment. New York, based off some positioning and really a fury of kills, are able to flip the spawns in their favor. So again, great time at P1, but also thinking about the future is NYSL also. A few players trying to make their way up through the alley, but Crim aware of that common angle. Didn't look like he had a chance in the world of taking that fight versus Methodz. That's going to be 2 in a row for him. Again, aware of the push that Boston not just need to make, but have to make at this stage of the game. One player sneaks through. That's going to be Nero. That's 2 for him. Make it 3 in a row for the Young Guns.
And that's going to be a rotation going in favor of Breach. Even though spawns are still coming in from New York, it's really difficult if you're fully set up when every single player is spawning out back plat. You see a pinch trying to come in from number 5, which is going to be Capsidal. TJ and Methodz finding every single kill they can in the feed. 219 to 205. Breach, unfortunately, Clayster, he's still going to be able to pick up the kill there. But Breach, they're right back into this game. 40 seconds left. They can potentially close it out here.
It's getting dicey. It's getting dicey, folks. You can feel the intensity. You can feel the fights.
It's 4 dead.
That's going to be 4 down, New York, with some free time. As you said, Jay, they've got the ability to win this one here. Breach, they've got to contest for a few seconds. HyDra may have let one slip through for the time. It will be found out for the moment, but Nero's still hanging on. They can still win it. They have to contest for at least 1 second. They've got to contest. Nero being aware of it, trying to stay alive inside the train station, as that'll be 3. Hill contested, but now it's about the rotation, and look who's here. It will be the Breach.
Nero and Cap. They're able to find every single kill in the feed. Down 30 points, a streak comes in from Crimsix. Able to find one. They are going to be spawning out towards backfire. But Boston are not worried about the spawns right now because they can close it out here. There's a huge one-on-one between Clay and Methodz. To take control of the street side, Methodz is going to win it. Neptune and Crim able to find 2 in the feed. Cap trying to do everything he can to hold it down. Cap and Nero, the rookies, stepping up here. It's going to be 1 player left in the position. It's going to be Neptune. He's going to drop. Tie game. They can win it here.
Only a few more seconds. New York, they've got to try to contest. Clay winning a big fight. That's going to be 1. Can't find the second. Methodz wins it. Do we have a game 5? And you bet we will. Boston will not go away. You have got to love this rivalry.
There's no way to there's no better way to start it. This is their very first series, and the season hasn't even started yet. This is a kickoff. We're going to a game 5. 2 of the best franchises in the world are going at it in our very first game 5 of the kickoff. Big shout out to Capsidal because the guy went off right there to make it happen for his team. Going on that ace spree, picking up those early kill streaks was huge. But then in those very final seconds, him and Nero trading back and forth in library to close out the game. Methodz holding down that 1 street lane. As I told you, he was, as long as he won that 1 gunfight versus Clayster on street, that was what was going to tell it. But just great work by Breach to force it to a game 5.
37 and 27, 28 non-traded kills. As we said, goes on the 8 spree, and of course, gets some good hill time as well. I mean, what a map from Big Cap. You love to see it. As we said, he joins us in the series. He had a little bit of a slower start, but that is one heck of a way to send us to a map 5. Incredible performance. Like we said, man, what a series this one has already been. We talked about map 1, okay, somewhat of a snooze fest, but 2, 3, and 4 have been incredible. As we take a look at some of the highlights, Jay, talk me through some of the major points that you noticed here.
Saw Capsidal. This is why I'm pretty sure he went on the 8 spree. He just made it look easy. Like, this is off the rotation as well. Like, keep in mind, Broken was just finished. He picks up that 8 spree, and then eventually New York are able to slowly get back into this game. This was a huge play of the game right here when New York contested this P3 hardpoint because they knew if they gave up that 30 seconds, Breach are going to break that 200-point mark. It's only a matter of time before they get close enough to close that game out. But New York, they started fighting back. 240 to 220 was the score, but just a perfect rotation coming in out of Nero and Methodz, winning their huge one-on-one engagements off the rotation to eventually allow his teammates to set up properly around that hill, play the trades, eventually close out the map. Just well done by such a young team.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Especially to dig that deep. The way that this series has gone, it's been all about clutching. It has been all about these little plays toward the stretch. So far, it's favored Boston a majority of the time, but it is a 2-2 game. Our first game 5 of the CDL 2022 season. It is going to be a fun one. And thankfully for us, we get to stay in the exact same environment that we were just in. We're staying for Berlin, baby.
I'm excited.
This is going to be great.
I can't wait.
This is awesome.
We got snipers. We got smokes on lacrosse. We got young players stepping up to a whole new level.
Storylines.
Like, oh, this is great, man.
This is awesome. This is a pleasure to be a part of. We hope that you guys are obviously enjoying it as well. But as we continue to discuss it, it's time to take a little bit of a break. And we'll rejoin you in just a moment. As we said, Boston versus New York. It's nearly time for map 5. Make sure to stay with us. Who's advancing and who is headed home? It is Berlin Search and Destroy when we come back.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League kickoff. Oh boy, what a series it has been up to this point. New York versus Boston, the rivalry we've all been waiting for, sending us to our first Game 5 of the year. And the reason why we're here in the first place, Jay, is because of that man right there.
The young
Big Cap.
rookie. Big Cap stepping up to the plate to not allow his team to go home early. This is huge, man. Like, win or lose, this is such a confident booster for such a young team because they're going up against some of the best.
Yeah.
And the fact that this series is this close, man, it's unbelievable, man. I cannot wait to see how this Game 5 turns out.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. As we said, this has been a very neck-and-neck series post the very first Game 1, which was basically a Crim and Clay show for the most part. But since then, like I said, we've seen a round 11, a round 5 in the Control, and then what, like an 8-point game in that last Hardpoint. Incredible stuff. But there you see it. Big Cap. The difference that this guy can make is incredible. You see the streak that he goes on, especially at that point in the game where everything was pretty much being decided, right? That was a big stage where Boston was starting to kind of claim the advantage in that last one. It's incredible. And we talked about that guy as well. Known for search and destroy. It was around 11 last time we saw these two teams take battle on Tuscan. Now we're back on Berlin. Whew.
This one's going to be scary, man.
This is going to be fun.
Because
it's going to be scary, fun. It's going to be everything.
You got to keep in mind that NYSL are without practice for 3 straight weeks. And this is where that chemistry can really come about for this young Boston roster. So let's get into it. You hear the crowd. They are so excited for this round 5, just like me and Lando. So here we go. First Game 5 of the entire year. We called it too. We did. I knew we were going to get one.
Yeah, we did call it. We'll give ourselves some props at the end of the series. But here we go. In toward the round 1, it will be the New York side on the attack here at Berlin. More often than not, you'll see that B bomb site attacked. A few A hits every once in a while, but it comes into Game 5, so you can pretty much toss some of those strats out the window, as it is a slow one to start off our first.
And you see the positioning already from TJHaly. He's pushed up all the way through docks. He has the rotation if they try to bring this back towards B, but some shots right there is going to give it up. Now you have to wrap back, play your life. But so far, this has been a slow and steady round. Crimsix with another first blood. Able to make it a 4v3, an advantage of NYSL. But look at number 8. Here comes Nero on the flank, able to take down one before he is traded. Now it's going to be a 3v2.
Oh, and a big win there from HyDra as well. Going to leave Methodz now all up by himself. A 1 versus 3 for the face of the franchise. Tries to turn, but not able to secure it. New York play it slow off the rip. As you call it, Jay, Crimsix finds the first blood. He had 6 on that Tuscan, by the way.
Unbelievable.
6 first bloods. I think a majority of them were with the nade, but hey, he continues to be a menace, a problem at the start of rounds. And I think there was actually a stat last year that talked about Crim whenever he would take first bloods in Cold War. It didn't happen all that often, but whenever he did, he was winning them like 80% of the time. It was something like crazy, some stat about that. But
yeah, the guy's pretty good at calls.
Yeah, you know,
he's pretty good.
It's a fair call. Yeah.
But here we
We'll
go.
leave it go.
Now into the offense for the breach. Methodz is going to be that player that's calling out cross. He spots at least one player, but Cap's going to go for the snipe through mid broken. Not able to connect on anything. TJ opens up with that first blood. Cap's just trying to overextend and try to pick up this kill, but Nero, he's actually going to fly out and give up his life for free. Crim's going to find his second, and just what went from a breach man advantage is now going to be New York in a 3v2.
Yeah. Cap in back-to-back rounds, giving up his life and really allowing for New York to take advantage of that man count. 2 versus 3, and it's going to be up to the vets of the breach to try and secure this. It's out of fire, doesn't realize that Crim happens to be at the very backside of the map. And now it's going to be all on the Teach. Those 2 players are in fire, put shots on the 1, and takes out Clay in the process. 35 seconds, and still a lot of work to be done. Still achievable, and with Crim being in that position, it makes you think, is it going to be a wrap to A? And it looks like it will be.
And this is what TJ does best. He's able to pick up this bomb. He should be uncontested at this A plant. You see Neptune, he's going to be sent towards backfire. They're not worried about giving up this bomb site. But now in the 2v1, this allows it to be a winnable round for TJ. He spots Neptune, puts down some shots. Neptune able to get away with his life. So now it's all about linking up with your teammate and playing this trade.
And how big that kill would have been for TJ as well. Somebody top fire, they can actually see that angle from where they happen to be. You check that far right window, and Neptune is going to be able to sniff him out. A big round from New York, what looked like some potential for a 1 versus 3, and really it goes back to that initial engagement where TJ plants the bomb. If he takes down Neptune, a totally different round. Solid plays there from Travis McLeod to stay alive and allow for them to utilize those numbers.
I think early into that round, it was all on Nero dropping the bomb basically in the center of the map. Like, he tried to go play for that trade, but once he got taken down, it immediately turned into a two-piece, and that cannot happen, especially as the bomb carrier. You make it a little bit more difficult to try to win your offenses when you're dropping the bomb dead center of the map.
Well, New York 2-0 to start. Is it time for a bing bong? Oh, just off the mark. Love to see those smoke crosses back in Call of Duty again. But just a miss there for Clay. Meanwhile, TJ able to shut down HyDra. That bomb sitting heavy right now inside a library, and with HyDra dropping in the fashion that he does, Subliners look to reference back, join alongside each other, and try to find a pick. HyDra was their guy. By him falling, you know, the Boston Breach, given the way that they've been dropped in open areas, they don't want to allow that to happen again.
Yeah, if you're New York, you're just trying to find a pick. You're trying to even up the numbers, make it a 3v3. But Breach are not giving up anything easy. You see the positioning out of TJ, just playing super safe at B. Clayster, he does have that sniper in his hand, so he's going to try to work for TJ, but time is starting to dwindle. 29 seconds left. They have to eventually work this bomb. It's looking like they're going to commit towards A. The player's actually working his way through middle. Neptune finds the kill, makes it a 3v3, finds the second as well. Just like that, we went from a 4v3 with about a minute left. It's now going to be a 3v1, all left up to Methodz. And the bomb has not been planted yet. The bomb has not been planted.
Methodz knows it. Methodz aware of it. Clay, oh, the chance. I thought for a moment, I was like, wait, the bomb's not down yet? No, not at all. Methodz was primarily aware of that. Not able to take down Clay. But a what-if type of situation there for Methodz. Things go slightly differently. Maybe if you have a player in that situation who's able to stay alive, Cap, who is obviously hanging out inside of gold. Somebody to help out Methodz in that situation. But a little too scary there for New York, but they're able to stay alive. And that's 3 rounds uncontested. This is a must-win for Breach. And I hate to say it, but Cap, 0-3.
Yeah, so far, from what I've gathered from Breach side, is that they're always trying to play for the trade. Some kills, you don't have to do it. Like when Neptune pops that kill in A, no, you don't have to go in there and try to get that kill because Neptune was able to find 2, and that's going to be an early 2 kills for New York. Now it's going to be a 4v2. Bomb is going to be down at this B. Bomb. It's all left up to TJ and Methodz. This is going to be a difficult task to get done as Crimsix finds the 3rd, all left up to 1.
And this is just picture-perfect COD so far right now from New York. Granted, you've had a few close situations, but I feel like a majority of the time it's been a 1v3, 1v4, players getting picked apart, players getting dropped off the rip. I mean, what, to start off that early phase there for Capsidal, he's not even expecting 2 players to flank him from that dock side. Methodz able to take down 1, but again, it's just the trades from New York, the amount of players that they have alive. 4-0 to start. And Breach, you've got to wake up.
They're just letting a couple rounds get away from them. Like the last 2 previous rounds before that one, because that was a super clean round out of New York, they have the man advantage, and then they're over-challenging and then losing that man advantage. You need to make sure that you're continuously playing as a team, playing for that trade, and you need to get at least 1 round on the board to start that chain from starting to go.
Yeah, you see the rookies as well. 1-4 from Nero, 0-4 from Cap.
Oof.
Just off the mark again from Clay. Bullet nearly takes Cap's head off once more. First kill does get traded out. So Neptune with control over that bomb site, and by Cap being in that position, it is going to be a free plant over at A. Boston looking to siphon everybody through the train station, but Nero doesn't check both ways before crossing. He gets picked. TJ is there for the trade. A 2 versus 2, and Breach, you finally have a situation where you're not in a 1 versus 3, but Clay still holding down with that snipe. Crimsix watching.
They're playing for
over
Clayster.
his shoulder.
They think Clayster's back there.
He's not at all.
No.
No.
They're wasting a lot of time here.
They are.
Only 20 seconds left. Clayster's going to get back into the play. Finds that first kill onto TJ. Now it's all left up to Methodz in a 1v2. That's going to be impossible, and New York they are just blind countering every single round. Right there, Breach have one player at A, but New York send 3. They get the trade, immediate bomb plant, and then the focus from Breach to think that Clayster was still in the back, just great work from him to hit that rotation towards Plat.
Yeah, great plays from New York, and Boston just not able to keep up so far in this game 5. Again, the way that first one played, we saw around 11 and just not at all the same. Boston yet to answer, and won't say anything in specific, but hey, not looking great right now for Breach. You know, let's call it out the way that it is. But here we go. Potentially the final round as HyDra. TJ is able to take down 2. Methodz instantly inside of gold, gets ripped apart by Crim. 2 versus 1. Crim for the clutch. He jumps over the top and does get taken down. Boston full send it with the tournament on the line. And they're able to secure their first.
Sometimes when your strategies aren't working, a 4 push one way can definitely go in your favor as long as you're winning those trades. Great plays from them to take back aLLeY control. Capsidal finding 2 on the round right there, alongside TJ, who found another 2 to finally get their first round on the board. Now this can start to build some confidence for them because they had a couple winnable rounds here. They just have to play their lives. Right there, it was beautiful teamwork. They need to keep that up if they want to fight their way back into this one.
Yeah, we'll see what they have up their sleeves. Again, knowing they've got an uphill battle sometimes, it allows for you to play desperate and maybe even a little confident from time to time, but right into B, Boston totally caught off guard because they were assuming it was going to be an all-out aggressive A hit when in reality, all the opposite. First player here is going to be Methodz. Meanwhile, HyDra spots one running on into Library, shuts him down for the first blood. Meanwhile, TJ's doing some work, traded out. There goes Methodz, and now it's all on to Big Cap. Can he go huge? 1 versus 3, bomb is down, and there he goes. New York will walk away with the series. A back and forth rivalry game. The one that we hoped it would be, but Breach taken down 6-1. Great series, but just not the way that you hoped it would end there for Breach. Oh! There it is, okay.
But such a great series from both of these teams, man. Especially such a young Breach roster. The fact that they pushed this New York roster all the way to a Game 5 with 2 rookies on their team. You have to feel for these guys, man. They have such a high ceiling, at least for me right now. This team is only going to get better and better. And then on the side of New York, they get the job done. You know, they win their very first 2 maps. I mean, the first map convincingly. Yeah. They tie it up in the search and destroy, but then the clutch up in the control the way that they did after the reset was beautiful. That hardpoint, this entire series between both of these teams was stellar.
Yeah.
Unbelievable performance. I'm happy to see that New York were able to walk away with the win the way that they did. Just dominating that last search. If I'm Boston, just got to go back and just get some more teamwork in your search and destroy because the respawns, it's there.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And like I said, there's a lot of positive to take away. I know we end this, this game out with a solid, or rather a dominant loss in terms if you are the Boston Breach. But like I said, there's a lot of positive to take away from this series. The way that Cap was able to perform, end that game 4. All the hype around this Boston Breach team, which granted, it is one series. You take it the way that you can, but the way that they were able to play, the way that certain players were dominating, the way that they were clutching up at certain moments, I think you're still happy if you're the Breach, regardless of a round 1 exit.
For your very first game, after being the brand new team in the CDL, you have to feel good, man. Yeah. You're going up against some of the best players to ever touch Call of Duty. You push them all the way to the very end, man. Even though it wasn't the performance you wanted in this game 5, I just feel like it just came down to a couple situational plays. Like if they play a little bit more teamwork oriented, not always playing for that trade kill in search and destroy can be a huge factor. Yeah. Because if you lose that man advantage, that's what changes everything. And this was the play right here that honestly changed it for me. Once Neptune finds that 2v3, because there, it was only 40 seconds left. They found that first blood nice and early, but when Neptune finds that 2, works the bomb plan, and then eventually they just clutched up on the rounds, man. New York were great at clutching up during this game.
Yeah, they absolutely were, and that's one thing too that we have to talk about. Boston Breach being as highly regarded as they were coming into this tournament, you know, being in everybody's top 5, if not top 6, coming into the kickoff. The grind that they were able to do, the scrimmages that were obviously constantly on all of our screens, and for New York, off of less than 2 weeks of full-on practice to come through and beat this Boston team the way that they did, it's impressive, man. It really is. You got to give these guys a lot of props. The way that we thought they were going to come into this tournament was, hey, this roster is going to be great at some point throughout the year. Yeah. The fact they're doing it on such little practice, You got to give them props for that.
I know, and it's only going to get more and more scary as we go throughout the season, man, because they're going to be able to develop these young submachine gun players. They're going to get more consistent on maps that they usually don't like to play. Like Gavutu, they'll clean that up. There's no way they're going to make that mistake ever again. And then also on Berlin, just came into a bunch of clutch 1v1 gunfights off the rotation. If they win those, they have the potential to close it out there. But just a phenomenal series from both of these teams. Got to tip my hat to young Cap, man.
Yep.
To play against two players like Clay and like Crim in your very first game on LAN, and to do what he did to help his team go to a Game 5, I'm excited to see what the future holds for him.
Absolutely. A bright future for this Boston Breach team, but it's New York right now who are able to take the very first installment of what is going to be a legendary rivalry here in the CDL. But we'll go ahead and toss aside. It's Blaze, joined alongside by Clay.
Thank you very much, Lando. Give it up one more time for the Subliners, everybody. Woo, Clay. Okay, y'all was looking good to start off that series, but at the end of the day, we made it to Game 5. It got close, but as we entered that Game 5, we learned that some things you can't teach, and you only get lessons you learn by going through tough matchups over your career. How did y'all stay composed throughout being in that difficult spot?
I don't know if we did stay composed. It got a little squirrely there at the end, but we had a pretty dominant S&D to finish it. I mean, the maps were pretty close, I would say, all around, except for the first and last map. So if you bookend a series by blowing them out the first and last map, I mean, that's a good thing.
Then that is a good series, right? It's how you finish it. Now, when it comes down to that, your squad, okay? You're back with Crim. You got HyDra and Neptune on your squad. How you finally feeling about this Subliners team, the new squad?
We're gelling. Well, we're getting there. We took a couple weeks off so Paco could go back to France, be with his family and stuff over the holidays. And we got our offices that we're playing out of here in Dallas as a team. We got them going now. So we're just really building that chemistry, building that bond. I mean, me and Crim are a decade older than both of those guys. Double that with experience, you know. So it's definitely an interesting dynamic, but I think we all have a good time. We all know how to joke around, have fun, and best of all, we know how to play Call of Duty.
Yeah, you guys definitely do know how to play some Call of Duty. And even watching you and Crim playing those first two maps, honestly, the show was all about y'all. And I need to figure out, how the hell did you find the Fountain of Youth, okay? Why was you still shooting so good?
Dude, I think I'm like fine wine or something, dude. Just the older I get, the better I get, man. It's great.
Hey, you heard it here, okay? Clay is like fine wine, everybody. Give it up for him one more time. Veli, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. You gave your victory highlight. And ladies and gentlemen, I was going to say make some noise. They're already doing it for us, but that was such a phenomenal game right there. We're having fun all around. Game 5 and New York Subliners and Boston Breach. Up this rivalry lives out forever. But let's go ahead and talk about all this on the desk. I'm Veli, Slacked, Alley Cat, and Nameless. Nameless, starting with you, man. It was good seeing Clay and Crim do their thing, right, man?
Dude, it was amazing. And on Bocage Hardpoint, like, to kick things off, they were lining up. Dude, Crim was going off with the MP40, and that is what we wanted to see. Crim stepping it up in this game in that flex role. Like, New York looks good, man. And you saw Study and Lando talking about it. Like, they didn't have too much practice. And to come out here and play Breach like that, that's impressive, man. That was a great series to start the Boston and New York rivalry.
Right, and Allie, that is the power of having two veterans being a duo on a team like that. But it's not just them. Let's talk about the sub duos. Oh, the young guys picked it up big time. I love Neptune.
Oh yeah, no, Neptune was like a big playmaker for me because he's so good at respawn. He's so good at hardpoint. But when it came to S&D, especially last year, and we saw it a little bit in the beginning of this series, he seems to struggle a little bit, but he picked it up there in that Game 5 and to end it in 6-1, beautiful.
Now, also talking about Clayster once more, Slacked. This is just normal Clay things. I mean, talking about what the 1v2 clutch with the scope and everything else, the man gets it done every single time.
Yeah, man, it's super impressive. I mean, it reminds me of like the Unite days back in the day when I teamed with him with a sniper, just the crazy clutches and all the great plays. And obviously you see in this clip, he makes a fantastic play. He plants the bomber, his teammate did for this alleyway. He basically is just playing the time at this point. He knows that the clock is dwindling down. The enemy team has not hopped on this bomb yet. He's playing fantastic. He knows he's playing his timing windows. He sees TJ here in this alley. TJ hits him with an ego chow. He hits a great shot. This right here to me is literally playing with your prey. He knows it's Capsidal. He hits him with a pre-fire shot. He can't even see the bomb and just completely outplays him. Perfect textbook play out of Clayster.
Yeah, and that was also kind of a blunder on Capsidal's part, right? Like, he could have just stuck that defuse and he would have got it because Clay couldn't actually see that side if Capsidal would have stretched it. But you know what's crazy to me is that Capsidal was able to turn it around and start to perform better after a play like that versus Clay on the main stage. You get clutched on, right? Like, you're starting to think like, man, maybe I'm not it. Well, no, he didn't think that. He turned up throughout throughout the second half of that series.
You're right. At the beginning of the day, aLLeY, you're the one that said that Capsidal was kind of flying under the radar. He didn't have, the prestige as Pred or Awakening when they came out of Challengers League. He wasn't at the top like that, but the man is showing that he could bang out with the best of them. Those are legends on that stage.
No, absolutely needed some disgust. He put a couple of them in the blender a few times. And what I'm worried about, though, now is seeing this series go as far as it did with Cap. He pops off near like the end of a map. He starts off pretty slow, and then he suddenly just finds his groove. And sometimes it was just a little bit too late. So I'm worried that he's kind of the do or die for this team.
Right, Slack, man. It feels good to see a rookie pop off like this, and the fans at home love him.
Yep, and you know, for a Boston Breach fan, you're happy with this, right? Obviously, like I said, you're going to use this event as a stepping stone. And I think for Capsidal, you go back, you take off, what was maybe going wrong, why you were starting slow, and you try and add on to that, right? And I think you saw later into the series and even later into some of those maps, he started finding a rhythm, he started frying, and this clip was absolutely insane. I love how the crowd got behind it, and I can only imagine how he was feeling during this moment.
Yeah, when he went on that big 8 spree, I mean, the crowd got up and started going crazy. I thought everybody in here was a Boston Breach fan.
Yo, when you get your opportunity, like when you come up from the amateur scene, when you get your opportunity in that first big match where everybody's watching, this is a play you want, right? Like, this is what can start some people's career. I know people who've been playing for 5 or 10 years who don't have clips like this, right? So this was exciting to see. This guy, I think, goes on officially a 9 spree, I think is what it was. Like, this guy is a monster for that. And I'm excited for the future and see how he develops, man, especially with that SMG in his hands.
aLLeY, this is the year of the rookies right now, and what we see from them so far, Pred, Capsidal, whatnot, everybody is absolutely bringing it, but I gotta say it, Boston Breach lost in a single elimination tournament, and they will be going home, but we gotta call it. This team is something special. And for those of you out there in the crowd, let's go ahead and make some noise to show them some love for the Boston Breach. Let them know we love them.
There we go.
All right, so looking forward, I mean, they're going home. Of course, they're going to be a little bit sad, but you see a big future in them.
Yeah, I definitely think, like I said, you can take a lot of positives away from it. They took New York, a really good team, all the way to map 5, and you saw some good highlights from some of your rookies. You saw Zenni make some good plays to close out that map 4 as well, and TJHaly was kind of getting in that role, so I'm excited to see what they can do over some time.
Right now, aLLeY, we have one more match here on the day. This is going to be a big one. We have LA Thieves facing off against the Paris Legion. And from what we've seen so far, do you think that this one might go down to the wire as well? Coming from the prediction goddess herself?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't want to listen. Paris Legion, their squad is full of vets, right? And I have a lot of love for them. Decimate is a player that, I really have always had high hopes for a year, time and time again. Fellow has made his proving grounds through the challenger scene last year to prove that he still got it, But this team on paper is so weird to me, aBeZy. The chemistry for me just isn't there.
I love it, but you know what? I'm about ready for that. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for tuning in so far, whether you're here at the venue or you're either at home. Make sure you can make your way here for Saturday and Sunday as well. But we have one more matchup of the day between one of the newer teams in the CDL facing off against Paris Legion and Slack. I'm saying, man, this has been incredible so far. aLLeY Cat, you've been killing it. Nameless, I love working with you, man. One more today, and I wish it could continue going on, but we'll catch you on the other side of the break for some more CDL kickoff action.
you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two.
FaZe Clan for the first time.
Each year the game changes, but the grind, it stays the same.
Done it. Congratulations, Subliners.
Practice, scrim, compete, eat, sleep, repeat. Visit Zenni.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of you beautiful people, welcome back to the CDL Kickoff Classic presented by Zenni. I'm Belly, your desk host, rocking things with aLLeY Cat. We got Slack, we got Nameless. We having fun today, right?
Yeah.
It's been dope today, man. That last match was incredible.
Right, we got a best of 5, but now we're heading into the last series of the day with the LA Thieves and also Paris Legion. Little NA versus EU action, but let's go ahead and break it down just a tad bit. Now, Slack, looking at LA Thieves, man, you got Octane on the roster, and from what I know, Octane is an absolute beast. He's an animal. He is just disgusting at Call of Duty. This year, do you think that he's going to be making a statement for LA Thieves to just be that squad?
He has to. He's tweeted it all over. He's literally said, I've been held back. I feel like I've been watching Call of Duty for the past several years, and he finally has a roster and an organization that he wants to represent and wants to fry with. He's got the likes of Envoy and Kenny and Draza. If he can't do it with this team, I don't know what team he could do it with.
No, and we've been watching Draza, man. Draza is a beast. We've been seeing him work his thing. But also, who is your biggest X factor when it comes to this roster?
Biggest X factor of this team, I think it is Octane, man. Like, you think about his last couple years, it's been terrible. Like, Octane's teams have not been good, and now he's back on a good team in the main AR position. So I'm expecting him to ball out like he's been talking about LAN, going off there. He played well in LAN last time they had an opportunity to play on it. So now that he's got a good surrounding roster around him, I'm expecting him to fry.
Now, what were the main issues last year for LA Thieves, and do you think that they're going to get rid of that heading into this year? Was there any type of inconsistency?
The biggest thing was them just changing their roster like 3 or 4 different times. They never committed to one single roster. And with this one, you have great teammates all around. You have players who can basically play any role. You have Draza, who is one of the most versatile players in the entire game. So I think this year they should be good as long as they commit and get through all their issues.
All right, aLLeY, talk to me about Paris. Okay, you said that this match is going to go to a map number 5. You think this might be a quick one like the matches we had earlier, right? Paris, they have a lot to prove.
They do, and again, this is another one of those veteran squads. We saw a veteran squad earlier in LAG, and it wasn't that promising. Now, you know, I look at this and I see Fellow. You know, Fellow came up from Fantastic Four and Challengers, and they dominated, okay? And I'm so happy to be seeing him brought up. And, you know, I want nothing more than to see this man win. And then John joining later on in the year and just frying the competition.
Okay.
But, man, this squad, the chem is just so weird for me. Something just doesn't feel right. And as per scrims go, they've been kind of getting smoked.
Well, we hope that they actually get better, but you know what, though? I can't wait to see what GaBeZy is going to do. He's on the main stage. He's ready to get the teams out. Blaze, let us know what the deal is.
All right, what's up, Call of Duty fans? What a day it has been, and it's not over yet. We still got one more series for you at. And with the 2 teams that we got left, I know they're trying to max that energy of that last series that we had. Coming out first on the main stage, I give to you the Los Angeles Thieves! I give you Envoy, Kenny, Draza, and Octane. Give it up for the Thieves.
The boys are looking happy, and let's talk about it. Nameless. My eyes are on Envoy in his sub play.
Dude, my eyes are on this whole roster. It is so stacked with talent, man. And, you know, talking about Envoy, that kid's a beast as well. Coming from that OpTic team, looking at him going into this roster, expect him to do big things.
Right, Blaze, there's an underdog that's ready to take the main stage, man, and I'm ready for them to get things popping.
Yes, Veli, I am as well. The underdogs you call them, but we're going to see if they can be the big dogs. I give to you Paris Legion! We got Philo, Tim, John, and Dashy. Give it up for the Legion!
All right. the crowd is kind of not nice today, but you know what? I love this team. They're rebuilding, and I see a face up there that I love a lot. It's going to be Temp, and I think he's going to be a big deal for this roster.
Yeah, man, Temp is looking good. I'm excited to see what he can do in that submachine gun / flex roll this year.
All right, Blaze, let's go ahead and lock this thing down.
Yeah, you know, one team got more cheers, the other team got some boos, but hey, watch out for Legion. They play off that energy. Veli, take it away, because it's time to get this series started.
Woo! Now let's talk about it. The game fuel keys to victory. Nameless. Let's go ahead and break things down. This is going to be for the LA Thieves. What do you think they have to do to take this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, looking at this roster, we talked about Octane. We got to talk about him again. Like, he's going to have to play a big role on this team. And then, obviously, they have a lot of AR players. Draza, Kenny, Octane, all three of them ran AR at some point. So they're going to have to get really good at one of the SMG maps. So I'm looking at them to figure out Tuscan just so they have that deep map pool, because we saw that's what Atlanta FaZe is able to do and find a lot of success. So you got to do that, man. And I think they're going to get rid of Bocage in nearly every series.
Yeah, when Octane, you're right. When Octane's on fire, the man's a laser out there in the field, right? And aLLeY, when it comes to the Paris Legion, what is your game fuel key to victory?
Honestly, for me, it's just the fact when I look at this roster, once again, Decimate, Fellow, John, Temp, these are all players that they can pop off. They're players that have taken over a map before. And so if they all somehow do that at the same time at the beginning of this map, possibly could come out with a win. It's not looking super helpful, but I want to play devil's advocate. Like I said, I have so much love for this roster, but we got to see if they can pull it off.
Right now, when it comes to Paris as well, Slack, you've been out there on the main stage. You've been going to war with these guys here and there. What do you think Paris has to do in order to win this game?
So something I want to see from Paris, and mainly just Temp this year, is I just want to see him commit to his role. We've seen time and time again, even last year, he switched between the AR when things go wrong and the submachine gun. He feels like he needs to put the game in his hands. And in my personal opinion, I think he just needs to stick to that flex role this entire year. Let Fellow just be the main AR, and he kind of takes the back seat and just flows with that submachine gun, gets in a rhythm, and sticks with it the entire year. And then obviously we have another face again in Fellow. This is his land debut again. He's kind of been in the pro scene before, been thrown into challengers, and now he's back in the pro league. I'm expecting a big series out of him. He needs to make a statement here.
I'm loving the game fuel keys to victory from everybody on this desk, by the way. But let's go down the line when it comes to predictions. You know what, Nameless? I'm going to call you first for this one, man. Are you rocking with the Thieves? Or are you going to rock for the underdogs, Paris Legion, that nobody out there really thinks has a chance in this?
Brother, I think it's going to be close.
Really?
I think it's going to go game 5, yeah. I'm going to go 3-2 Thieves.
All right, aLLeY, you've been on fire lately. Last game, you kind of, you were easy on us. I know. Who do you have winning this?
You know what? Boston Breach game, those two is typical, okay? But Paris Legion versus LA Thieves, I got to go LA Thieves going 3-0, man. But again, Paris Legion could come out the woodwork and surprise us. You never know.
All right, Slack, what you got, baby?
I think I'm going to go Paris here, right? I just think they're going to turn some heads. I think their S&D is going to be on fire, and I'm expecting a big series out of my boy John.
You guys should have seen aLLeY's face. Her jaw dropped right there. Me, myself, I'm going for LA Thieves. Why? Because Kenny is just simply that guy. That's my analysis.
Yes.
But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and send this over to Miles and Chance. Boys, go off and take it away.
I can't fault any of the thing that anyone said there. Kenny is that guy, and Slack's a big John fan, right? I mean, this all checks out.
I can fault everything. Or at least what Slack said. That was cap. I'm not a believer at all in the slightest. But Veli also had the best analysis on the desk. He's right. Kenny is that guy. He can take over a series. But we got to watch both of these teams. And, like, Fellow was a talking point, right? He's one of those guys that, in my mind, is, like, the argument for the old guard. One of the complaints is, like, only 18-year-olds are getting picked up. It's all these fresh, young faces. Well, Paris, they went to the depths. They're picking up some of these old veteran players. John as well is another example. This is an opportunity to prove that the old guard still has it, can hang with the young kids. We can see what they got.
Well, we'll find out. Here is our maps and modes for the upcoming series. The last one of the day, friends. We hope you've enjoyed the show so far, and I tell you what, we've got a good series ahead of us now. Gavutu Hardpoint, our first Desert Siege, Gavutu Control, and then something. Didn't quite get there in time. Your boy's memory's getting bad in his old age. However, Chance, Gavutu's a really cool pick for LA Thieves fans. Can you tell us why?
Well, it's an AR-heavy map, and they got Octane on the team. I mean, it's literally, they already pointed it out, right? Draza can also run an AR. Kenny is a menace with any gun you give him, and we've seen these guys play on this map in scrims. They look like the Terminator squad once they get going. And Octane, a man that is looking for redemption to find his way back on top. And this is the map made for him.
Well, look at he's back on top of that palm tree. First and foremost, John and Fellow. Okay, they're having a great start to this one. Again, we've seen some good scrims out of the Los Angeles Thieves here in Gavutu, but we'll see what they can bring now in the actual matches. Already a decent start from the boys of Paris Legion. Looking to turn heads and right the wrongs of what have been a couple of tough seasons for the team here. And again, I think a new look squad could be the best thing for them. John on a bit of a flank. We'll see if he can find anything here as the rest of the team holding onto that hard point as best they possibly can. The Chance, time still ticking. Finally have a bit of a contest. And John, The flank slowly but surely paying off.
Well, he does get caught as well, so maybe a little bit of time going over towards the Thieves. But right now for Paris, as long as they don't overcommit in the next few seconds, they're going to be good to go potentially for the next two hills. So very strong opening start for the Legion. Towards that rotation, though, over on the boat, couple 1v1 gunfights. Temp looking to be the cleanup guy. And, well, Envoy taking his time as Paris Legion get that initial time.
Initial time, indeed. Second hard point now over the top of the ship. Decent shots out of Temp there is going to cut down Envoy before he can really get involved. Over to Octane now. No one on aLLeY Thieves really popping off just yet. They've been a bit slow to start here as Legion have had their way with him in the first hard point over to the second now, and it's still looking decent. They've still got a few players to deal with here as Paris Legion, the white arrows on the minimap, holding the line. Tyler Fellow, almost said maybe like the second, but Envoy will be there for the pickup. The trade still flying through over to Donny Temp now, trying to get involved and through the fire and the flames. He'll carry on straight into the hard point over to Envoy. Lovely shots indeed as Temp. The movement was good, but again, difficult to check every single nook and cranny of the top of that boat. And now the kill still flowing away. 20 seconds remaining here. Thieves should be able to get a bit of time if Draza can find a kill or two. And Chance, it's proving hard to kill the Paris Legion players.
I mean, they're just in full control right now. Like, Thieves are having a fight for their life just for these, like, final few seconds of scrap time. Meanwhile, this is going to be 3 rotations or 3 hills in a row that the Legion get there first. And we are going to a money hill in Vanguard. Number 7 Temp, already inside the point, collecting time. It's a 40-point lead. And with the map control that Thieves have right now, it's looking like it might get a lot worse.
Yep, bring your flip-flops and bring your shorts. We're going over to the beach, friends. Envoy's trying to make a play now through the jungle side of the map. And again, the pinch is on. But can they manage to get the players there? The Thieves, 1 kill at a time's all good. They're now finally into the hard point. Time now ticking their way. Paris Legion still spawning at the low right-hand side of the map, as close as you like. Can they flush Kenny out of that little amphibious vehicle? John's going to be the guy to try, but not quite able to get it. 30 remaining on this point Chance, and the hold is good for Thieves.
And you talk about the perfect time for Kennedy to start to go on a spree as well. Again, this is a money hill. If you don't get this break, things can spiral out of control, but he's on a 4, can't make it 5, but at the very least, you just took away a ton of time on a money hill. And of course, for Thieves, you're spawning on that left side of the map. If there's a money hill on one side, well, there is a money hill on the other. This time it'll be Paris Legion trying to get this break, but even still, if they got a 50-point lead, they are feeling good.
Feeling good? Still haven't dealt with John, though. Now slowly but surely making his way across map. Going up against Draza in that situation, not an easy kill, but John, patience pays off. 2 players now on the hard point for aLLeY Thieves. Where they're going to spawn? Other side of the map. Good news for Paris, but you got to get going right now. Number 4, he basically spawned in the back pocket of that player, but Dashy turns around, gets the kill. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. 45 on the clock. Fellow, forward they go. There's 1 player left for the Thieves, and it's Kenny. No easy kill indeed. Can they flush him out and finally get some time here?
Yeah, Kenny finally gets hunted out, and there's the break. That is a money hill that, again, from the last hill, they made the adjustment, carry it through. It was a 50-point going in. And honestly, 30 seconds left. Thieves, they are too far away, do not have map control. This lead, much bigger than I was expecting going into a map like Gavutu. Things are a little bit out of control, and I mean, Thieves, honestly, they're gearing up just to fight for these final 15 seconds. Bit of a bold call.
Yeah, the radio tower is a difficult spot to deal with indeed. Dashy and Fellow through the back, Octane alone, and they will deal with him. Dashy having a lovely time so far. For those who may be confused, Dashy, formerly known as Decimate. That's right, same guy, still frying. 10-11 so far, leading the team at 121 points for Paris Legion, looking fine.
And Legion, you saw that beach control, by the way. If you manage to get control of beach, the squad spawns will actually occur in that area. It makes it so much easier to actually fight for those back spawns. Right now, number 5 for Legion, putting in some serious work, but even still, they got a long way to go before they're actually blocking them. 20 seconds already off of this hill. Thieves finally collecting time. The swarm is in, but Legion on the flank, they are taking it very slow.
Very slow indeed. The dock, the final hard point here. There's only 30 seconds remaining on it. John with a vantage point now to work with. Draza with the angles above him. Can he find anything here through the window, through the crack? Not able to get too much done. Envoy's keeping the fight safe down low, but the numbers for the Thieves starting to dwindle as Octane. 5 and 11 on the point. He's got the time, and now he's got position. Can he find anything more here? No, John. Up and about he comes, and look at this, still alive. Envoy's up next. John will finally fall as the final 10 come through. Chance, we go back over towards the center of the map. First hard point in the ring, and so far, relatively well contested for both teams.
I mean, it is a little bit crazy. The right players, Legion probably have the edge on 4 out of the 5 hills, but that 5th was good enough for the Thieves that they are right back into this game. Rotating over towards this new hill, though. Temp, the next AR player right now for Paris Legion, able to find a couple. Octane, the last player nearby. He's looking for the second he connects, and Thieves putting themselves in a solid spot. Again, only a 20-point gap right now between these two teams, and Thieves, it looks like that comeback is nice and secure. They got the right side spawns. This is basically the opposite of what happened right from the jump.
Thieves cleared it up. Thieves with the time, and they're able to possibly get themselves back into this one, but it's going to be a solid hold. Looking at the mini-map, though, don't have to worry about that map position. They're going to have to get themselves across map towards boat if they want to get that P2 right off the rip. But again, in this game, Chance, we haven't quite worked out the best way to play Gavutu yet. Are you good for the breaks? Are you going to go for the early rotates? We will see. Octane, not able to get too much more of that, but Fellow cleans up 3. Temp now holding it down as well. You've got a little bit of scrap time, and you still have a semblance of control. Over now we go to the boat. Envoy trying to make the leap in, but will he be able to find those kills? Flush those players of Paris out. John was the one. Should be an episode, you know, like what, the USS Thieves now, right?
Hey, they'll take the boat. They'll take whatever they want. Envoy right now, the cutoff man, 2 in front. He's just going to get dropped. Now it looks like Fellow fighting for control. By the way, P1 control on this map is important on almost every single hill, so worth fighting over. 2 kills going their way. Fellow gets the second as well. Last player on the tank, he gets dropped. Spawn still not flipped, but at the very least, Paris Legion finally getting control, and well, that'll be what, the 3rd lead exchange that we have seen.
Yep, back into it we go. Paris with a decent spot to be in. Draza, first player up. Tip of the spear now for the Thieves. Waiting for the reinforcements to get there. They're going to take this hit as a full fighting squad. Still, from upstairs we go. Decimate down low. I'll take the opening kills, and here come the Thieves. Perfect push. What a great break that was. They're going to have the hard point now. 15 seconds should all be there. Still going to watch out for a couple of Paris Legion players still nearby.
Fellow, though, he's just trying to slow it down, right? Spot information or get dropped instantly. Kenny winning that gunfight solidifies that rotation towards this next hill. Called it a money hill the last go around. That turned out not to be the case. Temp might win a gunfight at all, but you already see Thieves, right? They've got control over towards the beach side of the map. They got the spawns in the back, and as long as they don't let anybody through, which Dashy has made it behind enemy lines, they should be good to go. But Dashy, I mean, he's found the opening. He's the guy that needs to make the play. He gets the kill. Thieves now outside of the hill, and again, a money hill. That is what it takes to break it down. Dashy, he found the play.
Finds the play. Open field for now. Octane trying to make his way forward. Fellows with the engagement now. Stunned up, waiting for the squad to show up and help out, covering those angles. And here comes the push. Paris still trying to make the break here. We've got Thieves locking this one down. Well, we've had a great start from Paris Legion. I'd love to hear how the squad's doing. Let's go for a quick listen in.
Can I hold boat? Can I hold boat? Yeah, hold boat. Yeah. You get initial, but not play initial. Okay. I'm watch out ring. I need help. Deep guy hit. All good. Deep guy hit. We're good. We're good, yo. They're hitting ring. No, you can get bad timing boat. I'm back.
Yeah, I know. I could.
You can get bad timing. Draza is P5 and
I'm going top, John. I'm literally top. Alright, I'm playing my ring push.
Right,
I'm low beach. Low beach. I'm playing ring.
Yeah, I have your low beach.
Mid.
I have your low beach. Nice. He can be cliff. He's gonna be cliff.
Low beach. That's not cliff for you. I don't see. Like me ring. Stairs are probably low beach.
I got 1 ring.
Could be cliff, guys. Cliff, watch out. We don't know last guys.
I jump front.
Watch out. Go 2 cliffs. Someone just get back down. Go deep alley. Yeah.
Could be front.
Let's go!
Let's fucking go, baby.
Yeah, push it out. Oh, never mind.
I'll get time.
Hold it, he's just holding clip. Take your time.
Yeah, hold him up. Push, watch out. Nice. One more.
Got 2.
Up. Nice, good job, down.
1 more, Kenny.
Done.
Front hill.
I got him.
3, 4.
I need deep.
There's still clip, right?
I'll help you at all.
Yo, they're ring stairs.
I don't think anyone's hitting.
I'm going cliff. Absolute cliff.
Weak cliff. I hit him with the nade.
That's gonna be ring.
Go ahead, John.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. He's cliff.
Watch out.
Chance Paris Legion comms, honestly, very clean. They seem very organized. They seem to know what they're doing.
I mean, they maybe just like slightly disjointed, but if you're getting the kills, doesn't matter. Honestly, Thieves basically just walked face first into the shredder, but this is the hill the first go around that brought the Thieves back into the game. They get the lead right here, and look at how far away Paris Legion actually are. Again, you want to be approaching this hill from the beach, but already 15 seconds have gone by. You don't have a ton of time, but look what you have to cross. Octane, the turret is ready, can only find the first. The opening is there.
He goes Envoy next in to pick up the pieces. Can't quite get it done. Temp's there. The kills are now clean. You've still got 2 members of the Thieves on point, still spawning very close. Paris, you gotta go, friends. There's 30 seconds on the clock, and they're only 10 away from the win. You've got to make the move now. Draza sitting pretty, just chilling, waiting for the time to tick in. 5 seconds now. The kills keep coming through. Octane's got you covered. And map 1 goes to the LA Thieves.
I'm thinking Thieves, and keep in mind, from the jump, that was like best case scenario for the Paris Legion, right? Literally the first 4 hills, they handled both the money hills as well as you possibly could, built up a nice lead, but P5 the first go around, and obviously at the end of the game, Players Legion had no response. They basically were just continuously trying to flood through the front, which I tell you, we are not going to see any teams really have a ton of success with that strat. So I think maybe Players Legion just specifically on that hill a little bit behind, and well, again, Thieves take full advantage, completely bully him out on that final hill.
Take good care of him. I mean, admittedly, I thought maybe it's just me. I'm being a little funny about this as we look at the stats, but I thought that was a generally not an unimpressive game, but a very unflashy game. Very much the fundamentals played very well there by the LA Thieves. They didn't have to do anything crazy. No one had to pop off. In fact, no one went positive. Oh no, Kenny went positive, what, 3? But apart from that, everyone just putting forward like a very good fundamental performance.
I mean, again, it really was just a genuinely slow start. I think Octane and Draza both double negatives, like right from the jump. And again, I'll say it again, it was literally just comes down to that one hill. Players Legion, even the first go around, when they actually had the pressure on the beach, it just seemed like they were a little bit too slow, a little bit too timid, and end up getting punished. But whatever the case may be, map 1 in the books, and just a second look at some of the highlights. As you pointed out, maybe no ridiculous plays on the map, just solid gameplay from both squads.
They knew exactly what to do, and they certainly got the job done. Still from Paris, a nice opening there. They seem to just sort of run out of steam, and again, that one bad hard point certainly cost them in the end. But a look across the board, and again, Gavutu, a map that we favored Thieves on coming into this one. Didn't necessarily blow them out of the water, but we'll see. Again, this series should be a fun one indeed. I'm interested to see if any of those big predictions from the desk come through, because so far, Paris is certainly an underdog in this tournament, at least on paper. But I'm liking what I'm seeing already, Chance. I've got nothing bad to say, really, so far.
I mean, I will say maybe it's just like a habitual reaction from me when Slack picked Paris. I'm like, really? Are you sure about that? So again, maybe a couple bold calls on the desk, but you never know what's going to happen in the S&D. I mean, Desert Siege is where we're going to for map number 2. We have yet to see it played on land because, you know, it's day number 1 of the kickoff. We got to take our time to go through them, but as few snipers have we really seen today. We've seen a little bit. Desert Siege, both teams, almost every single round. I have to imagine they're going to have the boom.
It's a big old map. Desert Siege, map number 2 coming up in just a moment. And yeah, it's a huge map. It's got a long lines of sight all over the place, whether it's the train or the trench side of the map. Both bomb sites, we're expecting to see a lot of smoke action here. That middle building, very, very important to control. Going to be a fun one to play. Control coming up after that, of course, on Gavutu, Tuscan Hardpoint, and Bocage, Search and Destroy. Map number 5, should we need to go the distance. And I want to go the distance, friends. I'm having a lot of fun with you lot. You guys have all been amazing, by the way. You guys have seriously, as far as the kickoffs go, this is definitely top 2, and it ain't 2.
Decent reaction to that. It took him a second. I was getting a little bit worried, but the crowd has been
I had to do the maths.
Again,
the maths.
Capsidal play where he goes to the H tree, the crowd's popping off. It has been a fantastic time, but we're going into Desert Siege. We're going into a Search and Destroy. So I'm looking at players like Fellow. He is like setting kill records in challengers back in the day when he was in the Pro League. S&D has always been his bread and butter. But you're going against players like Kenny, who at times are the best S&D player in the world. He's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting mix-up. I think for this match, Paris is a good team in general when it comes to Search and Destroy. That whole team is really impressive, whether it's their history, whether it's their current form. That is making for a very, very solid squad. Let's see how it goes, though, because in theory, on paper, and in game is very, very different. But so far, we'll see how it goes. Desert Siege coming up next. Again, the last match of the day here for Kickoff Classic day number 1. And man, it's been wild, Chance, for everything we've all thought about what Vanguard was going to be like. It's been litty.
Yeah, it has been a fantastic day, exceeding my expectations as well. You bring up some of the snipers as well. John, one of the best snipers we have in like Call of Duty history. Yeah. It's wonderful to see him back on the main stage. And then Octane, that's like his bread and butter. He came from like the sniping scene before he hit competitive. It has been too long since we've been able to see these players show off what they can do. And again, on a map like Desert Siege, it will be constant battles. To be quite frank, I mean, even a double snipe strat is not the worst thing you could possibly have. Both edges of the map wide open. And then, of course, well, it is as mixy as it could possibly be in the dead center of the map. The fight for mid control, obviously, going to be for power plays.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see how that goes now in Desert Siege. Loading up now, players are getting into the lobby. And Charles, I want to bring up another talking point in this series for me. It's the tremendous rivalry that we've been seeing developing over the last few weeks on social media and imagining game as well. I mean, and that rivalry, it's Kenny and Draza.
Yeah, best rivalry in the league by far. Those two are absolute comedy nonstop. One of the most entertaining streams I've seen this year was they were playing 1v1s on Dome, and I've never seen more trash talk in my entire life when those two guys were going at it. By the way, fun fact, Draza spelled backwards is Hazard.
Every year.
You can say it once per year, and like 30% of the chat will be like, oh my God, I didn't think about that. That's so obvious.
Mind blown. Well, you're about to have your mind blown once again, friends. First time we see Desert Siege here in the league. Search and Destroy. This is map number 2. Also, in that 1v1, Kenny got smoked. Straza actually whooped him. It was brutal.
I mean, you didn't have to bring it up.
It was brutal. It was. I'm sure there's a video. I'm sure they YouTube that bad boy. But here we go. 2 bomb sites. First to 6. This is going to be a lot of fun, and I'm hoping to see some snippet snipes all game long. Here we go. Map number 2.
Oh, we're on the
POV! That's what we wanted! That's what I'm talking about!
He don't miss! Octane again, that he was born for it. The bomb gets planted. You got the sniper on the outside of the map. This is going to be a dub. First round win. Thieves, make it happen.
Temp's in. Smoke's clearing. Get out of there, man. That bomb's down. John's got the sniper on the other side. Will he be able to make anything of it? There's Octane. He's downrange. That little glint of the scope's going to give it away, and I shot from John. And here we go. Octane versus John. And there you have it. Dashy, last player up, and it's done.
So casual, just having fun. I don't know if he's used to that snipe flying through the guy up in there like that, but again, Octane, you bring it up for a reason. Again, you talked about John, it's the exact same thing on the flip side. 2 of the best snipers we have in Call of Duty history. Maybe, I don't know, top 8?
You know Jeremy Stud is like literally foaming at the mouth.
We'll go top 8. I'm not saying top 5.
Jay's foaming. Welcome you round. Let's get it. Another round now. We'll see if history can repeat itself. Octane's taking the other side of the map, but the bomb's going over towards A, so we won't see too much crazy snipe action, but oh yeah! Temp saves the day. Wow, the Guardian Angel's getting ready for the big old Kool-Aid Man joke there, but nope, that goes the other way. Man advantage, Paris Legion.
I feel like that's the Envoy special. I'm watching it set up. Like, there's no way this is going to work. And, like, I don't know, 80% of the time he makes it happen, and occasionally he just looks like a maniac. Sniper towards the outskirts of the map, and Kenny, he's just dodging it away because now it is a 3 versus 2. Thieves with man advantage. Neptune, the late flank, able to find one. And I was going to say he might have time to get the bomb down, but he's going for the wrap.
Father and son duo versus Temp. Temp, oh my God, blessed. It's a 1v1. Kenny, last player up.
And if he didn't get shot at immediately, he has to know that Kenny probably rotated. Oh, Kenny playing the man.
30 seconds. Oh, plays him very well. Kenny, Thieves with another round.
I was thinking for a moment, Kenny obviously, like earlier in the round, was playing up to watch over the A site, so I figured if he didn't immediately get Draz's trade, Temp might know that Kenny roamed over this direction, but he just tries to fake it out. Kenny, again, lives for search and destroy. That is his bread and butter. That's where he came from, all the way back to like the Ghost days. Quavo Kenny. He wins his ones.
Round 3. Yeah, we're watching Octane off the rip. Where's he going? Going away. I like it. Here we go. All right, not quite as explosive as the others.
John,
but okay, but there's John. Nades exchange, Dashy with the opening blood. And we're going to see a slight shuffle now. But, I mean, Envoy is out there alone right now. He's in trouble, but a lot of footsteps, the pitter-patter of Temp across that middle building, and we'll see if he can't catch him. Oh, my word, this is so tense. They're incredibly close to each other. Envoy with the first. 3v3.
Fellows in the back. Fellow spotted this, but it doesn't look like he has the angle to actually get the kill. The nade's coming through, and it's enough to get it done. Fellow finds the pick. They got the bomb down. 45 seconds on the clock. Kenny and Octane, they got to make something happen. And Octane with the snipe. It feels like it's on him to find this pick, but for the moment, Paris giving him nothing.
And he also sees nothing. We all know that bomb's down. Desi's in a great spot here to watch it, and I think he saw him. Quick plant. Kenny on the coverage. Here comes the push forward. Kenny with the good coverage. Great coverage. Gets 2 of them. He's on a 5 spree. Fellow last player left up with the bomb planted. This has gone from bad to worse. This is a tough 2v1 now with 35 on the clock. And Fellow around the outside. And there it is. Thieves. 3 straight.
Kenny's got him, bro. Kenny's got him easy as it can be. Again, they were giving him nothing with the snipe. They figured that out after 15 seconds. The man with the sniper has to go for the bomb and the coverage on point. And honestly, it's one of the very few clutches we've seen today. Obviously, Clayster showing off the 1v2 a little bit earlier on, but LA Thieves deliver.
Good rounds, though. Thieves are edging these ones out only just. It's 3-0 so far. Here we go again.
And also just got to give, credit to Envoy, even things up, and it was a 3v4. Credit where credit is due, can't be overstated. Once again, though, Paris leaning towards this ace site. But a very fast flank coming through from Draza.
Draza's is already in, man. He's in. Looking to find his first, potentially. Oh, what the hell? What in the red? He's seen fellows. What in the red? Hello. Okay, Draza makes it work eventually. It was a little strange. It got a little bit weird. And okay, he's still making it work out. Can John stay alive? He's moving. He's shuffling. And somehow, Draza, what is going on? This is the weirdest fight we've seen. John stays alive. Octane manages to nail one. Puts the sniper away for a brief moment. And Kenny has yet to die. Dashy now. Oh my God. He does manage to make Kenny finally drop 1v1 as Dashy could get Paris on the board right here, right now. Or not.
That's just tough. Tough from Decimate, or Desi, excuse me. Flying down, hot Octane one shot.
Octane.
And just couldn't. Hey.
Octane.
That's the amount of force he brings with the sniper.
Good save.
TNT in his hands, in game.
Big clutch once again. Thieves looking at 4-0 right now. Serious focus on John's face. He's been here many times before. Another round. We go back to it. Once again, starting things off with Octane. There's a lot of players going over towards A. And here we have it. The Battle of the Desert. And John wins it this time.
John misses once. Does not happen again. The adjustments are there. He read the spot Octane was going to be playing. Picks come through, and by the way, Kenny sitting on full streaks, not too bad to have. Another pick comes through, and all of a sudden, Kenny in a 1 versus 2 knows exactly where John is, has the bomb down in the middle of the map. Plenty of time to work with. You got 2 streaks as well. Frankly, wouldn't be impactful at all, but he does have them.
He is slowly but surely making his way behind these players. John and Fellow may be holding hands, but the Thunder Buddies may be in for a real treat. As Kenny slowed right down, and this has just changed it. Doesn't have the bomb, has to make something happen in chance.
Oh, well.
There we go.
Just gets dropped. Trying to clear out so much of the map, but Paris Legions is working together. And I think Kenny has been a part of 2 clutches already. The 2v3 earlier, he's watching over, picks up 2 with the Automaton. 1 is 1v1. This time, Fellow takes care of business. Paris Legion making sure to add another one to the board. Obviously, got to give credit to John again, those first bloods with a snipe. If you open up with a sniper and take away that threat on the other side on a map like Desert Siege, it takes away a lot of the nerves.
Yeah, finally able to breathe, able to make something happen across map, and we're going to go back at it. Octane is downrange in a slightly different position. John is combing through that overturned train car, hoping to find something. An Envoy, again, the aggression. The Dark Prince is creeping forward, finds it. Kenny, 1 to match as well, and now it's a 4v2.
And that bomb down just in such a tough spot.
Oh my
You're
God.
just going to sniff out everything. Desi for a 1 versus 4. And again, it seems nigh impossible. And even if something crazy happens, Kenny, this would be a round where the glide bomb can make an impact if you need it. But you don't. Thieves, a clean and easy round. Everybody finding picks all across the map. Both Envoy and Kenny deliver. Is Envoy able to get a couple, and this is just Thieves on cruise control. They're not sweating at all.
Not at all. Easy looking round for them for Paris. That was a really tough one. Almost as bad as the new Matrix. Almost. Here we go, though. This is map point. This is to put the Thieves up 2-0 in the series. The boys are flying forward. They've got themselves all the courage in the world. The confidence is on their side. Here we go. Straight onto the B-bomb site. 2 players making their way forward through the trenches. It's going to be Fellow on that side of the map. The flank now on. Here comes the fight. Draza may be able to slow him down, but this is going to be a big one. Eyes on Desi at the very least, trying to cut these players off. Oof, Octane's getting slowly blinded, and the battle on the flank still raging. The little tippity top of Fellow's head not gone yet. Nice shots indeed. 2v2 now on the retake. Oh, I'll take it back. 2v1.
And they know exactly where he is, and this is a retake where you got to go across. And well, there's the glide bomb to find him.
Clean him up.
The job done. Boredom on the face of Kenny as they storm through map number 2. The desert is their home.
That was that straight desert power from the LA Thieves, looking extremely confident on that map. Snipes their bomb rotations, you know, and Kenny just going mad. It was like 7-0 at that point in time. He managed to get himself full streaks, looking absolutely fantastic. LA Thieves 2-0 in the series.
And I think even as soon as Octane gets that first blood, round one, hitting that snipe, oh, it's like that? That's how it's gonna be? And then the clutches galore again. Kenny won a 1v1, the 2v3. They're able to clutch up when he's watching over Octane going for the bomb down. That was much simpler once the guns got hot for the Thieves than it was in map number 1. But again, first blood's on point, clutch is on point. Kenny 11-2, one of the better stat lines we have had in Search and Destroy today. And again, I mean, a 6-1 victory, there's only so many things you can say.
Yeah, 11-2, 1446 damage there from Kenny. Great stuff out of him. That's one for the highlight reel in certain ways, and we're going to be seeing that highlights indeed. We get to watch that first snipe back, and what a banger it was. Desert Siege. Looking forward to seeing many a snipe battle here, as there it was. Clay pigeon shoot fellow did not know what had hit him. But yeah, snipe after snipe after snipe, we saw some goodies, and Octane showing certainly that he's one of the more formidable long-range fighters in the league.
And nice little mini battle as well, right? John did bounce back. That was the only round they had any sort of success is when John found that pick. But it's nice to see snipers get used. And, you know, maybe not absolutely dominate, take over the game, but they can have an impact, you know, like they always have.
They have indeed. Impact is back. And again, at 4-1, this is where Kenny really started to take over. And the full streaks, they certainly come into play. In a map like Desert Siege, I mean, strafe and run, you think about how far away those players are. In that kind of situation, you could hit him with that. And we have yet to see anyone in the league really pop off and hit a very, very solid strafe run. It's not an easy kill streak to use. Very, very situational. The glide bomb, no, it's a 7. And as long as you've got, you know, if you don't have what fortified on, then you're a dead man.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a very strange thing. Glide bombs, it's almost detrimental to call them in at times. It feels like you don't even want to in a lot of situations, but that's a different conversation for a different day. LA Thieves up 2-0, and again, if that S&D was any indication, they are certainly warmed up and ready for the next Gavutu.
We go back to Gavutu for Control, but first and foremost, friends, we need to take a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, could be the last map of the series, could be the last map of the day. See you after the break. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
Kickoff Classic, it's a preseason, but it's more so just like how we feel as a team on LAN. So it feels good, and it's like a good start.
It's the dawn of a new era, if you will. There's a lot of storylines building up, new rosters, new game. So it's the beginning.
We're back on LAN and with a new team, very good team. So you get to show what you're
starting this time.
What you can do. I'm actually starting this time, not on the bench.
We really just tried focusing on Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, but the team's looking good so far. You know, being in LA on 50 ping isn't ideal, but we're still putting up good fights against the teams, so we're happy to be here on local.
Being able to play for a city and a larger fan base is truly what it's all about.
I'll say our biggest rival is LAG, just because some of the players came from our team last year, and it's also the other LA team. So the Battle of LA is kind of a big thing. We didn't beat LAG once last year. So looking to change that this year.
We'll turn that around.
You know, turn it around and actually make it
I'm the LAG Reaper, bro. We're good.
My biggest challenge last year probably was getting out of winners. We didn't win a winners match, and we were in like 4 out of the 5 events. But I'm attributing that to just, you know, overall consistency.
Shout out to my family, you know. They got me here in the first place. Shout out to my wonderful girlfriend, my dog.
Shout out to my girlfriend and my brother Tyler, who are coming out to see this Texas event. And shout out to Alaska. My whole entire family out there. So shout out to the 25 people out there.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Might be the best banter in the league, LA Thieves, or we will see. Because man, that was fun. We were laughing, genuinely, having a good old chuckle at that, having a great time. Who's not having a great time? Paris Legion.
No, not at all. I've never seen someone shout out a dog before. I was not prepared for that, but yeah, the sense of humor is on point. It's comedy as well. If they can't beat LAG, Octane, that's the only team he can beat, at least historically. So maybe they have that perfect mix for the squad, and certainly against Paris, it has looked good so far. Still, got to close out the series. We do go back to Gavutu, and we talked about how good like the ARs normally are for Thieves, how good Octane can be. Didn't really show it off in map number 1. I think Kenny, the only player positive for this squad. Maybe though for Thieves, the guns are hot, or maybe for Paris, an opportunity to get the momentum back in their direction. See if they can turn things around and Control.
Control's been the turnaround moment for many a series, many a team so far. We'll see if it will happen again. Back to Gavutu we go, friends. We hope you brought an umbrella. Actually, no, said this early in the day, no umbrella. There's high winds. Water repellent gear. Control. 2 zones. Capture them or kill your opponents. The choice is yours. We will find out though if the Thieves will go 3-0 here today, or if Paris Legion can finally mount the comeback.
And I would say actually Gavutu Control is probably the most balanced in terms of like points you're willing to attack in the game. Admittedly, only 2 maps, so a little bit more balanced than Tuscan. That's all I'm saying, but an A hit off the rip for the offensive squad. Paris right now looking to see if they could potentially get a stack on this point. Really just looking for the first blood. Right. Pistol OP, Draza taking him down.
Draza almost managing to get the seconds, but not able to quite get that last shot. Still, kills going good so far. Pressure over towards A. Legion on the offense and managing to get themselves close, but not quite onto the point just yet. Temp's looking to find the kill. Flying forward towards Octane. Will he check it? He does. Cuts him down. No one able to quite get on there just yet as the defense still holding the line chance.
And you're really just waiting for that moment when you actually get the clearance. Once you get rid of like the final player on defense, and that should be Kenny, but now Draws is there. But if you ever actually get that map control and get that boat, well, then you will be wheeling and dealing. But even still, Draws that last player up just enough to cause problems for the squad. Dashy inside the hill. Gets taken out eventually. I imagine in the feed it pops up, there you go. And no ticks of progression have come through, and that's a ton of lives and a ton of time already taken care of.
25.9, the clock finally gets stopped there as the Paris Legion managed to get another point. Fast progress as well, first segment gone. They've got 2 players there getting the job done, and there's less than 20 lives remaining now for the LA Thieves. Draza looking to get the angle from above. This should be great. Can he stop the capture progress now? Slides on in, rat in hand! Nails it, gets the kill, drains the segment, and keeps the clock flowing. 20 seconds left.
Next kill up top, can't get it. Temp able to find 2. Even still, 15 seconds. You have to milk this time. And for Thieves, you might have the opportunity just to fight tooth and nail to get them off the A. no reason you can't at least go for the push. Kenny able to find 3, and the last man standing. He's going to be forced to go over towards B. Draws though, he's ready for the gunfight. He gets taken down, and that is a clean wipe. Thieves take care of business. Defense round number 1, done and dusted.
A slight life lead, 15 at the end of that one to the 12 of Paris Legion, but a very good defensive hold chances. No getting around that one. They managed to keep them off it until, what, 29 seconds into the round, or left in the round. So great stuff there from the LA Thieves. Swap sides. Let's see how Paris hold the line.
And again, when I talk about this map being more balanced, it's obviously B is very far away. I still think this is obviously going to be a defensive-sided map, but you do have opportunities once you get control of B, once you get on that tank, it can be very difficult to weed a player out. Looks like Thieves, though, just going for more of a map spread. Again, just automatons across the board. Kenny leading the lobby in slang, waiting for the plays to develop. His draws, by the way, just in the meantime, busy killing everyone in sight. Another kill going their way. That's 3 down. You got bodies on the point. The progression starting to come through.
It was almost a 2-stack, so good job then again from Paris Legion on that defense, keeping the players off. Draws are still with top boat control. Envoy touches B for a moment, pulls the defenders away, trying to draw some aggression. And right now, on the flank, looking to hope to soften him up and get his boys in that boat finally.
Yeah, and he's on a 4 spree, so apparently started 0-5, and well, on point sends then a couple kills away for some score streaks, and he's starting to force those spawns out. This is just as easy as it gets. Once you start forcing those spawns out over towards B, A almost assuredly should follow. Only 1 player on the point, though, so it's going to take a great deal of time, but that means Envoy just gets to run around, have a little bit of fun, try to get that next score streak, as he is drawing like 3 players' attention his way.
Yeah, my guy's playing jungle run right now. He's just flying around, collecting coins, collecting kills, doing what he can to leap over obstacles, and he's still going, still rolling. He's got a few more players in sight. There's the kill! Does land it. 10 brings him down eventually, but the damage is already done. A's gone, and now over to B. The final point over by the beach for Paris Legion.
And they got, what, a 6 life advantage right now. I mean, even the comms just to try to figure out where Octane is, just constantly, oh, he's behind us, oh, he's behind us. And we talk about maybe the streaks not being hyper impactful, but if you got 2 of them, Envoy, maybe eventually, if he gets some map control, a situation where they can make something happen. But as it stands, Kenny, the furthest aggressive player for Thieves, he finds 1, he gets dealt with and Decimate in prime position to try to cut these Thieves players down, and he's got the help over top. Paris have just completely locked this map down.
Desi's going huge. Another kill here from Octane would be good. Holding this side of the map down pretty much alone. What a shot. 5 in a row now for him. Back over towards the boat side of the maps where the rest of the battles are taking place. And again, Paris Legion starting to build that confidence, driving these players of the Thieves back. Big kill from Fellow there as Desi now looking to wrap these players all the way around. But the battle towards the boat, that's really where it's all going down as Desi eyes on these players. His teammates are doing a great job of staying alive as well, keeping the streak alive. And chance the clock is still ticking. That B zone, safe as you like right now.
And again, we saw earlier on how difficult it is to like front into P5 right from the boat. Well, that's basically the same situation right now. Decimate forcing these players to try to go through the middle of the map. And they're basically in the blender in this situation. He gets the streaks before he get dropped. This was a 7-life lead that the Thieves had. Well, now they're down by 1 in Octane, the only player anywhere near the point. He's going to stop the clock, but he's also going to get double stunned, double mated, killed by Fellow, or he'll beam him, stay alive. Can't get the second, but only 12 seconds left. Thieves, they're going to have to fly.
Kenny trying to be the one to do just that, not able to fly too far as his wings have been clipped. But speaking of flying, Desi bringing the glide bomb now in. Gets the player right off the point. Kenny will make his way forward, but Desi's there once again. And Desi, he does help out. He gets the kill. Temp's there to stop it. And another beautiful defensive round there on Gavutu and Paris. They do manage to invest the streak chance, so no glide bomb now, but we still have the strafing run to play with.
It very much is a situation. If you ever start to get spawn trapped on offense on this map, I mean, it takes, what, maybe 20, 25 seconds? If you're not getting shot at to run to the point, and of course, if you got to pass all the power positions, it takes that much longer. So as soon as Paris Legion able to clear out the guys like Envoy who are in their spawn for seemingly too long, once they get that clearance, they are good to go. Defense holds strong, and Envoy, even if things start to get spicy, does have full streaks.
Over the way we go. Paris have managed to get in. They've checked every possible corner. They're not quite got on the point just yet, but they should be there in a moment. Fellow with the first blood. John in a very, very precarious position. He could go huge. Get on that point, slow these players down, and here we go. Stopped at 102, capturing a slow and steady progress, and it was real slow, and now there's 3 of you dead. Paris could have hit the gas a little quicker there, I feel.
And Kenny being safe as well, though. He's flying out towards P1. I say being safe, he's flying over, and he picks up 2. He doesn't get dropped, and I think that's the Kenny special. He's probably YYing the entire way there, but even still, again, Drazah on the boat. If you get this mid-map control, it is just so difficult to find your way through all of these automatons in the feed. As Thieves, again, just in their comfort zone.
That's exactly the same thing we saw in their first defensive round. Envoy now getting in the mix. Way nice 2-piece. Temp's up next. Drazah does get drops. We lose that top boat control there for the LA Thieves. Paris now starting to get the capture, 25.5. And again, Lightning is going to strike twice, and here we go. Envoy not able to get another kill, but the streaks are still there. Drazah cleans out the point. The clock once again ticks. 20 seconds now remaining in the round, and it's almost identical chance to the first defensive round.
I mean, it's what? Drazah, you get the boat, some other AR, watch like the P1 push through, and you're just feeling good to go. Envoy, he just gets freedom. 10 seconds left on the clock right now. Paris, anyone is just trying to fight to get near the A point. No one anywhere close. And that is as dominant as a round of defense you will really ever get to see. Comfort zone for the LA Thieves, but obviously that just means 3 for 3 on defense. We go back for Paris Legion, who, if I had to take a guess, they are down maybe 7 or 8 kills in total.
That's a good guess. I think you're in the ballpark for sure. Do the math? Nah, go on. I dare you. We have the data.
11. No, -3. 8. They're down by 8 kills.
There you go. Not bad, son. We have full access to all the stats at the moment, friends, so we can actually tell you the exact number. Here we go. Potentially the final round. Paris Legion, got to hit the defense here. This is match point for the LA Thieves. John flying forwards, and what do you know? We're going to B for the LA Thieves.
And again, it is a little bit easier on Tuscan to go for these sort of like off-brand pushes. And well, they invest the streak. Unfortunately, Drazah falls and Fellow. He finds 2. Use the streak. That's actually going to kill him. He doesn't have fortified. You know.
You learn something new every day.
It's like the 3rd Glyvon kill we've seen all day.
Until we patch it. Come on, friends. Here we go. Over towards B still. 2 players now in mid trying to find those kills, and it's Kenny on your screen who's looking to find something here. Envoy's having a bit of trouble there in spawn. John's being a real nuisance. The kills are good for Paris right now. They have a slight life advantage, 45 seconds on the clock, and Thieves are committing to B. They're still making it happen. Kenny can't quite stay alive on the rock. Dashy gets the better of him. Octane still from that top position, and John is still behind you. John will be traded out, but the kills are there. Strafing run lands on nothing. Sends a couple of bodies flying, but that's going to be that. Paris have had a great hold so far, Chance, and the clock's still dwindling away. 25 now remaining. They've got solid hold on A, and if Temp dies, then B is open, but we'll see how the fight goes.
The only thing Thieves has to do, whether or not they win this round, they just need to not get outslayed by more than 8. Right now, they are in a very comfortable position. Whether or not they actually get the dub, but they're still fighting, trying to end it in this round. They want to take him down on offense. They get plenty of clearance off the point. It still looks like only 1 person in the hill. I think they're keeping a guy top Bocage. Actually, no, 2 players inside the hill. This will go in the next maybe 12, 13 seconds.
Drazah goes big. Force spree right now, helping the boys capture the point. Second segment A gone. Another strafing run comes by. Keeps the players of Paris Legion suppressed. And there we go. A is gone. Another minute to play with. 4 down, though, for the LA Thieves.
Hey, I don't say this often, but keep in mind the objective isn't entirely the most important thing, because Paris, they need to get the win by more than 8 kills. Or I don't even know what happens when you tie, what the secondary fault is, but they got the spawn trap, and right now they're up by 6. So Thieves, they're playing with fire. They're stuck in their spawn, down by 7. And if it's a fight for defense potentially for the round 5, that's what Paris is looking for. They might do enough to get the run back and keep defense for round 5.
The war of attrition right now. The Paris Legion are winning. Envoy manages to escape the trap finally. He slips the net, he makes his way through boat, and now he's looking to cause as much damage as he can. Paris pushing the advantage. Top mid control for now. Temp with the comms, Envoy on the flank. He's got a little bit of time before he's really able to get going, and time is not on the side of the Thieves. Less than 30 now to play with. Envoy, the dream's still alive at the back line. He may be able to get onto B. Still has to worry about the spawn as his teammates are battling tooth and nail in mid-map. And it's still John holding down the central circle. He's still alive up there. Fellow drops to Envoy. Back and forth we go. John's still good in the middle of the map, and a big win from Temp. Chance is 10 seconds, and we may be going to round 5.
And that's 8 kills. I don't even know. This is going to come literally down to the wire for the final moments. The trades are in, 5 seconds left, and if it's a tie, I honestly don't know. It feels like a dice roll. Hey, maybe the backup is to go for objective. If that's the case, Thieves got it. They captured A. They had more actual tick progression.
It could come down to segments. We don't know.
Control has only been played for a few weeks now. I've only seen X number of scrims.
We are about to find out.
I do not have the answers.
We're going to find out who gets defense, and this could make or break it.
Thieves are. Oh yeah, Paris got it. Paris got it. Okay, well, I mean, we can talk about it all day of fighting for those points, of dealing with the spawn trap, of not setting up and going for the kills. Or maybe this, new patch could have changed something.
Who knows, mate?
Happens,
I've got no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. Envoy somehow dies. It's an aggressive start from both teams. That boat is now swarming with Thieves members. It's John alone here. Big tags, not enough to get it done though, as Octane brings him down. On to the point we go. A starting to be captured.
That is quite a few kills as well. Envoy, again, he is finding the opportunity to be annoying. He's the SMG, by the way, and he's got 26 kills. He's +6. He finally gets caught, but that was 3 arrows for Paris Legion that were worried about him. That's 2-6 progression through on A, and they should be set up to go. It looks like Paris maybe actually trying to fight it. The last-ditch effort. It does go through, and, well, at least John just falls. Fellow now a little bit aggressive as well, but hey, if you get that map control, Paris have been on point once they set up the spawn trap.
Desi's looking to do his very best Envoy impersonation in the center of the map, now trying to apply that pressure, and here he is. Sees a Draza, gets a Draza. Sees a Kenny, Kenny kills him. There we go. The time's still ticking away. Paris Legion down by a few lives, but for now, they can take that. The clock is on their side. 1 minute and 35 seconds. They have to hold on, stay alive in this series.
And Envoy has been the playmaker. He is the guy to make the play. He has been consistently able to get behind enemy lines, and he can't find the timing there. They hunt him down. John taking care of business. The sub strikes from the either side, and again, it is just a hike to go across the map. They're trying to fight themselves through mid, and even look at the minimap. Temp, he's behind enemy line. Ooh. Free kill number 1, free kill number 2. Set up for the spawn trap. Defense OP, unless someone maybe draws his turn to find some opening.
Temp.
But Temp just frying.
Absolutely frying. Not able to get Octane again, though. I mean, he found plenty of kills in that moment of time. 17 lives through Los Angeles Thieves, 19 for Paris Legion, and less than a minute to play with now. The map has been cut in half. You've got boat control right now for the LA Thieves, maybe able to get a pick or two, but you still have to worry about Desi. He has been top left-hand side of the minimap for a long time now as the time continues to fall.
This might be it, actually. Keep in mind, Desi right now, I'd say someone out of the play. The player's going to spawn right next to him, so maybe Desi have something to shoot at, but there's a couple player for Thieves. You got P1 control. Players trying to cut through the top side of the map. If they can just get to this point and stop the clock, Thieves, they have potential, but they are running out of time. Octane can drag down 1. And now Envoy again, he's in a spot. He just has no help left on the map. He gets chopped down, and Paris on defense on point.
Sitting in their spawn, Desi finding kill after kill after kill. It's a 5-3 right now. 27 overall. I'm not able to get any more, but the time is done. There's 10 seconds left. Thieves have got to go. They have to get to the point to force this one. Otherwise, we're going to go to the next map. We're going to see another one, and Paris have done enough. What a Herculean effort to pull it back in the end. And we came down to the tie. We're trying to find out exactly what's going on with the tiebreaker and how that one works. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a map 4.
I mean, so there's a decent chance I could be wrong, but at least from the testing I did just a week or so ago, it's kills this year, not the actual progression on the 6 that decides defense. And again, with the life lead the Thieves had earlier, again, it was the round on offense where they forced things a little too hard, where they ended up just getting picked apart. But shout out Paris Legion on defense. When they needed the dominance, they were able to deliver. Gavutu, they're able to pull it off, and we've yet to see a reverse sweep this year, but that is the requirement for Paris to win this series.
Yep, stats on your screen there, and Decimate had a fantastic turn of events, 29 and 20 overall. Both he and Temp, 22 non-traded kills. That's them getting a kill, regenning their health, and having a great time. On the other side of the board, there was Envoy, the man playing that island role, and truly that island boy was also a colossal pain in the backside.
Envoy, not necessarily a player I want to see completely tatted up like that. If he wants to get 1 or 2, I mean, hey, he can do whatever he wants, but
it's the hair as well. He looked insane.
Yeah, maybe not to the island. Yeah, okay, we got to move on from that. We're going to Tuscan for map 4 is where we'll be, shifting over towards Italy. And I believe this should be Paris Legion's map pick as well for the map 4. So we have a series on our hands as we go back through. Again, it's just going to be AR kills on AR kills across the board. Really just, I think the big play is anytime from either team you're able to get in the opponent's spawn, that's where things get crazy. That's where you start to rack up the streaks. Envoy delivers a few times, but Desi and Temp on the flip side do the exact same thing. And again, that is just a map where 5 for 5 on defense.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Yeah, big stuff out of everyone there. No one really able to go big in the offensive rounds. But looking across the highlights, I mean, again, it was really the Decimate and Envoy show. They both went huge. John, again, a staple of the defense towards that ring side of the map as well. Everyone looking very solid here. And for Thieves, it was a decent start. It was a very commanding start. They looked confident, but Paris Legion, drip by drip, they just managed to work their way through and play the game mode to its fullest. So kudos to them. We will be going to another hard point now, and again, we have no idea where the series is going to go. We've got no expectations truly outside of, like, you know, thin power rankings that the coaches have put together, our own experience from scrims right now. It's anyone's guess who's going to walk away with a win today.
And especially so, I think from like a scrims point of view, there's like 4 teams that I basically haven't seen or have almost next to no information on. Atlanta FaZe is one of them. I'm assuming things are going well, but I haven't actually seen it. Florida is a team I haven't seen a ton of. They came out and just slapped a team around in the first match we saw, but Paris, another team. I simply do not know what to expect. And again, it was a very tight Gavutu in map number 1, and sort of the same thing can be said for the map number 3 as well. So Paris obviously have some fight in them. Maybe just not a Desert Siege team.
Not a Desert Siege team, clearly. But that first hard point of Gavutu, of course, was a real close one. They managed to come out on top there in the control. Now to Tuscan we go once again. Tuscan hardpoint up next, and of course, Bocage. Search and Destroy, final map, game 5. Cannot wait. Excited?
I'm going to pronounce it correctly, I swear.
Well, you've done it every possible.
Every 4th time I'll get it right. I just have to go through the rotation.
I saw a lot of tweets about that. You've done every single iteration of Bocage. But we'll find out exactly how that one goes down. Up next, Tuscan Hardpoint. Going to be a lot of fun. And both teams looking cool, man. I mean, these were 2 squads. A lot of questions about Paris. Every single season, there's a lot of questions about Paris. This could be the one. That's the game right there.
And I would say, surprisingly, again, like you're talking about the AR matchups, Fellow, in my mind, traditionally has been more of like a hyper-aggressive SMG player. Obviously, he has completely developed his game over time, but if you're just thinking to him compared to Octane for who's the better main AR, the instinct obviously goes towards Octane, right? One of the best ARs potentially of all time. I gotta stop saying that. Top 8, we'll just say top 8, whatever. Fellow, not so much, but he has had his number in the series, especially on Gavutu, just taking it to him. Fellow putting in some serious work, and again, it's an entire cast for Legion that were able to perform in that game number 3. To Toucan we go.
Toucan? Oh my God.
People say that.
Did you hear that? Did anyone else hear that?
Not a single laugh in the crowd. Not one.
That guy liked it. Here we go. Toucan hardpoint. I'm going to help. Tuscan up next. Let's get it. This could be a really good one, man. I'm excited for this map. Both teams looking relatively evenly matched in the hard points. Paris slaying out on Gavutu, not able to quite walk away with a win. We will see if that hardpoint fundamentals are going to be able to give us a victory here for the LA Thieves. And will we go to a game 5, or will it be a 3-1? Ladies and gentlemen, find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Now let's get it.
They're still making episodes for that. I had no idea.
No, they're not. They're not.
I will say, so
Akira Toriyama's done his work, mate. He's earned his rest.
I'll take your word for that. No idea what you're talking about. I will say, Vanguard has been somewhat of like a game of extremes, right? We talk about like the P1 on Bocage, one of the most extreme like hills we've ever had. P5 on this is just the quick reminder that we don't have trophies in this game. P5 is a nade fest bloodbath. There will be more stun grenade kills on that hill than we have ever seen stun grenade kills in Call of Duty history, as Thieves open up with the perfect break. 4 down, pushed up, get some map control already. 15 seconds they have.
All dead, all time going their way. Now looking at the minimap, got to watch out for Dashy once again, looking to hit those flanks. Now Paris flooding out the front side of Church. Straza catching them unaware, gets himself 2. Dashy's up next, but he did manage to slip through. That could become a bit of a problem.
I was going to say, if you slip through and you start forcing the squad spawns on the wrong side of the map, that could actually be a dire situation. It turns into a 1v1 on the hill. Envoy delivers, finds the second, gets the read as well. Ton of time on P1, as good as it could really get for Thieves, is now they take their slow approach. A couple players coming through Church. They're looking for the flip.
And again, that's that thing about scrap time in this game. So important. Fellow with the first tips of the hard point, and then second now to jump over towards Column. It's a big old statue at the base of the stairs. Fellow still alive and kicking, finding that time. Stunned up. How long can he hold on for? A little bit of a bunny hop as Octane gets involved, gets himself 2 more, and the kill's still flowing, and everyone's here. We're all here. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. Thieves, back and forth we go. John with the kills. Octane, the last member of his team, up and about, and if he buys his time, 10 from the top rope. Yeah. With that, dead, 30 seconds left.
And finally, Paris actually get that plat control, right? That was sort of the thing they left open, but now that they're here, they should be able to collect the final bit of time. 24 seconds left, and actually, they flipped spawns. I think it was Dashy that was able to get out, push far enough up, that now Thieves are spawning on the quote wrong side of the map. maybe they're able to get the final few seconds, but even number 7, Temp, was there to fight for it. So that is 10 seconds in exchange for the rotation. Paris Legion, that is exactly what they needed to make happen. And look at the map spread. Got a player on roof, 2 players in the hill, top broken control, P1 control. This is as good as it gets to start off this hill.
Perfect hold right now from Paris Legion. John may be capable of getting a lot of kills here, doing a lot of damage. All he bought for his team was time through the mid-map. 2 more members of the Thieves come. Dashy making his way forward, and right now, the problem is not necessarily getting the hard point for Paris. It's holding onto this map position, and the kills are coming through. Thieves have done a lot of damage. They've snuck in through the back, and it's Envoy who's managing to make his way out now. Temp finds one, traded out immediately. Dashy up next, does get involved, does get the kills. You got a pinch still developing here on the point. Thieves not out of the fight just yet. There's the kill, there's the flip. This should be their time.
And that was fantastic. Not only break, but map awareness as well. As soon as players started spawning out P1, you actually saw Kenny there turn and expect the roof spawns. But as good as the awareness has been, the final few seconds are going to be a little bit scrappy. Fellow gets taken care of. Draza is going to be able to collect the final 10 seconds, and the rotation is now in. Dashy, though, he's got P5 covered. This is not a lane Thieves can easily go through. And you already see, again, a situation where Paris Legion, they have the setup for the rotation that they want. They need to turn this one into some time as they're down by 40 points.
Temp nade doesn't land, doesn't hit a whole lot. Octane wins another fight. As Thieves win their ones right now. Shots are all in, kills all go their way, and the church is theirs. Somebody getting the point. Jiminy crickets, come on. Time's all theirs still. Kenny trying to watch the back, can't get much done. Draws is up next, pick a corner, any corner. Temp's nade lands and cleans them on out. Envoy's here now, and he's getting flooded, pushed on out, and it is an absolute mess on the inside of church. And Envoy, oh my word, he's just done a lap. Oh my word. Not able to get the second, but man, it was a worthy attempt still. Hardpoint somehow back in the hands of the Thieves, and they're still holding it.
I gotta say, though, that is 2 hills back-to-back for Paris Legion. Get somewhat of a solid setup. I mean, a perfect one 2 hills ago, and they just get broken down immediately. The Thieves just in full control. That fight for P5, by the way, this is the first time Thieves have really had an advantage on the rotation. Maybe with number 4 Envoy falling, it's not as easy it can be. Looks like Draza might get taken out by the nades with the MP40, so as it turns out, Paris, Arc, you're first.
Yep, Paris are in here first, and this is going to get messy. I would love to go for an LA Thieves listen in and let them try to break this.
Hey, here's your towel.
Low stun. Low, that's I'll pick up low late. Low dead.
Watch out.
I got one mid. Nice, I res. Their side, fellow flooding. I can't get him. I got a stun on him. He's weak. Nice good shit, yo.
I can get your mid.
I'm weak. I have
top blue.
I have all your. Their side, Dashy. I'm looking up top.
Their side far.
Gonna flip out maybe?
Should flip, yeah. We should be flipping out.
No.
Yo, I have mid from old. I
I'm there, you. I have new cut. They can be our side church. How many dudes? Down, one shot.
Have a play. Our play goes. Where'd he go? Where is he, though?
They're Ivy right now. Let's
do it. They can push to our side. Let's play him.
Okay. Play our side with me, Loki? No, let's go mid. Okay. I'm going top third. Give me a second. I can tell him.
Hold on. I'm behind the blue.
Leave mid alley.
In a second.
He can be left corner mid alley. I'm looking at fellow. Absent mid alley. Fellow.
Close right.
Drop the I'm leaving our side first.
Their side.
Nice, that's 2. Nice, our side probably. That's lay down. He pre-fired me. He's one shot.
Oh yeah. We're coming.
Yeah, I'm going back.
Behind me. That's another one behind me as well.
Nice, done. Nice. Okay, I naded over.
One
middle. I got naded, bro. Go ahead. That's 2. Go.
You should go top. I don't know where.
Nice going.
Nice. Try to cross it.
All good.
Do it. We play right.
Let's play right.
The most kills by score streak we have seen this entire tournament so far. Unfortunately, it's on the teammates. Gotta say for Thieves, phenomenal small talk. I think that's honestly a crystal clear example of how they have been so successful on breaking these hills. I mean, down to the detail, the communication, the conversation. That's as good as it gets. If not for Dashy popping 3 pieces on the hill, this game, that score would look worse than it already does. But as it stands, Paris Legion, again, a situation where it's been 6 or 7 hills in a row where they win the rotation. The question is, can they actually hold on and get any sort of time?
Johnny Boy on 5. We are not out of the woods yet. Okay, Dashy finds himself 2 more. He's on a 4 spree right now. As again, back into the hard point we go in Paris. They are not out of this just yet. The contest, as the pressure now mounting from the Thieves, and all 4 points of the compass are covered in red arrows. They're going in, they get the kills, and it is a perfect break and flip. There's 25 left on this hard point. Can't win the game here. Obviously, we go to 250, friends, but it's looking fantastic for the Thieves.
I mean, it's genuinely been absurd. Again, they've lost nearly every single rotation in this game. It just hasn't mattered. Now it's a situation, actually, Temp has been able to sneak through, potentially to start flipping these spawns. He hasn't quite run to the very back of the map. I think he's honestly expecting that they're looking for him, but Thieves aren't. Finally, they make that adjustment, but Temp has actually fired his gun. So now Thieves know they need to wrap back, so maybe a small window of opportunity not taken advantage of. As now Thieves finally get the setup towards New.
Ooh!
They just need someone inside the hill, and I mean, again, a 70-point lead. Temp making moves.
Yep, Temp making moves. That needs to slow it down. Kenny just fearless, flying into the kill, landing that one. Stops the spree from Temp dead there. And here we go. 40 seconds on this point. We're about to break over 200. LA Thieves looking to close the series here. Paris, got to get a good break here, lads, if you can. But Kenny, once again, finding the kills. Octane with 3 in the feed, makes it 5 in a row. That is a sensational bit of work. The kills now from the back. Can he get any more here? Octane still doing what he can, but the automatons run out of bullets. A fresh magazine, lad. Get in the fight. As Paris with a bit of hardpoint time, but I don't think it's going to be too much. And Octane couldn't buy a kill right now. Dude, he's dry as a bone.
And number 2 on the map, Draza, he's got through. Maybe a similar situation where I think he's expecting to get hunted down or waiting for someone in the back tank. Nobody's there. His teammate's able to push through P2, so they actually have that bottom side of the map covered. And it's a situation, again, where they've basically just walked at every single hill that Paris has to set up, and they break it down instantly. The kill's going their direction again. The exact same situation. They just walk in Thieves. They are making Tuscan look easy.
Not an easy map to really dominate on right now, but it's not quite finished. Still, Paris make an opening set of kills. Octane looking to get the high ground. Great timing on Dashy. Temp, not so much. The battle now inside Church. As the kills coming through, Kenny's managing to get the players off the point. Temp looking to find something from behind, but again, looking a little lost at this point in time. The 2 hits not landing. Oh my God, Octane gets it. There's Kenny now on the outside. Thieves with the point, looking to try to steal the dagger here.
Oh, and they're just going to flood through the middle of the map. It's all 4 Envoy. There's 1. Teammates get a couple more. Temp, last man standing, as this game is going to end here on Church. Nobody home from Paris. They can't get past them. Envoy looking for the 30 bomb before the game ends. Can't get it, but they get the dub.
And it's a 3-1 as Arlington erupts. A lot of Thieves fans in here, clearly. And a great showing from them. Aside from the Gavutu, a very, very dominant Search and Destroy performance there on Desert Siege, and both hard points, not bad whatsoever. For Paris, still much to be desired. But I have to say, man, they're still looking pretty good.
I mean, the Gavutu certainly were a battle between these 2 teams, but outside of that, I think Thieves, again, just a clinical performance. And you know what that means? Tomorrow, OpTic versus LA Thieves.
Oh, yeah.
Guaranteed.
We are eating tomorrow. That's going to be a lot of fun. A look at the series, though. 3-1, our final score, as we say thank you to Paris. But, hey, that's the way it works in the Kickoff Classic. It's a one and done, baby. It's a bit of a sweat. But here we go. Chance to look at the stats. Anything wild, crazy that sticks out to you there?
I mean, obviously, the Envoy, 29 kills, leading lobby and slaying is absolutely a standout. But honestly, if there was a stat of just number of hills broken, I'm not joking when I say almost every single hill outside of 2. I'm pretty sure Paris got the rotation early on, and Thieves basically just practicing their breaks, and they were consistent every single time.
Yep, a very strong finish there, 251-38 as we look across our highlights here on Tuscan. This final hardpoint, a strong showing from the LA Thieves. They've got to be feeling great about that one, and again, it's hard not to talk about it. Just tomorrow, they're going to be playing OpTic Texas. It is going to be a delight for Call of Duty fans. I mean, that's going to be a loud one. The crowd are still cheering. I mean, Kenny's just standing on stage. He's just up there standing. The crowd are already loving it. And again, he had a great performance so far. Highlight plays all around, man. Everyone looked good.
I mean, we saw him on Desert Siege, right? He could just be standing on the stage, but he probably accidentally clutched something while he was up there. That's just simply what he does. But highlights nearly over again. It is basically just the Thieves show. I mean, hey, maybe shout out Octane and Draza, just soaking up the hill time as well, you know?
Yeah, every team needs a couple of sponges, and those boys, I think it's Objective Kitties. I forget. Reddit has a new term for someone who plays hills very well. I think it's Objective Kitties or Kill Kitties.
I'm not
forget.
saying that.
No, it's a good one. No, it's a good one. It's wonderful. But there we go, friends. Maps and modes across the board. A strong showing from the LA Thieves and a nail-biting Gavutu Control. But less of that. More of what's going on stage, because here in the stadium, we're having a lot of fun. And it's been a great day. It's been a fantastic day of COD. Vanguard's it's lit. This game is nuts to watch, and it's even harder to cast. I'm going to now take a very long nap. Chance has been an absolute treat, and a treat we have for you, friends. Guy Blaze is on stage with Kenny.
What's up, Miles? Miles, definitely take a long nap. Give it up for the Thieves. Kenny, I've been on this stage all day, and this is the loudest the crowd has been for you guys.
Oh, yeah.
What a matchup. You come out on top. Tell me how you feeling this season. It's the Kickoff Classic, okay? And you're back on this main stage. How you feeling with the squad?
Feeling really good. I mean, the first match is always big for the season, just for momentum and confidence. Just went in and tried to do what we did in practice, and it showed that at least our hardpoint and S&D practice looked pretty good.
Yep.
So it's just good to show that practice paid off.
Yeah, the practice definitely paid off. And now with the new team, okay, you got Draza, Envoy, and Octane. Now, moving forward here, you know, come down to last year champs, it wasn't the best showing, but the new squad kicking it off, how you feeling about the boys, especially moving forward? You guys got to go up against OpTic tomorrow, and I know you've been looking at the bracket, and you ready to go.
Definitely going to have to prepare for them. I feel like our squad right now is really, really good. Just because our minds and how we take practice and our criticism and everything has been really good. Hasn't been too hostile of an environment or like went overboard. I feel like we've had good moments where we fix stuff instantly, and then also we take days to fix stuff. But like I said, it hasn't been any hostile moments, and just overall good practice for us. Except for the ping disadvantage most of the time. But other than that, practice has been going well, and the team's feeling good. We've been vibing, so excited for the season.
All right, so the practices have been compounding, they're vibing, and they are ready to go. Kenny, any shout out to the fans out there?
Shout out to all the fans, my family, my girlfriend at home, and my dogs. Thank you, guys.
All right, yo, that's gonna do it for us here on the stage. Veli, close it out and take us away.
Lots of smiles and big love for Kenny and the rest of LA Thieves for pulling out that big win, but still 11-2 and a 5.5 KD on hardpoint. He popped off, Allie.
No, he did. I mean, all across the board, I feel like they all had some standout maps. And that S&D, seeing the sniper in Octane's hands, man, it just felt like home, you know? It just felt so nutty. And then Kenny just popping off, dude. That was such a huge map for him. And then that map 5, of course, we had Envoy just doing what he does, just flying out of top church, getting 3 pieces like it's nothing. It was entertaining, for sure.
And it's only January, man, but it feels like Christmas tomorrow with OpTic facing off against LA Thieves. Are you as hyped as I am right now?
Bro, that match is going to be crazy. And you know why? Envoy gets to go and play OpTic, right? That's going to be insane. And what we saw of Envoy today was dope, man. He was out there doing his thing. For me, he was the MVP of that series. Like, he was making plays throughout that entire series. So excited to see him go up against the likes of Shotzzy and Scump.
Okay, now today we have 4 teams go home because of the single elimination bracket. Let's go ahead and recap it as we close out the day, starting with the first matchup of the day, Florida Mutineers versus the Los Angeles Guerrillas, a new-look team coming straight from LA, and they took a hard L to begin this whole thing, Slack.
Yeah, man. I mean, Florida came out on literally guns blazing. I was super proud of all those guys. They all stepped into their new roles and adjusted accordingly. And I was super proud of Awakening, man. Like you said, Nameless earlier, he was been getting a lot of flack throughout the year and through last year. People were saying that he wasn't playing so well on land. He switched to this new SMG role, and he's been doing his thing.
Yeah, I enjoyed that match a lot. You know, going into it, I was picking LAG to win. I thought that they were going to come out hot, but Ook, he did not have the best series. So I'm looking at him to bounce back. And honestly, everybody on that LAG roster, it's a prove-it year for them, like we said at the top of the show, and they definitely didn't prove nothing this match.
I mean, it kind of hurt watching that, right? Because every single player on that roster had moments where they just started to shine, but then we just didn't see the W at the end of the day. But thankfully for them, this is just a Kickoff Classic, and they can get better when the CDO progresses. Exactly. Definitely a wake-up call. Allie, last thoughts about these two teams.
I mean, LAG, again, these are all very individually talented players, but the problem is they're going to have to kind of live up to the expectation of these young guns going with such a veteran roster. And for me, I think they just really needed to start playing more together. The team chem just isn't there for them yet, and they're not meshing.
Now, the second match of the day, Seattle Surge, they were able to send the London Royal Ravens home, and wow, Seattle Surge, they're hot, Allie.
Seattle Surge, man, and going into this, I was like, if London's going to push them anywhere, it's going to be in the S&D, and they did exactly that. So I have some hopes for London Royal Ravens, but Seattle Surge, I mean, Sib played as consistent as is expected to do. And he's done that every year he's played in the COD League. And to see him on a roster like this that he feels really confident in, I'm hyped to see what they do for the rest of the year.
Yo, Nameless, you think Lamar and the boys are going to go far tomorrow?
I think they're going to go pretty far. I like this roster a lot. They're very aggressive. Mac seems to be super comfortable on this team. You got to remember, like, Mac has only been playing for 2 years on a pro level, so now he has that experience under his belt. He's going to be able to do better things on the map.
And back at you, baby. The NYSL team going off against the Boston Breach. All maps were played, man. That was nuts.
Dude, that match was by far the best match of the day. Boston versus New York rivalry. It's a thing going through the rest of the season. I like it. And seeing Crim pop off, man, Crim's still nasty.
Yeah, man, I absolutely love watching these guys play again, and to see Clay get hyped in some of those cool moments that he had, that 1v2 clutch specifically. Yeah. You can see he's got that adrenaline flowing through him, and he's really in that LAN environment again, so it's awesome to see them, and can't wait to see what this Boston Breach team can kind of do over time with those, 2 new rookies. You got Nero and Capsidal, obviously their first LAN debut. Excited to see what they can do over the course of the year.
And we didn't give too much love to Nero in that series that he had, but on that Berlin, like, he was making plays going over towards P3, so, love what I'm seeing out of him. Let's see it develop.
We're definitely going to see it more soon. And aLLeY, the last match of the day, the Los Angeles Thieves popped off in such a big way. And I called it. I said, Kenny's going to go crazy. And he did exactly that.
He did go crazy. Him and Octane on this map was just a pleasure to watch. And man, Paris, I know I predicted this being kind of a bit of a sweep, but they pushed them to the limit a couple of times. Like I said, I saw Fellow going off a couple of times. And Fellow, he has so much to prove, coming out of challengers, like I said. He has so much on his belt, as well as the rest of his team of John, Temp, and Des, again, another vet squad that's just really struggling to get on their feet.
Nameless, you think Paris Legion are going to look a lot better as this season progresses on, or do you think that these are going to be just growing pains with this team?
They're probably most likely to make the first roster change.
Okay.
Keep it a stack. Like, Paris, their roster, it's a solid team. I could see it maybe getting better over time, but I cannot see them winning. I think they're going to recognize that, and they might possibly entertain making a change.
Well, hopefully some positive change comes through for that
really
team.
Early, but
exactly.
I'm putting it out there because it looked bad.
All right, but you know what? Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket because something is about to look good, and that's going to be the matches that we are about to see tomorrow. You do not want to miss it. We're going to kick things off with the first game of the day. Woo! Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge. Slacked. I want Jamar to be here right now.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to watch Atlanta FaZe, right? We obviously have been gassing them up like crazy. They've come off a hot year and last year, and they're looking to do the same thing, right? They got the exact same roster, no changes needed there. And I just can't wait to see them in form, right? They're going up against the likes of Seattle Surge. We saw them play today in a hot 3-0 fashion. It's going to be a good match, man, but I don't know. I don't know who's going to take it.
It's going to be a great match.
I don't know who's going to take it.
I want Pratt to pop off,
and
man.
Atlanta FaZe is taking that match. Come on now.
Listen, I'm rooting for the underdogs, but this is also the schedule for tomorrow, and I'm aLLeY. Which match is looking the hottest to you right now?
No way you're asking me that question right now, bro. Every day, the days get more exciting. This is the top 8 teams right now, and they could be tossed anywhere throughout this whole day. But if I really had to pick one, it has to be OpTic Texas and LA Thieves.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm going to say it. This has been a blast so far. This is my first time ever doing a CDL event. And, Nameless, Slacked, and aLLeY being on the desk with the likes of you guys, it was big brains and good vibes all around. And Nameless, heading into day 2, we have some nice matchups. Tell the people at home about how excited you are to see them.
Bro, it's going to be lit. The Game Fuel marquee match that we have, OpTic Texas versus LA Thieves, that one's going to be absolutely incredible. And we get to see Toronto Ultra play their first match. Like, I haven't been able to watch the Toronto Ultra scrim the entire time. I know they weren't scrimming too much. Some of them went home, had some time over in Europe, and I want to see them come back with that teamwork they had last year and see Cammy come light it up once again because he was a superstar last year.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to lock it down and get ready for tomorrow. It has been such a long and beautiful day, and for those of you at home, I'm going to say you definitely missed out. You should have been here. And for the people that was here, you heard the crowd. They went crazy, and we all had fun. But here at the CDL Kickoff Classic, presented by Zenni, I can't wait to see the top matches take place tomorrow, especially our marquee match, OpTic Texas versus LA Thieves. All of you beautiful people, stay safe. We love you. We'll catch you next time for more CDL action.